Amidst the panicked screams, a wounded young man gasped and introduced himself as Ye Qing. He was a level 0 abyssal scavenger, helpless because he couldn't deal damage to monsters, only surviving by collecting scraps. As a level 0, Ye Qing admitted he was considered a burden on society. A ghost wolf roared, calling him useless. It continued to scream trash as Ye Qing desperately raised a wooden chest to defend himself. The monster easily shattered the chest and flung him away. Ye Qing thought to himself that people might say he lived like trash. But in his eyes, a steady blue light shone, and he was determined never to die such a meaningless death. The scene shifts to City G. Someone who looks like Ye Qing, wearing different attire, enters the level C abyssal entrance. A panicked figure rushed out from the energy gate. Ye Qing, now calling himself a veteran abyssal scavenger, faces a giant tentacled monster. In another scene, an adventurer scolded him as an idiot for running too slowly while they were both fleeing. His daily job was collecting and sorting the items left behind by adventurer teams. He cleaned a level C crystal, worth over 50,000 yuan, knowing that those who managed the abyss never let resources fall into the hands of ordinary people. Suddenly, a strange man called out to him and placed his foot on Ye Qing's salvage box. The man warned Ye Qing about hiding magic crystals, but he calmly replied that he had been doing this for years and knew the rules well. Ye Qing thoughtfully watched the other scavengers running for their lives, thinking about the job that cost him his own life. He calculated the meager profit of only 540 yuan per trip, while still owing 670,000 yuan. Just then, a miner approached and offered him a big job with a commission of up to 3,000 yuan, astonishing Ye Qing. The miner recruiter urged Ye Qing to join the team immediately, because he was always short on cash, and Ye Qing hastily agreed. On a yellow bus, Ye Qing realized they were heading toward the People's Shopping Center. The other miners on the bus gossiped that this was a Grade A abyss, where the previous team had been completely wiped out. They also knew the mission this time was to recover the equipment of the sacrifice team, and they cursed the ruthlessness of the capitalists. Ye Qing gazed out the window, wondering who had allowed the capitalists to manage these abysses. The narration flashed back 10 years, to when the abyssal gates appeared out of nowhere. Since then, countless terrifying creatures have poured out into the human world. Only those who had transformed possessed special abilities to fight them. When monsters were defeated, they dropped magic crystals and items, ushering in an era of abyssal exploitation. In the past, Ye Qing was rejected for jobs because he was level 0, and a doctor threatened to expel his sister from the hospital if he didn't pay her medical bills. He was evicted by his landlord for unpaid rent, abandoned by society, and collapsed in despair in the rain. Just then, a hand offered him a business card reading, "Small loans, instant approval." A mysterious voice asked the young man, who was crying desperately, if he needed money. That person said the most valuable thing to mortgage was his own organs. Returning to reality, Ye Qing sighed, recalling the bitter past. A miner on the bus told a story about someone who borrowed 1 million yuan for speculation, and now had to sell a kidney to pay the debt. Ye Qing nervously pulled his hat brim down when he heard mention of his sister and the expensive medical costs. The bus finally arrived, stopping before a massive, dark purple abyssal gate. As soon as they got off the bus, the group of miners was scolded by a white-haired man for being too slow, who warned them he wouldn't be responsible if they died. The blonde-haired expedition leader loudly urged the entire group to hurry into the abyss. Ye Qing looked at the abyssal gate, telling himself that this time had to be different. He was determined to work hard to earn money and return safely. The entire group of miners entered the dungeon, a Grade B abyss located inside a shopping mall. Ye Qing thought to himself that this was his first time entering a Grade B abyss. The professional expedition team was already waiting. A muscular man and a masked person appeared vigilant. Immediately, a pack of ghost wolves with glowing red eyes rushed out from the shadows. The muscular man shouted for his teammate, Lao Chen, surprised that the monsters appeared so early. Lao Chen, a white-haired man, calmly dismissed them as just a pack of level 1 ghost wolves. He summoned fireballs in his hands, ready to engage in combat. A powerful stream of fire was launched by Lao Chen straight toward the wolf pack. The explosion engulfed the monsters in a sea of flames. In just a moment, the entire pack of ghost wolves was completely annihilated. The muscular man warned everyone not to let their guard down, as monsters could ambush them at any time. A glasses-wearing member of the team asked about their destination. Lao Chen replied that the target was the 5th floor, while the glasses-wearing man noticed that the space here was unnaturally distorted. The glasses-wearing man explained that this was the phenomenon of abyssalization and wondered why the previous team hadn't left any traces. The muscular man turned back and yelled at the miners, demanding they go find the corpses properly. Lao Chen bent down to tie his shoelaces, secretly despising level 0 individuals like Ye Qing as utterly useless. Ye Qing flinched and stumbled, causing Lao Chen to angrily shout at him. Grabbed by the collar by Lao Chen, Ye Qing fearfully rushed to apologize. Lao Chen grabbed Ye Qing by the collar and growled, "What a disgusting piece of trash to run into. I thought you were a monster." The tank intervened. "Lao Chen, don't stoop to the level of these scavengers. We still have a mission." Lao Chen's face was filled with anger as he looked at Ye Qing. He shoved Ye Qing to the ground, yelling, "If you know your place is trash, then get away from me." Lying on the ground, Ye Qing thought bitterly, "You scum who always looks down on others." Lao Chen turned to the recruiter, sneering, Is this the professional team you were talking about? In this society, level 0 individuals were commonly called derogatory names. Useless, social burdens, trash. However, what they didn't know was that Ye Qing was on a completely different threshold. A notification appeared. His experience points were 99 over 100, almost reaching level 1. Screams echoed as a demonic beast appeared, sending everyone fleeing in panic. Ye Qing was startled to realize that the miner accompanying him had been left behind. Before him was a spirit wolf in critical condition. Ye Qing's eyes gleamed with determination instead of fear. He discovered a level 1 wooden shield and a level 1 wooden staff abandoned on the ground. Noticing the dying wolf, Ye Qing decided to leave the group and act alone. Equipping the shield and staff, he charged straight towards the demonic beast. Realizing this was the opportunity he had been waiting for, Ye Qing stomped his foot to gain momentum, preparing for a direct confrontation. He raised the wooden shield to block the spirit wolf's attack. After blocking the pounce, Ye Qing swung the wooden staff to counterattack. He put all his strength into it, delivering a critical blow to the monster's head and yelling, "Die!" Ye Qing attacked the spirit wolf with all his might, but his strike dealt no damage. From afar, the other miners mocked Ye Qing's foolishness, believing that only those who had undergone class advancement could harm a demonic beast. "Of course I know." Ye Qing gritted his teeth in response, understanding the situation better than anyone. A status window appeared, confirming Ye Qing was only level 0, with all stats at 1. Pushed back by the wolf, he desperately thought that with such weak attributes, he couldn't even break through the defenses of the weakest monster. However, a spark of determination flashed in his eyes as he silently affirmed that he understood his own weakness better than anyone. And precisely because he understood that, he knew what he had to do next. Ye Qing suddenly jumped up, delivering a kick straight to the spirit wolf's jaw. "That's why I have to use even more strength," he yelled. In another scene, Lao Chen laughed loudly before the corpses of monsters, scoffing that level 0 individuals would be scared to death at the sight of an injured demonic beast. The party's tank examined a crystal, disdainfully saying that the low-level trash wouldn't be able to do anything. He ordered the team to keep the most valuable items and leave the rest for the scavengers to clean up. Suddenly, the masked member reported to the leader that a monster had escaped. Elsewhere in the building, screams echoed as someone discovered the demonic beast. Lao Chen ignored it, boasting about a purple item he had reserved and forbade anyone from touching. The roars of battle echoed once more. Back in reality, Ye Qing had been knocked down by the wolf, its teeth sinking deep into his shoulder. Blood gushed from his mouth as pain tore through his body. "I won't die like trash," Ye Qing roared, swinging the wooden staff for a final attack. With all his remaining strength, Ye Qing delivered a decisive blow to the spirit wolf's head. The system announced a critical hit had been dealt, inflicting exactly 1 point of damage. The monster collapsed, its body dissolving as Ye Qing, exhausted, fell to his knees. Gasping for breath, Ye Qing smiled contentedly, despite being covered in injuries. He burst out laughing, releasing all the pent-up pressure. Then, he tilted his head back and let out a triumphant yell. Suddenly, a man appeared and stepped on the head of the dead wolf. The man sneered upon seeing that Ye Qing had defeated a low-level wolf. He grabbed Ye Qing by the collar, angrily yelling if he was tired of living. He roared that they didn't spend money just to retrieve the corpse of trash like him. The system explained that even level 0 members could undergo class advancement upon reaching level 1. But to do that, they had to find a way to earn experience points. A task as difficult as ascending to heaven. Ye Qing recalled the days he risked his life to find a critical hit that would deal at least 1 damage. He had accumulated experience slowly, bit by bit, day by day. Finally, by repeatedly taking attacks to find weaknesses, he managed to deal 1 damage to the spirit wolf and gained 1 experience point. With the experience bar at 100%, he smiled bitterly, realizing this was the only way for him to advance. A notification appeared, confirming Ye Qing was eligible for promotion. The man who was scolding him suddenly froze, unable to believe his eyes. A brilliant blue light enveloped Ye Qing as the system congratulated him on reaching level 1. Ye Qing stood stunned amidst the blue light, the system announcing that he had become a level 1 scavenger, which was also the maximum level. The foreman witnessed the scene with a look of utter astonishment. His astonishment quickly turned into a mocking grin, with tears and snot streaming down his face. He burst out laughing, mocking that a scavenger was still just a scavenger, and even had a maximum level of 1. Still laughing, the foreman grabbed Ye Qing's collar, ridiculing him for wasting his class change opportunity on a trashy profession. He announced that everyone else had left, and now Ye Qing had to complete the cleanup mission alone. Ye Qing turned away, thinking to himself that he had to tell his brothers about the incredible thing that had just happened. He looked at his injured hand, wondering if this profession was weak, since a maximum level of 1 would prevent him from increasing his stats. Despite his doubts, he was determined to find out what a scavenger's true abilities were. Ye Qing's eyes suddenly flashed with blue light as he focused on a target. Immediately, the corpse of the spirit wolf on the ground also began to emit a similar glow. A system notification panel appeared before the astonished Ye Qing. Without hesitation, he uttered, "Yes," to accept. A massive surge of purple energy suddenly erupted from the wolf's corpse. Ye Qing exclaimed in surprise as ghostly purple hands emerged from the energy stream. He realized this was the ability of the abyssal scavenger, as those hands grabbed the wolf's corpse. The ghostly hands dragged the wolf's corpse into a vortex in the ground, making Ye Qing feel a little eerie. A purple recycling icon appeared, along with a message announcing that the decomposition process was beginning. The process completed, Ye Qing saw 2 energy hands make a victory sign and realized it was all over. After decomposition, Ye Qing received the skill Spirit Dash and 3 attribute points. He was astonished that he could obtain skill cards and points from corpses. He immediately opened the system attribute panel to check his stats. Ye Qing realized the new skill card required 3 agility points to use. Without hesitation, he decided to allocate all 3 newly acquired attribute points to agility. The system notified him that he met the requirements and asked if he wanted to use the Spirit Dash skill. With a determined expression, Ye Qing agreed to use it. A surge of green energy enveloped his body as the skill was absorbed. His eyes flashed as the power transformation completed. However, after the energy dissipated, Ye Qing looked at his body in confusion, as he saw no obvious results. Suddenly, the foreman's shout rang out, ordering him to hurry up and clean. The foreman angrily stomped his foot on the ground to urge him on. Just then, a surge of blue electricity suddenly erupted around Ye Qing, making him scream and get thrown back. He shot forward at dizzying speed, his body becoming a blur. In the blink of an eye, he had soared a great distance through the mine area. Lying sprawled on the ground after the impact, Ye Qing wondered if that was the skill from earlier. A notification panel appeared, stating that Spirit Dash was on cooldown, confirming his suspicion. Ye Qing tiredly sat up, letting out a breath as he began to understand everything. His gaze sharpened as he pondered the potential of his new power. Suddenly, his eyes widened, as if a crucial idea had just struck him. Ye Qing realized that the abyssal scavenger profession didn't just pick up items, but could also recycle monster powers for attribute points. He felt the hidden power of this profession, and believed it was incredibly overpowered. A flood of attribute points began to pour out from the corpses around him. Ye Qing deduced that new skills were a one-time reward from new monster corpses, while attribute points would decrease for the same species. He was excited as he understood the reward mechanism from absorbing corpses. Suddenly, Ye Qing discovered he had accumulated 111 attribute points. He was confident that he wouldn't lack points in the future, and began to consider which stats to upgrade. With a determined smile, he made a bold choice. Ye Qing decided to distribute all points evenly, raising all his basic stats to 20. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an expedition team was finishing off the last 2 flaming wolves. A monster roared in its final attack. The expedition team, having left the spirit wolf, was discussing, with one member astonished to learn that Ye Qing had changed to the hidden profession scavenger. However, the team's strategist believed that most hidden professions were just a joke. Another member agreed, stating that a level 1 F rank was no different from a level 0. The leader brushed it off, ordering the team to continue forward and remain vigilant. They complied and entered a dark passage ahead. Inside the tunnel, the space was dark and filled with web-like structures. Upon exiting the tunnel, the leader was stunned by a giant root monster dominating the center of the room. He and his teammates could only stand and watch in utter horror. A grotesque entity with a helmet-like head and writhing tentacles emerged from the shadows. Venturing deeper, the expedition team discovered the remains of the falcon hunting group's leader. The group's strategist noticed that the bodies were unusually shriveled, suspecting their essence had been drained. The leader also found it strange that a B+ rank team could be completely wiped out in a place with only low-level zombie wolves. He suddenly realized a horrifying truth. It turned out they weren't the only ones here. An emergency news report announced the abyssal transformation at the Shenfeng shopping center, with 217 people missing. Returning to the present, the leader shouted, ordering everyone to retreat. But it was too late. The entire team was ambushed as countless monsters emerged from the ground. Lao Chen was horrified to realize that all the missing bodies had been piled up into a mountain here. The leader, while defending, concluded that the low-level monsters were just bait. A giant root from above slammed down forcefully, forcing the entire team to dodge. The leader looked up, facing the true mastermind of this abyss. It was a high-level abyssal man-eating plant, a monster nearly reaching rank A. But the danger didn't stop there. Another member frantically pointed upwards. The entire falcon hunting group had been reanimated and was charging down to attack them. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ye Qing was decomposing the corpses of the spirit wolves. He received a notification that he had completed a major milestone by decomposing 50 bodies. Ye Qing was delighted when a new reward, in the form of a dark energy orb, appeared before him. The reward for Ye Qing's achievement was revealed: a heart-shaped necklace and a mediocre dagger. He thought to himself that even the achievement rewards for this profession were just level 1 trash. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, startling him into alertness. He looked up as debris from the ceiling began to fall. Ye Qing realized something was approaching. A monster with a mouthful of tentacles plunged straight down from above. He watched in horror as the disgusting creature charged toward him. The monster delivered a devastating punch to the ground, but Ye Qing managed to dodge aside in time. A system notification appeared, confirming he had passed the agility check with 21 points and successfully evaded the attack. Ye Qing sighed in relief, thinking he had almost died. He realized his body had become more agile and wondered if it was due to the recently added attribute points. With a confident smile, Ye Qing believed he had truly grown stronger. The monster gave him no time to rest, charging forward to attack again. Its swing grazed right past Ye Qing's face. He ducked to avoid the blow and used his hand to forcefully deflect the monster's attack. Ye Qing leaped backward to maintain a safe distance. He realized that not only his agility but also his strength had increased. The system announced that the Spirit Dash skill was activated as he channeled force into his legs. "It's my turn now," Ye Qing roared, charging forward and declaring that he was now a class-changed individual. Ye Qing rushed in, yelling that this punch wouldn't just be D-rank damage. The system announced that the punch activated a strength check, breached the defense, and dealt 100% increased physical damage to the groaning monster. He confidently thought that his current self had made incomparable progress. Thanks to 20 intelligence points, his insight was enhanced, allowing him to detect the target's hidden weaknesses. Immediately, information about the parasitized human appeared, revealing its weaknesses were fire and the neck. Ye Qing smirked provocatively as the monster growled in pain. It frantically charged forward, attacking with its massive claws. Ye Qing gritted his teeth, narrowly dodging the deadly attack. He swiftly slid across the ground to escape its sweeping arm. Both of them rushed down a steep wall during the chase. Ye Qing recalled the information he had just received, identifying the neck as the weak point. He threw the dagger, and thanks to 20 luck points, the weapon's bleeding effect was activated. The dagger flew straight toward the unsuspecting parasitized human. The blade plunged deep into its throat, causing purple blood to gush out. The system confirmed that Ye Qing had eliminated the parasitized human as he stood over its corpse. The monster's toxic blood got onto his hand as he gripped the dagger's hilt. However, 20 constitution points activated his poison resistance, completely neutralizing the threat. Ye Qing cheered in delight for defeating something by himself for the first time. While the system asked if he wanted to decompose the corpse, he chose decompose without hesitation, and the system announced the process was successful. From the decomposition, Ye Qing received a new passive skill, Toxic Evolution, which has the ability to reverse toxins into beneficial effects. He wondered if this skill would allow him to drink spoiled potions like tonics, and decided to use the skill card immediately. The system confirmed the skill had been added and rewarded him with 5 distributable attribute points. Another reward from the decomposition was a spoiled potion, which the system warned was extremely toxic. Ye Qing confidently picked up the potion, believing that with Toxic Evolution, this deadly poison would turn into a beneficial effect. Without hesitation, he decided to test it and began drinking the purple liquid. Immediately, the skill activated, transforming the toxin's critical effect into a recovery effect and granting him the is less than essence is greater than buff, doubling all stats for 10 minutes. Feeling the power surging, he remembered that increasing intelligence would help him see more hidden information and decided to allocate the 5 new points to this stat. Your status screen updated, with base intelligence increasing to 25 and doubling to 50 thanks to a buff. Suddenly, a growl echoed from behind as Ye Qing walked. He turned back in annoyance, wondering if he had missed any monsters. His eyes sharpened as he identified the source of the sound. Before him stood a whole horde of monsters with glowing purple eyes, waiting. Past insults echoed in Ye Qing's mind. Burden of society, trash. He recalled all the times he was called useless when facing enemies, but now, he was different and could face them with pride. Ye Qing loudly declared his name and identity as a scavenger, then challenged the entire horde to charge. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the team of the one with spiky green hair was locked in fierce combat with the reanimated hunters. He used his shield to block a powerful attack from one of the mutated hunters. The green-haired captain struggled to hold his ground, realizing with shock that these reanimated corpses were even stronger than when they were alive. He glanced at the giant, shadowy plant boss behind them and yelled orders for his team to retreat. But it was too late. The entire team descended into chaos as they were surrounded by monsters and the boss. The red-haired assassin only had time to call out the captain's name before being impaled through the face by a reanimated hunter. Meanwhile, the strategist was also caught by horrifying tentacles. "Damn it, they just keep coming," the captain roared, acknowledging the enemy's terrifying strength. In the midst of the battle, he unleashed a powerful slash, unaware that Lao Chen had already begun to flee. Lao Chen thought to himself that he came for money and equipment, and dying here would be a waste. Suddenly, a magic spell that slowed him down enveloped the captain. He turned back angrily, shouting, "Chen, what the hell are you doing? We're teammates." Lao Chen coldly replied that he had to slow them down so he could escape. He ran up the escalator, shouting back, "I'll light some incense for you when I get back." "You bastard!" the captain screamed in despair as the traitor was already far away. Lao Chen smugly calculated that he would concoct a story about the team's demise, but then he froze upon seeing a figure ahead. He suddenly fell backward onto the floor, having collided with an obstacle. Ye Qing, with glowing eyes, stood imposingly before Lao Chen, who lay on the ground. Lao Chen was so terrified he was speechless, raising a hand to cover his mouth. "It's you piece of trash," Ye Qing said with contempt. "You betrayed your teammates to save your own skin." Lao Chen looked in horror at a shadowy, monstrous figure enveloping a corpse right behind Ye Qing. Lao Chen fearfully questioned Ye Qing about what had happened. Realizing he couldn't let Ye Qing leave alive, Lao Chen decided he had to eliminate him. He lunged forward to attack, spewing insults and launching a kick aimed at pushing Ye Qing to his death. However, the system announced that his kick had failed miserably and backfired. Lao Chen fell backward onto the floor, in pain and bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Yi Qing roared in anger, stating that Lao Chen wasn't even worthy of being called trash. His abilities erupted, and dark purple shadowy arms rose from the ground. Lao Chen was grabbed by these arms, screaming in vain terror. The system began the trash recycling process on Lao Chen's body, but the process failed, and the system announced it was unrecyclable trash. Yi Qing coolly remarked that not all trash could be recycled, as Lao Chen's unconscious body fell to the ground. A notification appeared. The recycling ability had been upgraded, allowing it to take a target's useless skill if they agreed, and Yi Qing received a mage trial card. Yi Qing realized that incapacitating the opponent counted as agreement, and found it convenient. He immediately used the card, gaining the ability to control fire and an enhanced version of a fire spell. Just then, a horde of grotesque abyssal ghouls emerged from the darkness. Yi Qing calmly faced the growling monsters at the top of the escalator. He tried to replicate how Lao Chen had created a fireball. Unexpectedly, a massive explosion erupted from his hands, blasting Yi Qing backward. The colossal firepower, an infernal burst, shot forward with devastating force. Yi Qing stood amidst the wreckage after the horrific explosion he himself had caused. He panicked, realizing the immense destructive power might have obliterated the monster corpses he needed to recycle. Suddenly, a small hooded ghoul wielding dual blades lunged out from the shadows. Yi Qing quickly regained his composure, his eyes sharpening. He easily dodged the monster's lightning-fast attack. The enemy grazed past as Yi Qing continued to move to evade. His face showed no fear, completely focused on the fight. He dodged another attack, causing the ghoul to lose its balance. A blue energy sword materialized in Yi Qing's hand. He used the new sword to block the assassin ghoul's attack. Yi Qing realized to himself that he hadn't learned any close combat skills. At the same time, a large dark entity appeared, seemingly the mastermind. It enveloped the green-haired hunter with dark energy, declaring that it would turn him into its aid. The hunter's ability was transformed into a skill card named Golden Shield. Yi Qing immediately decided to use the newly acquired skill. A gleaming golden shield appeared, firmly attached to his left arm. He raised his shield, neatly blocking the assassin ghoul's attack. Immediately after, Yi Qing used the same shield to strike hard, knocking the enemy away. The small ghoul fell, and Yi Qing stood there with sword and shield, ready for the next challenges. After defeating the enemy, Yi Qing decided to recycle its body to lay it to rest. From this, he received a new skill card, Dagger Mastery. Using it immediately, Yi Qing felt the ordinary dagger in his hand become much more agile. The scene shifted to a dialogue between Yi Qing and an abyssal entity about the mission to find the Falcon team. Yi Qing recalled the entity's warnings. If their bodies weren't found, the mission would fail, and he wouldn't receive the reward. Meanwhile, he also remembered receiving the "is less than brutality, is greater than ability" after a successful recycling. Yi Qing affirmed to the entity that he was well aware of the mission conditions. He reported that he had found the Falcon team, but they had all been recycled. The abyssal entity seemed confused by the word recycled, and Yi Qing merely replied vaguely that he had disposed of them. Yi Qing fabricated a story that they had been dragged into the abyss by that person, implicitly referring to himself but under a different guise. Meanwhile, a new scene unfolded in the interrogation room of the Abyssal Oversight Committee. The foreman who survived the incident was questioned about a non-existent person and the reduction of his level by 1. He frantically screamed that his abilities had been recycled by that person, asserting that it was none other than scavenger Yi Qing. Nevertheless, he still seemed not entirely certain of his accusation before the agents. The interrogators concluded he was hallucinating and dismissed his testimony amidst the foreman's despair. Returning to Yi Qing, he had sold all the magic stones on the black market, but the money was only just enough to pay off his debts. He began to worry that if he continued to use his recycling ability in front of others, he would be reported to the supervisors. Yi Qing was well aware of his danger. Someone who awakened a hidden profession could be taken for research at any moment. Yi Qing clenched his fists, determined to earn a lot of money while he was still free. He arrived before a new dungeon, where a recruiter was announcing double rewards for this mission and requiring B-rank professionals or higher. Yi Qing stepped forward to ask if he was qualified, and the recruiter immediately inquired about his rank. He confidently declared himself a scavenger, level 1. Immediately, the crowd burst into laughter, and a woman mocked him as trash, telling him to go queue with the other scavengers. Yi Qing thought to himself, his plan was to let everyone look down on him, so he would be assigned a support role and could secretly collect corpses without anyone noticing. Angrily, the recruiter grabbed Yi Qing by the collar, intending to throw him out. Just then, a white-haired woman appeared, recognized by the crowd as Miss Liu of the renowned Liu family, who had awakened a god-chosen profession. Everyone buzzed, calling her Liu Xingran, the rising star of the hunting team and the god-chosen child. Liu Xingran glanced at Yi Qing and coldly stated that whether he was a level 1 rookie or not didn't matter, as all of them were just trash to fill the numbers. The recruiter immediately flattered Liu Xingran and agreed to let Yi Qing stay, making him sigh in relief, accustomed to playing the role of a useless person. Yi Qing and Liu Xingran looked at each other in silence. He felt the name Liu Xingran was very familiar, trying to recall where he had met her. Yi Qing suddenly remembered. It was 2 years ago, when he saw Liu Xingran in extreme panic. In his memory, Liu Xingran helplessly faced a giant monster about to attack. At that time, a younger Ye Qing had rushed in to attack the monster, dealing 1 point of critical damage. He had defeated the monster to Liu Xingran's astonishment. The young girl, stunned, asked how a scavenger like him could kill a magic beast. The past Ye Qing joyfully shouted upon receiving his first experience point, while Liu Xingran asked if he was alright. Liu Xingran, her face still stained with blood, asked Ye Qing in surprise why he would risk his life like that to gain experience. Ye Qing calmly replied that it was all for money. The girl didn't believe him, thinking this method could cost him his life, but Ye Qing no longer paid attention, his eyes gleaming at the magic stones from the monster. He retorted angrily, saying that those who had awakened professions like her could never understand the bitter life of those considered trash. Liu Xingran questioned his reckless act of charging alone into a horde of magic beasts, wondering if he was trying to prove something. The girl suddenly shouted, asserting that she also wanted to become stronger, to be the first to conquer that place. After Ye Qing asked about that place, Liu Xingran demanded to know his true purpose, and he replied with just one word: family. Ye Qing explained that he wanted to become stronger to protect his family. Moved by his determination, the girl asked for his name. He confidently introduced himself as Ye Qing. The girl also introduced herself, saying her name was Liu Xingran, and invited him to join her team after she awakened her profession to conquer that place together. Liu Xingran extended her hand to a stunned Ye Qing. The two shook hands on the agreement. Ye Qing was confident that by then he wouldn't be a burden, while Liu Xingran teased that his feat was only worth 0.5 points. Suddenly, 2 men in suits appeared, panicked to find their young lady, and immediately scolded Ye Qing, calling him a scavenger. They hastily dragged Liu Xingran away against her protests, stating the chairman was furious. As she was being dragged off, Liu Xingran threw something towards Ye Qing, yelling for him to catch it. Ye Qing caught the sparkling magic stone in his hand. Liu Xingran turned back with a mischievous smile, calling it his 0.5 point reward. Ye Qing stood alone, clutching the magic stone, then quietly turned and left. In a flashback, a spiky-haired warrior slaps Ye Qing on the head, yelling at him to move the crystals quickly and pointing out Liu Xingran's presence. As Liu Xingran heads towards a spatial gate, Ye Qing silently tells himself he will try his best not to drag his teammates down. Liu Xingran coldly orders everyone to prepare their equipment and be ready to depart. The entire team replies in unison and prepares to enter the brightly glowing purple gate. With his eyes flashing purple, Ye Qing resolves to work hard this time, to earn money and return safely. He recalls that the last time he fought his way out of the abyss, he obtained the skill Golden Shield from a shield warrior. He also received the Dagger Mastery card after defeating an assassin. The abilities of a berserker were also among the spoils he acquired. Finally, he recalls the battle where he obtained a boss-level ability. That was the super regeneration ability of the giant root monster. Ye Qing is confident in his balanced stat allocation method, which leaves him with no weaknesses, and a total stat exceeding 100 points. Back in the present, as he walks, a horned warrior in armor wonders what level 100 points would equate to. Ye Qing immediately activates Observing Eye to analyze the opponent's stats. He silently assesses that the warrior only has 12 points in strength, while his own 100 points are equivalent to the strength of 100 ordinary people. Upon entering the dungeon, Ye Qing's first step creates a force so powerful it cracks the stone floor. The force from his step causes a tremor that spreads throughout the corridor. Moving ahead a bit, the other team members are startled, wondering if there was just an earthquake. Ye Qing casually presses a dislodged brick back into the wall, chuckles, and blames it on unstable underground structures. Suddenly, a torch-wielding team member exclaims that he has found a chest. The group gathers before the A-rank chest, but the spiky-haired warrior complains that there's no assassin in the team to open it. Ye Qing unexpectedly offers to try opening the chest. The entire adventurer team gathers around the chest, watching him curiously. To everyone's surprise, Ye Qing easily picks the lock as if it were a joke. The spiky-haired warrior questions him, but Ye Qing fabricates a story about scavengers often learning convenient skills. After deciding to divide the loot later, the team continues forward, but Ye Qing suddenly stops. He quickly stops the female mage, warning her that something is ahead. Ye Qing throws a stone down the corridor to test it. The stone hits an invisible wall of sharp spikes, triggering a deadly trap. Questioned again, Ye Qing lies once more, claiming he has trap sense from frequently encountering them while scavenging. Liu Xingran silently observes Ye Qing, her gaze full of scrutiny. Ye Qing's lie succeeds due to his high intelligence stat, making the entire team believe him. The spiky-haired warrior bestows upon him a low-level mace as a reward, but Ye Qing knows they still look down on him. The team enters a large room and finds a single item, mistaking it for a reward room. The item is a stone tablet and a chalice filled with blood, confirmed by the system as a reward room. The horned warrior cautiously picks up the tablet, warning everyone not to let their guard down. The moment he declares they have obtained the final treasure, the liquid in the chalice begins to boil. The system announces blood trial has begun, as the blood in the chalice erupts into the air. A team member screams in horror, realizing this is not a reward room but a trap. The blood energy transforms into the grotesque skull-like monsters of the blood nightmare. Liu Xingran immediately assumes a combat stance, ordering the team to prepare to engage. The expedition team is surrounded by the horde of blood nightmare monsters. Yi Qing silently thinks that to avoid revealing himself, he will only fight at 25% of his strength. He recalls the seemingly useless weakening ring that has now become useful. Meanwhile, the other team members begin to engage the monsters. Yi Qing activates the Spirit Dash skill, charging into the middle of the encirclement. He moves like a phantom, slicing through the blood monsters with a single strike. Liu Xingran exclaims in surprise in her mind. Just one hit? The monsters struck, explode into countless drops of blood. Facing another monster, Liu Xingran only feels a sense of exhilaration. Her eyes flash with sharpness, ready to engage. She too charges into battle, skillfully dodging and attacking the horde. The horned warrior also smashes a monster and shouts in surprise as it shatters. He panics as he sees the fragments are starting to coalesce. These monsters have the ability to mimic the forms of the humans they face. The warrior doesn't hesitate to charge at the blood clone of himself. The cloaked mage exclaims in admiration. Well done. But the monster still stands tall right in front of the warrior. He is stunned, unable to believe his eyes. The blood clone swings its weapon down, completely overwhelming the warrior. Knocked to the ground, the mage desperately realizes decapitation is useless. Is it immortal? The horned warrior lay helplessly at the feet of his own blood clone. The clone swung its glowing red sword, preparing to finish its opponent. The mage's eyes were filled with horror and despair. Suddenly, Liu Xingran descended, landing heavily on a block of ice, and shouted, "Can you guys be any more useless?" She plunged her sword down, pinning the injured warrior. Liu Xingran looked at her teammates with disdain, stating that it was just a blood nightmare that they couldn't even handle. She coldly concluded, "Trash will always be trash." Meanwhile, the blood nightmare in its original form began to slowly advance. The mage cried out in panic that it was too fast, not even giving them time to cast spells. Yi Qing stepped forward, conjured a fireball in his hands, and declared he would vaporize it. He yelled "Great Fire Burst" and unleashed a terrifying explosion. The mage and the warrior were stunned, realizing it was an S-rank summoning spell cast instantly. Yi Qing thought to himself, "Is this a game bug? How can a level 1 player do this?" As the smoke cleared, the blood nightmare was not destroyed, but had split into two. The two monsters lunged at Yi Qing with blinding speed. Yi Qing was sent flying by an attack. The monster unleashed a stun skill on him. Immediately, Yi Qing activated Berserk mode, increasing his speed and strength by 100%. He charged forward, delivering a punch that shattered one blood nightmare. Yi Qing stood firm with a determined gaze, ready for the next battle. Yi Qing looked in confusion as the fragments of the blood nightmare began to reassemble on their own. They merged into a giant humanoid monster, roaring before him. Witnessing this, the cloaked mage in the team exclaimed in horror about the monster. Yi Qing was also stunned, realizing, it's been duplicated. He couldn't believe a king-class monster would appear in a B-rank abyss, feeling something was completely wrong. Yi Qing analyzed that the blood nightmare could mimic and grow stronger against powerful enemies, and it had absorbed his attributes to evolve. Instantly, the king-class monster lunged forward to attack. It delivered a devastating punch to the ground, forcing Yi Qing to struggle to dodge. He realized that if its attributes were equal to his, he couldn't win by sheer force. Just then, Liu Xingran appeared, coldly telling him to get out of the way, calling him useless. She declared that such a powerful opponent was hers to handle. Liu Xingran faced the blood nightmare, her sword beginning to radiate cold energy. She easily blocked an attack from the monster, creating a blinding collision. Immediately after, Liu Xingran leaped into the air, her sword enveloped in a frost aura. She brought down a powerful sword strike on the monster's head. A massive ice explosion engulfed the blood nightmare. Yi Qing exclaimed in surprise, "Control over the frost domain." However, the monster was not yet defeated. It broke through the ice and roared. The blood nightmare furiously charged at Liu Xingran to counterattack. Liu Xingran looked worried as she faced the monster that had broken free of the ice. The blood nightmare unleashed a fierce attack, but she blocked it with a frost aura. Pushed back by the opponent's power, Liu Xingran slid across the ground. She gritted her teeth, admitting that the situation was not good, and she was still too weak. In a flashback, agents had warned her about the unstable energy levels of this abyss. Another memory flashed back, showing her wrapping bandages around her arm in preparation. She told herself her goal was to conquer the highest floor of the end tower, but her growth rate was far behind her siblings. She even felt like she could never catch up to them. Returning to reality, Liu Xingran gathered her strength, determined that if she couldn't easily crush this abyss, then she wouldn't be worthy of inheriting the Liu family. A massive frost aura erupted from her, pushing back the blood nightmare. From a distance, Yi Qing and the other teammates could only watch her power in astonishment. Liu Xingran summoned a blue flag in her hand. She slammed the frost flag into the ground, activating a skill that increased the speed of allies within a 30-meter radius by 50%. The ground around the flag immediately froze over. The frost wave spread rapidly, encasing and completely freezing the blood nightmare. With her own speed boosted, Liu Xingran faced the immobilized enemy. She explained that the frost domain was specifically designed to counter liquid-type monsters. Once frozen, they were harmless. Liu Xingran charged forward, shouting the skill name Meteor Strike, and delivering a decisive slash to the monster. Standing from afar, Yi Qing mused about the legendary S-rank profession, wondering who would be stronger between the blood nightmare and Liu Xingran. Liu Xingran realized with shock that her decisive blow had no effect whatsoever. The ice prison shattered, and the blood nightmare rose, even more grotesque, looming before her. The monster charged with terrifying speed. Overwhelmed, Liu Xingran struggled to fend off the relentless attacks, thinking her S-rank power was still inferior to her siblings. She recalled her past, always being mocked by her clan as weak and a disgrace. Regaining her spirit, Liu Xingran gritted her teeth, determined to become stronger, even if she had to start from the lowest-ranked abysses. With a resolute cry, she vowed to surpass everyone and face every challenge on her own. Empowered by her will, she charged headfirst at the blood nightmare. Ye Qing was surprised by her sudden change, but the monster launched a surprise attack, filling Liu Xingran with extreme dread. A giant blood arm slammed down where she stood. Liu Xingran was sent flying, spitting blood, and fell unconscious mid-air. Yi Qing was stunned to see Liu Xingran defeated, while other adventurers panicked, shouting that an S-rank hunter had failed and they should flee. The blood nightmare stood triumphantly after defeating its strongest opponent. Yi Qing's expression shifted from surprise to anger. Suddenly, a massive explosion engulfed the blood nightmare. The remaining members of Liu Xingran's team watched in astonishment as a strange attack hurtled towards the monster. The powerful strike hit the ground right in front of the blood nightmare, creating a violent shockwave. After being defeated, Liu Xingran landed steadily. She glared at the monster, thinking irritably about this brat. Meanwhile, Ye Qing was facing the blood nightmare head-on. He activated his observing eye, his irises glowing purple as he searched for the opponent's weakness. Ye Qing analyzed that if this monster reached king rank, it would become immune to all debuffs. Realizing he couldn't hold back, he decided to unleash his full stats, his fist erupting in fierce flames. Ye Qing lunged forward, but the blood nightmare immediately copied his power and evolved into a larger form with terrifying horns. They clashed, engaging in a high-speed battle. After a devastating explosion, Ye Qing was pushed back step by step by the monster's power. From afar, Liu Xingran's team exclaimed in shock at his speed. While she quickly drank a recovery potion, the blood nightmare unleashed a powerful sweeping attack, flinging Ye Qing into the air. He quickly regained his balance, sliding along the wall to create distance. Ye Qing told himself that his goal was to find this king-rank monster's weakness. He launched another explosive attack, but realized it was futile, as the monster could regenerate any destroyed parts. Suddenly, Ye Qing realized a crucial truth. This monster seemed to be remotely controlled. The thought flashed through his mind like lightning, opening up a completely new direction. He turned and shouted, pointing out that the stone removed earlier was the cause of the blood nightmare's appearance. Hearing Ye Qing shout, "Kick it over here," the horned warrior immediately understood. Without hesitation, the warrior put all his strength into kicking the giant stone as Ye Qing directed. Ye Qing realized the solution was to decipher the ancient spell on the stone to break the blood curse. The stone flew directly towards the blood nightmare, which was preparing to attack Ye Qing. The monster opened its mouth wide and swallowed the inscribed stone into its fiery body. Immediately after, a system notification appeared, stating that the blood nightmare had entered invincible mode. Seeing the monster suddenly freeze, Liu Xingran was confused, while Ye Qing cursed himself for being too careless. Ye Qing irritably explained that it had entered invincible mode. Amidst the tension, Liu Xingran turned to Ye Qing, feeling that he looked very familiar. Ye Qing was stunned, not expecting that she hadn't recognized him until now. Liu Xingran began to recall their encounter in the abyss 2 years ago. She remembered he was the scavenger who took the last 0.5 experience points she missed from a monster. Finally, remembering, Liu Xingran miscalled his name, causing Ye Qing to irritably correct her. She smiled, expressing her surprise that he had succeeded in changing his profession. Ye Qing crossed his arms, proudly declaring that he was now a level 1 scavenger. Liu Xingran thought about his persistence, how he always risked his life to accumulate every bit of experience points. Noticing her gaze, Ye Qing was confused as to why, then fell into his own thoughts. He turned away with an awkward smile, thinking that some things were too embarrassing to say. Liu Xingran planted her giant ice sword into the ground, proposing a plan to use her frost domain to freeze the monster momentarily. She tasked Ye Qing with using that brief window to locate the stone within it. Ye Qing extended his fist towards Liu Xingran, proposing cooperation and considering it her 0.5-point reward. Liu Xingran confidently accepted the offer of cooperation, warning Ye Qing not to get in her way. Suddenly, the remaining members of Liu Xingran's team also spoke up, expressing their determination to join the fight. Liu Xingran agreed, and Ye Qing confidently declared that the whole group would surely survive and escape. Ye Qing and Liu Xingran faced the invincible blood nightmare together. Inside the monster's body, the stone emitted a menacing red glow. Ye Qing calculated that the invincible state would end after 5 seconds, and then the monster would enter a frenzy for 30 seconds. He turned back and shouted, encouraging everyone that the final 30 seconds was their chance to survive. The horned warrior muttered Ye Qing's words, slowly regaining his fighting spirit. A system notification confirmed the successful morale boost, and the horned warrior roared with determination. Liu Xingran was enveloped in an aura, receiving a buff that increased morale, reduced fatigue by 100%, and increased mana recovery speed by 15%. She looked in surprise at her team, now brimming with fighting spirit, chanting in unison that they must survive. Lu Xingran secretly thought about Ye Qing's scavenger profession. She concluded that this profession could not be underestimated, then ordered the horned warrior to taunt the monster. The horned warrior immediately charged forward, shouting loudly to attract the blood nightmare's attention. Provoked, the giant monster roared and launched a fierce attack toward the warrior. Liu Xingran quickly ordered the cloaked mage to provide cover for the scavenger by targeting the monster's newly grown tentacles. The mage immediately channeled power, firing a powerful blue energy orb. The magical attack struck the blood nightmare, creating a blinding explosion of light. Yi Qing explained to Liu Xingran that the stone slab was the key, but if it was destroyed by fire, this trial would never end. Yi Qing looked thoughtfully at his hand, suggesting that the stone slab could be taken out by hand. Liu Xingran was utterly astonished, unable to understand how it could be taken out by hand. She realized in shock that he meant they had to crawl inside the blood nightmare's belly. Yi Qing firmly corrected her, saying that, precisely, they had to go through its body. Liu Xingran was momentarily stunned by this insane plan. Immediately, she recovered and ordered the archer to aim at the cave ceiling to create stone steps. A member of her team immediately obeyed, drawing his bow. The archer shot a blazing arrow upward. The arrow exploded, causing large rocks from the cave ceiling to fall onto the blood nightmare. Liu Xingran declared that she would freeze the monster's lower body and leave the rest. "To me!" Yi Qing shouted, charging forward amidst the shower of rocks. He sprinted across the ground while Liu Xingran leaped over his head, stepping on the falling rocks. Yi Qing quickly closed the distance, jumping straight toward the giant monster. He moved at blinding speed, dodging the blood nightmare's continuous attacks. Thanks to his hyper-regeneration skill, Ye Qing ignored minor injuries and continued pressing forward. At the same time, Liu Xingran forcefully planted her flag of frost into the ground, releasing a wave of cold air. The icy wave spread, completely freezing the blood nightmare's lower half. Seeing the monster restrained, Liu Xingran shouted, pointing out the weak spot on its chest to Ye Qing. Feeling he wasn't fast enough, Ye Qing activated a series of skills, boosting his speed and defense. Ye Qing shot forward, yelling that this was his plan to wipe out the enemy. From the blood nightmare's perspective, a streak of purple light was hurtling straight toward it. The monster quickly transformed a part of its body into a giant blade, terrifying Ye Qing. He raised his hand to block the devastating attack with a loud crash. Witnessing the scene, Liu Xingran and her teammates were frozen in horror. The extremely powerful impact sent Ye Qing flying backward. However, mid-air, Ye Qing flashed a smug smile, secretly thinking that his plan to feign failure had succeeded. He bitterly admitted that, as expected, he should have continued maintaining a weak appearance, but he couldn't. He gritted his teeth, showing his resolve. Yi Qing suddenly activated his recycling ability while still airborne. He focused on the recycling target, which was himself. A giant purple entity with powerful arms began to form from the chaotic energy. The blood nightmare stared blankly at the incredible transformation taking place. Liu Xingran and the entire team were speechless, wondering in astonishment where that entity had come from. A system notification appeared, stating that the recycling of a living creature had failed, while Ye Qing strained himself to endure. A shadow of Ye Qing commanded that if it couldn't be recycled, then throw it out forcefully. With a determined gaze, Ye Qing roared, demanding to use all the power. The giant purple entity created from the failed energy now confronted the blood nightmare directly. A terrifying explosion engulfed the battlefield as Ye Qing's attack struck the blood nightmare. With glowing purple eyes, Ye Qing burst out from the epicenter, his hand tightly gripping a stone tablet taken from the monster's core. He landed on the cracked ground, while the blood nightmare's giant body began to disintegrate behind him. A system notification appeared, confirming that Ye Qing had completed the blood trial. The remnants of the king-level monster shattered into particles of blue light, vanishing completely. Standing far away, Liu Xingran's teammates were stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. Liu Xingran stared into the distance, skeptically asking if they had truly won. Immediately afterward, the mage and the horned armored warrior cheered joyfully as the level up notification appeared. The other team members were also enveloped in the golden light of leveling up, their stats soaring. Liu Xingran was also surprised to find that she had just leveled up after the fierce battle. Contrary to everyone else, Ye Qing only received a failure notification because he had already reached the maximum level. Suddenly, a magnificent treasure chest materialized out of thin air, causing the archer to cheer excitedly. Glowing item cards flew out of the chest, and Ye Qing quickly snatched one. It was a powerful sword with plus 88 attack power, but it required level 10. Yi Qing was stunned when the system notified him that he wasn't a high enough level, realizing his maximum level was only 1. He desperately looked at the flashy equipment around him, all of which were useless to him. Liu Xingran approached him, handed him all the item cards, and said he deserved to be the one distributing them. Yi Qing spoke up, saying he had a favor to ask of her. The scene shifted to a group of people standing before a giant purple teleportation gate amidst a ruined city. Outside the abyssal gate, a man in a suit was requesting headquarters to send a rescue team. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the gate, "No need." As a group of people began to emerge, Liu Xingran confidently stepped out, leading her team back to the real world. Her attendant burst into tears of joy, shouting, "Miss!" A reporter at the scene immediately broadcast the news that Miss Xingran had successfully cleared the abyss alone. Liu Xingran proudly played along, wondering what she couldn't do. While her teammates whispered to keep the secret, she thought to herself, I am an S-rank hunter, after all. The scene flashed back to when Ye Qing asked Liu Xingran about the financial situation of her family's corporation. He offered to sell all the spoils of war back to her at a discounted price of 500 magic crystals. Then, Ye Qing made a more crucial request. Let her take all the credit for clearing this dungeon. Although slightly confused, Liu Xingran quickly agreed to his proposal. Ye Qing told the team to go ahead. He would secretly leave afterward. As she turned away, Liu Xingran realized his true intention was to make her owe him a huge favor. Inside, the dungeon was now left with only silence and emptiness. Ye Qing sat alone in the room, facing a mysterious stone slab. He calmly reached his hand toward the slab. As his hand emitted purple energy, a small, frightened shadow spirit flew out from the slab. Ye Qing looked at the tiny creature with a confident smile. He asked if it wanted to be trampled like trash forever, then offered for it to become his strength. With a confident smile, Ye Qing reached out and absorbed the small shadow entity into a purple energy sphere. A system notification appeared, confirming the successful recycling of the blood nightmare, creating a vial of glowing red energy. He received a new skill card called Nightmare Body, which allows the summoning of a clone by consuming life essence. Ye Qing cheered excitedly as a red phantom enveloped his upper body, demonstrating his new power. With an expectant look, he proposed cooperation with his newly acquired power for the upcoming battles. The scene shifted to an outdoor public area, where Ye Qing was standing on a balcony. Afterward, he sat alone at a cafe, interacting with a transparent interface screen. He scrolled through the list of item cards he had acquired. Ye Qing mused that he had given all the high-level items to Liu Xingran to avoid attracting the attention of the supervisors. He further considered that these low-level items wouldn't raise any suspicion even if he secretly sold them. Leaning back, Ye Qing dismissed the idea, figuring no one would buy this trash. Instead, he decided to tap the recycle icon on the screen. The system announced that a piece of equipment had been recycled into one basic point, startling Ye Qing into an exclamation. He frantically wondered if he had accidentally decomposed the item, just as a recycling tutorial panel appeared. Ye Qing was surprised to learn that trash equipment could be decomposed, and the system assigned him a task: repair the dagger. He examined his nearly broken dagger and read the notification that repairing it would cost 5 basic points. Realizing he needed 4 more points, Ye Qing began decomposing 4 other low-level weapons. After the repair, Ye Qing was astonished to find that the dagger was not only restored, but also enhanced. With a calculating smile, he concluded that even trash equipment needed to be tempered. Just as the system announced he had completed the tutorial, Ye Qing ponders the importance of magic potions in conquering the abyss. Suddenly, a notification appears, stating he has learned the item rebirth skill. Sitting in a diner, he wonders about the random container requirement for the recipe. Ye Qing decides to experiment and asks the waiter for some containers. Using the paper cups on the table, he begins the rebirth process. After successfully recycling a cup, Ye Qing discovers he has to play a minigame. The diner waiter looks on confusedly as Ye Qing repeatedly exclaims, "Perfect!" He wipes his sweat, satisfied with the result. 4 cups filled with blue magic potions. Ye Qing picks up a cup that has transformed into a strangely shaped container, but it's still usable. He takes a sip and immediately winces at the terrible taste, like spoiled fruit juice. However, a green energy envelops Ye Qing, fully restoring his magic and physique. Feeling revitalized, he pulls up his hood and confidently believes he can conquer another abyss. Suddenly, a large, bald man with scars on his face blocks his path and calls his name. Ye Qing calmly turns to face the men who called him. Surrounded by debt collectors, he hears the leader comment on his changed aura. The leader puts an arm around Ye Qing, sarcastically asking if he found any treasures. Ye Qing coldly announces he has paid off his debts, prompting the leader to signal his subordinates to back off. The leader reminds him that Ye Qing's employment contract is still valid and blows smoke into his drink to provoke him. Seeing Ye Qing unfazed, the creditor angrily roars, mocking his attitude. Ye Qing decisively pushes the creditor's hand away, spilling his drink. The creditor grabs Ye Qing's shoulder, growling about the spilled bubble tea and threatening him about the consequences of a level 0 scavenger clashing with a B-rank transmigrator. 2 subordinates step forward, cracking their knuckles and looking at Ye Qing with disdain, saying they've always found him annoying. Ye Qing remains calm, thinking that according to regulations, only law enforcement can use abilities outside the abyss, and he deliberately chose a camera blind spot. The creditor makes a humiliating demand. Ye Qing must pick up and eat the tapioca pearls from the ground, then lick the spilled bubble tea clean. He laughs heartily, mocking this as a rare job opportunity by assigning him this scavenging task. With determined eyes, Ye Qing looks up and firmly replies, "I refuse." Enraged by the defiance, the creditor roars, "Shameless," and lunges forward to attack. Suddenly, he freezes, his expression shifting from aggression to extreme fear as he stammers, "Caesar!" A man with blonde hair and many scars on his face appears. Introduced as Rodrigo Caesar from the S-rank hunting team, Blood Oath, Caesar grabs the creditor's tie and asks if he's gathered enough people, to which the man tremblingly replies they are still missing one. Caesar's gaze sharpens as he asks where the last person is. He looks towards Ye Qing, who is walking away, and calls out, "Hey kid," Caesar declares. "You're hired," causing the creditor to interject in panic, saying Ye Qing is just a scavenger. Ye Qing stands still, looking up at the man who made the unexpected offer. Caesar explains he doesn't need someone strong, but a meat shield for entering the abyss during a red moon, when monsters become extremely ferocious. The words red moon immediately capture Ye Qing's attention. The red moon phenomenon causes abyss monsters to go berserk, rare monsters to respawn. But the rewards and quality of magic cores will also double. Thinking of the valuable magic cores, Ye Qing clenches his fist, smiles, and agrees, "All right, I'll join." Caesar smirks in satisfaction, praising Ye Qing as someone who knows how to adapt. Caesar then turns and calls the other recruited members over. Ye Qing suddenly hears a surprised cry from behind him. A white-haired man, the foreman who survived the previous dungeon incident, points at him with a stunned expression. Ye Qing coldly turns to face him. Without a word, he slaps the foreman across the face and yells at him to shut up. Knocked away, the foreman can only stammer, while Ye Qing thinks the man should think before he speaks. The foreman gasps for breath after the staggering blow, keeping a safe distance from Ye Qing. He shouts to confirm he's not mistaken, but Ye Qing calmly replies that it's thanks to him borrowing everyone's strength that the foreman is still alive. Rodrigo Caesar suddenly appears and asks if they know each other. Ye Qing immediately denies it. He even deliberately says that someone who killed his teammates wouldn't have friends, making the foreman turn pale with fear. Ye Qing then coldly asks the foreman how he got out. The foreman angrily recounts how he had to sell all his assets and pay a 1,500,000 fine to avoid prison, losing all his levels and having to start over, then threatens to report Ye Qing. With his eyes glowing purple, Ye Qing warns that if the foreman says another word, he will turn him into trash and recycle him. At the City C subway station, a new expedition is about to begin. Inside the station, a giant red abyss gate is swirling, and Rodrigo Caesar's team, including Ye Qing, is entering. A young man with green hair introduces himself as Zhou Tong, a level 3 bard, welcoming Ye Qing to the Meat Shield team. Ye Qing introduces himself as a level 1 scavenger, then points at the foreman and invents a new identity. Level 1 mage, Chen Xingdian. Zhou Tong friendly slings an arm around Ye Qing, saying they are all here to sell their lives for money, while Ye Qing thinks this motley crew will surely follow him. Zhou Tong then volunteers as the leader of the small group, citing his highest level. The other two members, level 2 healer Lao Zhu and level 3 warrior Lao Zhang, do not object. Rodrigo Caesar informs the group that besides the 6 main members of Blood Oath, there will be 5 temporary members, and Ye Qing understands their role is merely to be bait. Rodrigo Caesar explained the mission to the cannon fodder squad: find their way to the boss room in a maze full of traps. He scoffed that he didn't expect them to be capable fighters, and they only needed to run if they encountered monsters. Caesar declared that if only one person survived, that person would receive the entire reward, sowing distrust within the group. Lao Zhang anxiously inquired when he saw healer Lao Zhu coughing due to his weak health. Lao Zhu affirmed that he couldn't back down because his 4 daughters were waiting at home. Lao Zhang also sighed, revealing that he was taking risks because he needed money to treat his severely ill wife. Following Zhou Tong's command, all 5 members of the cannon fodder squad entered the abyssal gate together. Inside, Lao Zhang and Lao Zhu discussed Ye Qing, a new face among the baitmakers. Lao Zhang remarked that Ye Qing's calm demeanor was something he had never seen before. The entire squad entered an ancient hall, standing before a colossal gate. Zhou Tong wondered about the unusual silence, but Foreman, one immediately told him not to jinx it. Lao Zhu and Lao Zhang shivered, realizing that the dungeon's temperature had suddenly dropped. Zhou Tong, trembling from the cold, urged everyone to keep moving forward. He carelessly stepped on a cracked stone slab, activating a mechanism. A gigantic pendulum blade swung down from the ceiling directly at Zhou Tong's position. Ye Qing swiftly grabs Zhou Tong's bag strap and yanked him out of the trap's trajectory. The blade slammed into the floor, while Zhou Tong fell backward, letting out a sharp cry of pain. Foreman. One yelled at a bewildered Zhou Tong that he had just stepped on a trap, while Ye Qing secretly wondered how this guy had survived until now. Zhou Tong just chuckled, thinking he was lucky to have escaped death, while Ye Qing secretly thought he was too careless. Without a care, Zhou Tong cheerfully waved his hand to signal forward, and immediately stepped on another trap. Zhou Tong watched in horror as strange, bean-shaped objects fell from the ceiling. The white objects scattered onto the stone floor with heavy thudding sounds. Lao Zhu and Lao Zhang, both now wearing blindfolds, cautiously approached, wondering if they were living creatures. Suddenly, sharp black spikes pierced through the white shells, making both of them jump back in surprise. They completely shed their skins, transforming into a swarm of level 5 demonized spiders, elite creatures capable of spitting venom. Zhou Tong screamed in panic, confessing that what he feared most were these disgusting insects. The foreman didn't hesitate, raising his hand forward and activating his fire skill. He unleashed 2 powerful streams of fire, incinerating the charging spiders. Lao Zhu realized they were elite creatures. The foreman cursed, and Lao Zhang volunteered for the front line. Lao Zhang bravely charged into the midst of the spider swarm, using his sword and shield to block their attacks. While the entire squad was in a chaotic battle, Ye Qing calmly walked towards a spider. He threw a punch directly at the monster's mouth, but the system reported no damage. Nevertheless, the punch sent the spider sprawling backward, and Ye Qing stood watching it with his hands in his pockets. The foreman glanced at Ye Qing with disdain, secretly thinking he was just an arrogant power thief. A notification appeared, asking Ye Qing if he wanted to recycle the recently defeated demonized spider. He immediately agreed and received a notification that he had gained 1 attribute point. The recycling also yielded a new item, an arcana card named Quenching Poison. Ye Qing realized that besides skill and profession cards, he could also obtain arcana cards to enhance equipment. Lao Zhang angrily yelled, telling Ye Qing to get to the back if he didn't want to get in everyone's way. Ignoring the scolding, Ye Qing took out an ordinary dagger, deciding to test his new arcana card. Ye Qing prepared to intervene as Zhou Tong frantically fled from a demonized spider. In his fear, Zhou Tong secretly thought that even as the team's highest level bard, he had a terrifying secret. A demon spider lunged to attack Zhou Tong, who was sprawled on the ground. He desperately admitted that his profession had absolutely no combat ability, only being able to buff others. In a critical situation, Zhou Tong decided to use a life-saving buff for himself first. He began to sing loudly, casting an enhancement song with a confident demeanor. Ye Qing watched with a puzzled expression, wondering what this teammate was doing in the middle of a battle. A system notification appeared, stating that the target enhancement was successful, and the demonized spider began to transform. Zhou Tong realized in horror that he had made a fatal mistake. Instead of buffing himself, he had buffed the monster. He stood frozen as the dark energy from the enhanced monster swept past. The demonized spider was now many times larger and more ferocious, charging directly at Zhou Tong. Amidst the chaos, Ye Qing remained calm, his eyes glowing with powerful purple light. Lao Zhang screamed in terror, realizing that not just one, but the entire swarm of spiders had been enhanced. He and Lao Zhu frantically ordered everyone to immediately retreat from the fight. Even the team's fire mage was cornered by a monster. Unable to react in time, Ye Qing moved like a ghost, steadily advancing towards the swarm of monsters. An enhanced spider lunged, aiming directly at the disadvantaged mage. Its 2 sharp legs struck down, seemingly about to end the teammate's life. But in a flash, a purple glowing slash appeared, cleaving the monster in 2. Ye Qing stood tall before the entire team, his body enveloped in a purple aura, leaving the survivors stunned in awe. 2 team members looked at Zhou Tong in astonishment, mistaking him for the one who had acted. The whole team praised Zhou Tong as a powerful bard, while Ye Qing secretly analyzed that the physical damage buff had inadvertently countered the spiders. Zhou Tong himself was bewildered, confessing that he had only intended to use the buff to escape. Facing the remaining demonized spiders, Ye Qing calmly pondered, knowing that abyssal monsters wouldn't attack if they sensed their target was too strong. He predicted that their first strategy would be to flee. As expected, the entire horde of monsters trembled in fear before the invisible pressure emanating from Ye Qing. They began to retreat chaotically, having completely lost their will to fight. Witnessing that scene, the 2 teammates breathed a sigh of relief but were also horrified by the dungeon's dangers. Ye Qing secretly thought about the challenges ahead and decided to recycle 27 unnecessary arcana cards. The system announced that he had received 54 basic points from recycling. The fire mage suggested the team continue forward and asked Zhou Tong to light a torch. Zhou Tong reluctantly held the torch, leading the way, while Lao Zhang warned him not to trigger any more traps. Ye Qing secretly scoffed at the warning, as Zhou Tong himself had caused the recent chaos. Suddenly, Ye Qing's gaze was drawn to a mirror emitting a strange blue light at the end of the corridor. A system notification appeared, stating that a hidden frenzy zone had been found. Ye Qing realized this was a new branch of the dungeon, and considered splitting off to explore it alone. He decided to activate a skill, summoning the Blood Nightmare. An identical clone of Ye Qing was created from dark red blood energy. Ye Qing ordered his clone to accompany the team while he would follow behind. The clone quickly joined the group, making Zhou Tong surprised and ask where he had gone. Ye Qing's clone went ahead, warning the group not to fall behind lest they die without realizing it. Suddenly, a mirror at the end of the corridor emitted a dazzling light. Meanwhile, the real Ye Qing stepped through a light portal, entering another area. He stood on a rocky outcrop, observing a colossal cave that had just been discovered. Suddenly, a giant spider monster from the ceiling lunged down right behind him. Ye Qing immediately recognized the imminent danger. He swiftly dodged the monster's earth-shattering stomp. After landing safely, he didn't hesitate for a moment. Ye Qing charged towards the giant spider, preparing for a direct confrontation. He raised his dagger, blocking the monster's sharp leg. The impact force was immense, but Ye Qing's dagger parried the attack. The monster was stunned, not expecting its attack to be blocked. Ye Qing also realized that its physical defense was almost completely immune. The giant spider furiously lunged forward to attack again. He was thrown backward by its power. Ye Qing crashed into the rock wall, creating a large dent. Immediately, he activated a skill, his eye flashing with the purple light of Observing Eye. Information about the enemy appeared. Broodmother, a rare elite level 20. Instead of fear, Ye Qing smirked, thinking of the rare items he could recycle from it. The broodmother lunged to bite, but bit down on a glowing object Ye Qing had thrown. The monster shot out a stream of spider silk. Ye Qing dodged the attack and soared into the air. He unleashed a fire element skill, Great Fire Burst. A massive explosion engulfed the broodmother. However, the monster was unharmed by the attack. It immediately counterattacked with a sharp silk projectile. Ye Qing was flung far back by the force of the blow. He realized that this monster was completely immune to fire. If that's the case, Ye Qing decided to charge straight at the giant spider. He declared he would directly finish it off with his dagger. The broodmother opened its massive jaws wide, intending to swallow him whole. Ye Qing swiftly dodged and landed directly on its head, delivering a critical blow to its weak point. The monster roared in horrifying pain. Ye Qing smirked. He had discovered its weakness was poison. Ironically, that poison came from the very demonized spiders it spawned. Facing the colossal monster, Ye Qing remained calm. Suddenly, he realized he had an unexpected option. The broodmother furiously spewed out countless spiderwebs. Ye Qing was tightly bound in the dense web, his speed significantly reduced. Paralyzed, he could only helplessly watch as the monster's sharp legs descended. Cornered, Ye Qing activated his berserk skill. With a burst of power, he tore through the thick spider silk that bound him. Immediately, Ye Qing charged straight into the gaping maw of the broodmother. A deafening explosion erupted, tearing the monster apart from the inside. The blast continued to spread, causing the giant spider queen's body to disintegrate. A notification appeared, stating that the berserk card could be upgraded in 2 directions. Ye Qing pondered, judging that the more stable option was usually immortal fury. But he recalled the recently encountered broodmother, with its high resistance. He considered that the splattering gore option would significantly increase his power, despite the side effect of draining his blood. With confidence in his legendary regeneration, Ye Qing chose splattering gore to pierce through all defenses. Before the broodmother's corpse, loot cards began to fly out. Ye Qing declared he would take them all and use his abilities to collect them. He realized these were items that could be taken out of the abyss, with one item alone selling for 15,000. Deciding to keep the most valuable item, he used his abilities to recycle the rest. After recycling the monster's corpse, he received 20 attribute points. Ye Qing smiled smugly, wondering what skill he would get from this boss. The system announced he had received the rare broodmother card, allowing him to summon spiderlings that could evolve. Ye Qing was stunned by the capabilities of the new card, a type of summon that could choose its own evolutionary path. In another corner of the cave, blue crystals emitted a faint glow. Zhou Tong and Lao Zhang exclaimed in astonishment, realizing they had found an entire mine in the abyss. Lao Zu marveled at the dense S-grade magic crystals, believing each one was a fortune. As a precaution, he planted his Argos eye staff into the ground. This item could mark the map, notifying other adventurers within a 60-meter radius. The white-haired mage angrily questioned why Lao Zu was reporting to the higher-ups, while Lao Zu retorted that they wouldn't survive if they were caught hoarding the treasure. Lao Zu explained that their role as meat shields was to pave the way, and their deaths would only be considered accidents. The white-haired mage gritted his teeth in fury at the harsh reality. He took out his anger by kicking Zhou Tong, who was bound by vines, out of the way, calling him trash. With a sinister smile, he asserted that no one would care if someone like Zhou Tong died. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror. Giant stone arms emerged from the ground, grabbing and lifting the screaming mage. In despair, he blamed Ye Qing for pushing the entire team into this situation. Looking at the crystals in his hand, his greed resurfaced with thoughts of money. He fantasized about using the money to buy good equipment to join the main forces of the scavenger groups. With a wicked grin, he decided to sneakily take a few crystals. Just then, a system notification appeared. Trap activated. A blazing red laser beam shot past the mage and Lao Zhang. Its target was Lao Zu, the light piercing directly through his head. The mage screamed in horror as Lao Zu's body collapsed to the ground. In a deep place, a magic mirror floated in midair, emitting an ethereal blue light. A small creature, identified by the system as a demonized broodling, appeared. Ye Qing assessed that the newly summoned level 1 spiderling seemed weak and lacked combat ability. He realized it could evolve into a level 5 demonized spider with BP, and for it to survive on the battlefield, he needed to upgrade it. With a determined expression, Ye Qing decided to invest points to strengthen his summoned creature. The spiderling was bewildered as its body began to emit a purple aura. It evolved into a silk spider and learned the new skill, Spin Web. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lao Zhang screamed in horror upon seeing Lao Zu's corpse on the ground. The fire mage frantically claimed it was just an accident. Lao Zhang angrily grabbed the mage by his collar, shouting that his greed had killed Lao Zu. He cried out in pain that Lao Zu was the pillar of their entire family, and now it was all the mage's fault. The fire mage desperately retorted, claiming he only wanted to earn money and blamed his dire circumstances. He pushed Lao Zhang away, stating that in this world, only strength and wealth were valuable. As he continued to rant wildly about luck, a figure suddenly appeared from the shadows. Rodrigo Caesar clapped his hands in applause, saying he liked the mage's perspective. He offered the mage a place in the Blood Oath, saying they still had an opening. Both Lao Zhang and the mage were stunned by the sudden appearance and offer. A Blood Oath member checked the body and reported to Rodrigo that the victim was still warm. Rodrigo Caesar commented coldly that death was common, and there was no shame in the weak trading their lives for money. He slung an arm around the mage, explaining that these magic crystals were worth a city, but he had forgotten to mention one thing. Rodrigo whispered menacingly that to take these crystals, a price was required. he concluded with a wicked smile, revealing that Price was a worthless life. A giant, green-armored jailer, wielding a battle axe, stood imposingly. Lao Zhang's team, Zhou Tong, and Ye Qing's clone, faced a formidable enemy. A red-haired subordinate explained the mission. Collect the magic crystals on the walls, with a threat of death if they tried to flee. Lao Zhang exclaimed in horror, realizing this was no different from a suicide mission. He recalled Rodrigo Caesar's sinister expression, who had pushed them into this situation. A trembling hand reached out, about to touch the sharp crystals. Lao Zhang retreated in panic, stammering that he couldn't do it. He broke down crying, confessing he joined due to gambling debts and didn't want to die. Rodrigo Caesar watched from afar, tutting and calling Lao Zhang useless. The fire mage realized he was no match for Rodrigo at all. He rushed over, reiterating Rodrigo's recruitment offer and asking to join the Blood Oath. Rodrigo pretended not to remember, but a masked subordinate confirmed the mage's words. Rodrigo signaled the mage to approach, and he obediently bowed his head. The mage fervently shouted that he was willing to sacrifice his life for Rodrigo. In response, Rodrigo kicked him down and scoffed, saying a comrade killer like him would never get into his elite team. The mage lay on the ground, glaring at Rodrigo as he declared that he wouldn't survive leaving here anyway. Rodrigo revealed his cruel plan. Turn everyone into corpses and have necromancers control them to collect crystals. Zhou Tong gritted his teeth in anger, while Ye Qing's clone quietly collected a shadow spirit. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhou Tong let out an angry growl. But Ye Qing's clone placed a hand on his shoulder, calmly advising against rash action, leaving Zhou Tong stunned. Ye Qing's clone told Zhou Tong, "Leave it to me. You wait over there." On the other side, Rodrigo Caesar wondered if the death trap was useless against Ye Qing, or if it simply stopped working after being triggered once. The clone thought to himself that with his luck stat, he might not be affected by the trap. He calmly used his hand to break off a sharp crystal shard. Rodrigo was astonished to realize the trap was still active, but Ye Qing's luck stat was simply too high, exceeding 60 points. He reassured himself that a level 1 scavenger couldn't have such a high luck stat, concluding the trap must be broken. The red-haired subordinate agreed, noting that this had happened twice already. He picked up the crystal shard and said, "See? Nothing happened." Immediately, a red laser beam from above shot through the subordinate's head. His entire body collapsed to the ground in his comrade's shock. Rodrigo Caesar finally accepted the truth, assuming Ye Qing must have a rare class trait that boosted luck. He asked Ye Qing if he had put all his points into a useless stat like luck, but the clone merely replied that he had distributed the points evenly. Rodrigo smirked, revealing his original plan was to turn everyone into corpses, but now he just needed one corpse with a high luck stat. He ordered his subordinates, "Don't let a single one of them escape." Lao Zhang panicked, realizing their opponent was a member of the Blood Oath, and that they, as fodder, had no chance of winning. Another team member, the white-haired man, gritted his teeth and decided to flee. He ran for his life, desperately trying to escape. Ye Qing's clone innocently asked why he was running, but Lao Zhang snapped that they had just lost someone. The clone smiled meaningfully and said, "No, we're not short on people." Meanwhile, two of Rodrigo's subordinates were on guard, when one asked the other if he heard something. Suddenly, a swarm of aggressive spiderlings charged through the armored jailer. The monsters in the cave screamed in panic as they were attacked by the spiderlings. Ye Qing's clone calmly explained to a stunned Zhou Tong that he had subdued a few spiders on the way. Meanwhile, the real Ye Qing was observing from afar, his eyes emitting a purple glow. He identified one enemy as a level 20 necromancer, next was a level 17 berserker, and two level 18 hunters. Finally, a level 19 paladin. Ye Qing inwardly assessed that his spider army could handle these minions. However, his skills couldn't identify Rodrigo Caesar, who noticed the clone's ability to control monsters. Ye Qing immediately realized Rodrigo's stats might be even higher than his own. Nevertheless, Rodrigo taunted, deeming these low-level monsters insignificant, and ordering his subordinates to clean them all up. Ye Qing's clone immediately changed his plan, telling his teammates to run in the direction the old mage had gone. Lao Zhang grumbled about the clone's foolish sacrifice, but still turned and ran. The group began to flee while Ye Qing's clone stayed behind alone to face the enemy. Seeing Zhou Tong hesitate, the clone sternly urged him to run if he didn't want to die. Touched by his teammate's sacrifice, Zhou Tong resolved never to forget this. He poured all his strength into his legs and began to run for his life. Just then, his luck stat of 1 seemed to have triggered a trap. The ground beneath Zhou Tong and Lao Zhang suddenly collapsed, sending them both falling into an abyss. The paladin angrily turned and yelled, "What the hell are you doing? You idiot!" Zhou Tong could only stammer an apology, flustered by the string of bad luck that had plagued him since entering the abyss. Losing patience, the paladin swung his glowing hammer and attacked a nearby monster. He confidently declared he would clear out these trash with every swing of his hammer. The monster was immediately sent flying, teeth knocked out, by a devastating blow. It frantically spat out a sticky substance to retaliate, but the paladin managed to raise his shield in time. He irritably wiped the sticky goo off his face. Just then, the paladin was shocked to realize a dark figure was rushing towards him at incredible speed. Ye Qing seized the opportunity and lunged forward, dagger in hand. Ye Qing's punch was blocked by the shield, and the paladin sneered. You expect to face a rank 19 with your level? Dream on. The paladin remained steady, his sharp gaze fixed on Ye Qing's reflection on the blade. He roared and used his shield to hurl Ye Qing away. Thrown into the air, Ye Qing calmly analyzed that his spiders weren't enough to contend with an organized group like the Blood Oath. The paladin continued with a powerful hammer sweep, but Ye Qing agilely dodged it. However, the shockwave still injured his leg, causing him to cry out in pain. Despite his injury, Ye Qing maintained his fighting spirit, his eyes filled with determination. Immediately, arrows from the Blood Oath hunters flew towards them, forcing Ye Qing to constantly move to evade. Two hunters were astonished to see their target still alive and discussed adjusting their aim for the next shot. One hunter drew his bow, the arrow on his hand gathering energy, preparing for the finishing shot. But just before the arrow was loosed, a mysterious spark flashed on his bowstring. Ye Qing used his golden shield to block the incoming arrow. The energy arrow shattered into pieces upon impact. One of the enemy hunters exclaimed in surprise as his attack was blocked. Ye Qing immediately counterattacked, placing his hand on the ground and shouting, "Great blazing inferno!" A massive fire explosion erupted, engulfing both hunters. Standing amidst the inferno, Ye Qing made his enemies admit he was a formidable opponent. In another development, an armored berserker was slaughtering a red alien monster. Zhou Tong was pushed back by the pressure from the fight. After finishing off the monster, the berserker turned with blank white eyes. He advanced directly towards Zhou Tong, who was fearfully begging for mercy, stating he hadn't attacked him. Lao Zhang saw the scene with a determined expression. He shouted, pushing Zhou Tong aside, and charged to block the berserker's path. Lao Zhang turned and scolded Zhou Tong, blaming him for the team's inability to escape. A white-haired man ordered everyone to rise and fight, while another armored warrior with red eyes charged into battle. The white-haired commander stared at the battlefield with cold eyes. Lao Zhang strained to block an extremely powerful attack from the red-eyed warrior, his shield beginning to crack. With a devastating blow, the warrior shattered the shield and sent Lao Zhang flying. Lao Zhang coughed up blood, severely injured from the impact. The armored warrior landed menacingly, while Zhou Tong watched from afar. Despite this, Lao Zhang struggled to his feet, smiling defiantly at the enemy with his shattered shield in hand. Completely overwhelmed, Lao Zhang desperately thought he shouldn't have come to the abyss, as he would die anyway. He roared a challenge, stating death would clear his debts, and loudly demanded the enemy kill him. The armored warrior silently looked down, seemingly considering Lao Zhang's offer. Without hesitation, it swung its massive weapon down, intending to finish the warrior. But suddenly, the warrior's body froze mid-air, enveloped by a purple energy flow. It realized in shock that it couldn't move, and the culprit was Zhou Tong in the distance. Zhou Tong breathed a sigh of relief as his effect skill finally hit its target, and he quickly shouted for his teammates to attack. However, Lao Zhang was also immobilized by the same skill, and angrily yelled at Zhou Tong. From afar, Ye Qing witnessed the chaotic scene and wondered what this suicide squad was doing. Meanwhile, the necromancer sneered, stating that no matter how hidden their abilities, they couldn't withstand continuous attrition battles. Ye Qing was also aware of this. Summoning the clone and the spiders had consumed a lot of his mana. Suddenly, a cup of blue liquid radiating magical energy appeared in Ye Qing's hand. He casually drank it, prompting the necromancer to ask in surprise what it was. The necromancer quickly regained his confidence, believing it was too late to recover mana. He boasted that necromancer was an S-rank profession, and the creatures they controlled would fight endlessly. Ye Qing sipped his drink and muttered, "Controlling corpses, huh?" Immediately, a massive surge of magical energy exploded from his body, his mana fully restored. Ye Qing declared that the dead should rest in peace as he unleashed a powerful purification skill. The necromancer's corpse minions screamed in agony as they were engulfed by the purple energy and disintegrated. Witnessing his army vanish in an instant, the necromancer shrieked in panic. "What dark magic did you use?" Ignoring the necromancer's pleas, Ye Qing unleashed a punch imbued with dark energy. The punch landed, instantly incapacitating the necromancer. Unexpectedly, Rodrigo Caesar appeared, easily grabbing the defeated necromancer by the head. He glanced at Ye Qing and remarked that his tricks were quite interesting, which is why he noticed him back at the tavern. Ye Qing retorted bluntly, stating that trading lives for crystals, especially using them as cannon fodder, offended him. Rodrigo scoffed, finding Ye Qing ridiculous for thinking he could escape being cannon fodder with just a bit of potential, reminding him that this world belonged to the cruel, a masked man who had begged for his life, claiming he was just a handyman. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong stood stunned beside a defeated armored enemy. Rodrigo looked down and declared that cannon fodder like them couldn't possibly leave the abyss alive with him. Hearing this, the heavily injured Lao Zhang roared, urging everyone not to listen to him and to pick up their weapons and fight. But Zhou Tong trembled, confessing that he was merely a support, unable to even kill a single monster. Rodrigo gleefully watched the scene, declaring that one of the two sides would be annihilated. Ye Qing chuckled, stating he didn't understand his point. All he knew was that everyone had the right to enter the abyss and survive. As his body erupted with a purple aura, Rodrigo mocked that naivety and charged forward with glowing eyes. Ye Qing raised his hand to block Rodrigo's punch, creating a powerful shockwave. Despite blocking the attack, he was still sent flying backward by the immense force. Lying in the crater he created, Ye Qing thought to himself that Rodrigo was the strongest being he had ever faced. His eyes glinted with determination, showing no intention of giving up. Rodrigo Caesar roared and charged with terrifying speed. Ye Qing agilely leaped up, dodging his opponent's ground-shattering punch. Rodrigo smugly declared that everything was trash before his might. From afar, he shouted, targeting Zhou Tong's hesitation. A giant armored warrior roared, too weak, and swung his weapon down. Zhou Tong was sent flying, collapsing onto the ground. He looked up in shock, a dark liquid streaming from the corner of his eye. The horned armored enemy approached, his red eyes filled with killing intent. Just then, Lao Zhang rushed out to block the fatal blow for his comrade. "Do something, kid," Lao Zhang yelled while struggling to hold on. The armored warrior swung his flaming blade, putting Lao Zhang in a difficult position. While enduring, Lao Zhang desperately shouted once more. His comrade's urging reminded Zhou Tong of a painful memory. In the past, he had explained that he wanted to be a captain only so he wouldn't have to fight himself. He admitted he wasn't strong and was just trying to hide his incompetence. Returning to the present, Zhou Tong knelt before the enemy, trembling and begging for his life. The memory of a former captain resurfaced, who questioned his role in the team. The old captain berated Zhou Tong for failing to buff the correct targets and unceremoniously kicked him out. The insults, "You noob, get lost," still echoed in his mind. The memory ended with Zhou Tong sitting alone on the steps, lonely and defeated. In a flashback, a masked former captain asked Zhou Tong about his profession. Zhou Tong shyly replied that he was a level 3 bard. The captain coldly told him to follow him. Back in the present, Ye Qing stomped on the ground, using the shockwave to send Rodrigo Caesar into the abyss. Caesar fell, crashing hard onto the ground below. With glowing eyes, Caesar explained his skill was a secret technique of the Kang Longjin martial artist, inflicting continuous internal damage. He boasted that this move could paralyze even a master mage. Ye Qing was surprised by his opponent's speed, realizing he needed to create distance. But as he prepared to flee, Caesar appeared right behind him and taunted. "You thought you could run?" Despite the dangerous situation, Ye Qing analyzed his opponent's skill, thinking he really wanted it. He was particularly interested in the debuff effect that skill could inflict. From afar, Zhou Tong watched the battle in horror. Startled when Caesar called his name, Rodrigo Caesar unleashed a devastating blow, sending Ye Qing flying backward. Ye Qing lay motionless on the ground, seemingly defeated, as Zhou Tong approached. Zhou Tong told Ye Qing that it was futile to try and shed his weakness and incompetence, admitting he himself craved power more than anyone. Lying on the ground, Ye Qing whispered that he too was disappointed by his own incompetence. Zhou Tong's memories flooded back, recalling being overwhelmed by a monster and shouting how useless he was. But now, his eyes became resolute, telling himself he wouldn't run, because weakness wasn't what was truly frightening. In a flashback, he was being crushed by tentacles, and he realized the most terrifying thing was allowing his heart to become weak as well. A thought that stunned even himself. In a flashback, Ye Qing resolutely refused to give up. He furiously attacked the giant fish monster, even though the system repeatedly reported no damage. Finally, after much effort, one critical hit from him managed to inflict 1 point of damage. Standing on the monster's corpse, Ye Qing realized he had succeeded by daring to take the first step. Returning to the present, he declared that his entire life had been preparation to become a king, even if he was just a useless scavenger. Zhou Tong was completely stunned by Ye Qing's ambitious declaration. He told himself that if he didn't become stronger, he would die, and avoiding combat was no longer an option. With renewed determination, Zhou Tong yearned to become a strong person. Facing the armored warrior's mockery about his level, Zhou Tong stood still. Suddenly, he threw his sword away, much to his opponent's bewilderment. The armored warrior could only utter a confused, "Huh?" A glowing purple microphone suddenly appeared in Zhou Tong's hand. He shouted loudly, activating the skill. Poetry. Great dispersion. Unleashing a powerful wave of energy. The nearby berserker was also astonished by this unexpected power. From afar, Rodrigo Caesar also noticed something unusual and wondered what had happened. Ye Qing smiled as the buffing energy arrows enveloped him, declaring he had found the best support. The system confirmed his stats had all increased by 15%, and Ye Qing immediately summoned the Blood Nightmare. A grotesque, dark red mass of blood, with blank white eyes emerged from the ground. It quickly lunged and latched onto the berserker. Ye Qing looked straight ahead, his eyes blazing as he unleashed his new power. The Blood Nightmare enveloped the berserker, completely incapacitating him. Bound tightly, the berserker screamed in desperation. "Let me go." Witnessing the scene, Zhou Tong screamed in terror. He suddenly fell silent, looking confusedly at a blood tentacle reaching towards him. Meanwhile, Rodrigo Caesar mocked Ye Qing as he charged forward. "Ha, die." He unleashed a powerful punch towards Ye Qing. Ye Qing thought to himself that thanks to his abundant mana, his body's regeneration speed was very fast. He activated his skill, Berserk Mode, splattering gore. Ye Qing blocked Rodrigo's punch with his dagger, creating a strong shockwave. He agilely dodged the attack and swung his dagger, leaving a purple streak. Rodrigo stared in disbelief at a severed piece of armor, unable to believe that such a worn-out knife could pierce his defense. Ye Qing realized the defense-ignoring skill splattering gore was very useful, but the bleeding effect remained. He decided he had to end this battle as soon as possible, and charged forward. In contrast, Rodrigo Caesar grinned excitedly. Interesting. Yi Qing swung his dagger at Rodrigo once more. Rodrigo easily blocked it with his bare hands, boasting, "After 20 years of training, how could I lose to a kid like you in skill?" He counterattacked with a devastating blow, roaring. "Now do you feel the difference in power between us?" During the fight, Rodrigo also lectured about the advancement paths of a warrior. Yi Qing was sent flying backward, spitting blood from the overwhelming power of his opponent. The confrontation between Yi Qing and Rodrigo Caesar erupted fiercely as their fists collided. Yi Qing was completely overwhelmed, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth as he endured his opponent's terrifying power. Rodrigo roared, explaining that he hated weak, skill-based fighting styles and had poured all his points into destructive power. He unleashed his ultimate move, one-hit kill, heaven-shattering fist. The punch created a tremendous shockwave, leveling the surrounding ground. Yi Qing was sent flying and slammed hard into the ground. Rodrigo mocked Yi Qing's foolishness for daring to confront him directly, confident that no one could match his strength. Cornered, Yi Qing made a bold decision. Pour all points into strength. A system notification appeared, confirming that 176 potential points had been added to strength, causing Yi Qing's body to transform, becoming significantly more muscular to Rodrigo's astonishment. Rodrigo was stunned by this sudden change. Yi Qing felt his strength and muscle mass increase instantly. Despite his shock, Rodrigo still roared a challenge and charged forward, enveloped in a dark energy aura. Yi Qing calmly analyzed. Even though he didn't fully understand the warrior's skills, he believed that pouring 300 potential points at once was enough to deliver a decisive blow. Rodrigo was horrified as he saw Yi Qing swing a straight punch towards him. Their fists collided, creating a blinding energy explosion. Yi Qing's raw but powerful punch completely overwhelmed his opponent. Rodrigo was sent flying backward, unable to resist. He looked in horror at his blood-soaked hand, unable to believe that a skillless punch could defeat him. Zhou Tong exclaimed in horror at Yi Qing's terrifying power. Without giving his opponent time to react, Yi Qing lunged down, aiming directly at Rodrigo Caesar lying on the ground. The sky-shattering blow shattered the ground, submerging Rodrigo in the shockwave. Yi Qing stood there, declaring the battle must end quickly, not giving Rodrigo a chance to be surprised. In Rodrigo's eyes, only astonishment and disbelief remained. Memories flooded back of a voice commanding, "From today, you can join the Meat Shield Squad, Caesar," amidst scattered equipment. A blonde rookie was cleaning his weapon, bitterly recalling the rule of the Lionheart Hunters. The weak are only fit to polish the boots of the strong. He told himself he had to prove himself to become an official member, but another voice mocked that he would forever be a meat shield. In one battle, he and another teammate had to face a giant, horned monster. With determined eyes, the young hunter thought that by proving he wasn't incompetent, he could escape the rookie ranks. He promised himself he would prove himself, and then bravely charged to attack the monster. After the battle, he looked at his hands and confidently thought that this wasn't too difficult. But in reality, he still stood before the monster's overwhelming power. The monster unleashed a massive energy slash, sweeping away everything in its path. The blonde hunter could only let out a tragic cry before being completely defeated. In a laboratory, a scientist announced the critical injuries he sustained: a shattered jaw, 8 broken ribs, and damage to his heart and internal organs. He floated in a tank filled with green healing fluid. The scientist explained that abyssal technology would implant monster cells into his body, and his DNA coincidentally matched. With a sinister smile, the scientist declared the bad news: he would become a hybrid. In a flashback, a voice declared the rookie had proven himself worthy of joining Lionheart as an official member. A large armored entity sat on a throne, ordering him to put on the insignia and become his loyal dog. Returning to the present, Rodrigo Caesar roared, wondering about the whereabouts of his teammates. A parasitic entity within him replied that those useless individuals were all dead. Rodrigo realized in horror that this world was a place that devoured humans. He recalled the warning that if one couldn't prove their worth, they would be treated like trash. Rodrigo's power surged, the system announcing his stats had significantly improved as he charged to attack Yi Qing. Yi Qing maintained a calm expression, observing his opponent. He was surprised to realize his body had been restored. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qing landed a powerful punch to Rodrigo's face. He continued to ascend into the air, preparing to deliver a finishing blow from above. Rodrigo explained that his power came from absorbing the energy of magic stones, which became incredibly potent under the blood moon. Thanks to the implanted monster organs, he could absorb the power of these magic stones. He declared that he could temporarily achieve power exceeding even the abyssal boss level. Immediately, the system recognized Rodrigo Caesar as a newly spawned boss as he completed his transformation. At the same time, Yi Qing's rage mode ended, leaving him in a state of exhaustion for 30 seconds, while Zhou Tong anxiously inquired. Rodrigo roared, saying all that was needed was to abandon human dignity. Yi Qing turned to face the formidable enemy with a determined expression. Rodrigo charged, screaming for Yi Qing to abandon his human body and become a monster unbound by morality. Yi Qing dodged the rocks thrown by Rodrigo Caesar with terrifying speed. Charging straight towards the enemy, he silently accepted the price for this power. But immediately after, Yi Qing's face showed extreme fatigue. Rodrigo Caesar, in his demonic form, easily swatted him away. Witnessing the scene, Zhou Tong exclaimed in horror in his mind. Too strong, he despaired, thinking that even Ye Qing was no match and could be killed with a single blow. Rodrigo sneered, believing Ye Qing's body had unconsciously succumbed to his overwhelming power. He roared that to become strong, he had to accept this ugly form, then burst into a savage laugh. Suddenly, his crimson eyes flashed with malice as he remembered something. He advanced towards Zhou Tong, who stammered that he was the last meat shield to witness the tragedy. Rodrigo roared, lunging to give Zhou Tong a heroic death. Zhou Tong quickly raised his hand to signal a stop, saying he had a final word. "You talk too much, you trash bard," Rodrigo snapped, grabbing him by the collar. He lifted Zhou Tong up and asked for his last words, oblivious to a dark entity rising from the ground. Zhou Tong calmly stated that his wish was to survive and leave the abyss. He continued speaking as black blood tentacles shot up from the ground. "Also, I might not be the only meat shield to witness this tragedy." Zhou Tong finished his sentence. Rodrigo turned back in surprise, seeing a red dark entity forming behind him. Ye Qing had stood up, his body enveloped in dark energy, revealing that thanks to Zhou Tong buying him time, he had managed to use a drink to neutralize his exhaustion. Ye Qing revealed that he had used the blood nightmare to make contact with Rodrigo's body to gather information. Rodrigo Caesar realized in horror that the one he had just killed was merely a clone, and wondered when the real Ye Qing had been there. Ye Qing calmly explained that all power has its price, like his rage skill costing him 30 seconds of exhaustion. He mocked Rodrigo, saying the abyss would make him pay for greedily seeking power from it. Provoked, Rodrigo roared in denial, claiming it was entirely his own power as Ye Qing approached. With fiery eyes, Rodrigo prepared to charge. He let out a savage roar and swung his massive arm forward. Rodrigo's monstrous arm descended, aiming to crush Ye Qing. Facing the colossal enemy, Ye Qing stood his ground, unfazed. Rodrigo let out one final roar of fury before attacking. He charged with terrifying speed, determined to finish his opponent. Ye Qing lightly leaped, evading the attack and landing a punch on Rodrigo's head. Rodrigo staggered from the blow, while Ye Qing had safely landed back on the ground. Ye Qing silently realized that changing his body's form had reduced Rodrigo's speed. He agilely dodged Rodrigo's clumsy and slow attacks. After landing a punch, Ye Qing realized he needed a weapon to inflict real damage. From a distance, Zhou Tong shouted Ye Qing's name to get his attention. Zhou Tong put all his strength into throwing a dagger towards his teammate and yelled for him to catch it. Ye Qing turned, catching the sharp dagger in midair just in time. Rodrigo Caesar charged forward, shattering Ye Qing's golden shield. Ye Qing agilely dodged the attack, using Rodrigo's back as a springboard to leap up. He landed behind the monster, drawing his dagger and slashing deeply. Rodrigo staggered from the blow, while Ye Qing landed softly. The monster roared in surprise. "Are all your attacks fatal?" Ye Qing coolly retorted that he hadn't even used his full strength. Insulted, Rodrigo screamed in rage, asserting his superiority as a higher existence. Ye Qing zipped past him with incredible speed, effortlessly evading every attack. He reappeared behind Rodrigo, mocking his so-called higher existence. With a burning fist, Ye Qing declared that in his eyes, Rodrigo was just a monster. Rodrigo screamed in agony as flames engulfed his body. The monster's eyes flashed a fierce red, signaling a transformation. Rodrigo let out a sky-shattering roar as his body mutated into an even more grotesque form. Ye Qing calmly observed, realizing Rodrigo had fully mutated and was beyond saving. The monster whispered ominously, asking if Ye Qing could hear the abyss's call. Suddenly, Rodrigo screamed in panic, begging not to be dragged down. He shrieked madly that he wasn't a meat shield and didn't deserve to die. Zhou Tong noticed Rodrigo had completely lost his mind and urged Ye Qing to seize the opportunity. Ye Qing narrowed his eyes, deciding to act. Amidst the dark energy, Rodrigo let out a maniacal laugh. Ye Qing revealed to a stunned Zhou Tong that his body had been swapped with the blood nightmare. As Zhou Tong rejoiced that he was alive, Ye Qing received a challenge: defeat Caesar without killing him for a rare reward. He considered Caesar's situation and decided to take on the difficult task. In a brief flashback, Ye Qing's nightmare clone instructed Zhou Tong to find a way to attract the enemy's attention for 5 seconds. Returning to the present, Ye Qing declared that there was no need to kill Rodrigo. He calmly explained that monsters belong to the abyss and could not leave it. Those who abandon their humanity and fall into the abyss are welcomed by the abyss itself. That is the rule. In another space, Rodrigo wandered, wondering what had driven him mad. He told himself that if he survived this chaos, he would gain great fortune. Suddenly, a white-haired adventurer exclaimed upon finding a treasure. The person joyfully shouted about wealth, freedom, and a new identity. But as the adventurer was gloating, Rodrigo, now a demon, appeared right behind him. The scene shifted to a luxurious bar. Zhou Tong prostrated himself at Ye Qing's feet, begging to call him boss and vowing to follow him forever. Ye Qing appeared awkward, but Zhou Tong insisted he was determined to follow Ye Qing for life. Ye Qing inwardly thought that he was just trying to look cool at the time and didn't have any deeper intentions. But Zhou Tong adamantly stated that it was Ye Qing's encouragement that helped him find his self-worth. Ye Qing asked about Zhou Tong's future plans, to which Zhou Tong recalled a compliment Ye Qing didn't remember. With a determined expression, Zhou Tong declared his ambition to become the support king. Yi Qing mused that with Zhou Tong's agility and luck stats at only 1, having him fight on the front lines would only harm him. Zhou Tong, unaware of Ye Qing's thoughts, eagerly offered to form a team, stating he would provide support from the rear while Ye Qing fought in the front. Doused with cold water, Zhou Tong asked in shock, "Boss, what are you talking about?" Ye Qing frankly explained that a support who needs protection isn't a standard support, and he didn't want Zhou Tong to risk his life further. Zhou Tong was speechless at the blunt refusal. Yi Qing offered 1,000 magic stones, stating the amount was enough for Zhou Tong to live for a long time, and asked him to promise not to enter the abyss again. Zhou Tong bowed his head, admitting Ye Qing was right and that he meant well. But then he suddenly looked up, declaring that he couldn't accept living a life of being looked down upon by others, even if it meant dying. Ye Qing smirked, inwardly praising Zhou Tong's convincing expression before questioning him. "If you can't protect yourself, how can you protect others?" He summoned a glowing sword and asked Zhou Tong that since his microphone only occupied one hand, what was the other hand for? Ye Qing placed Lao Li's sword before a stunned Zhou Tong. He explained that the Bard class could use magic tools to cast both enhancement and attack spells. Yi Qing said that if Zhou Tong couldn't wield the sword before because of Lao Li, then he should try his best to repay that kindness now. Reinvigorated, Zhou Tong gripped the sword hilt and said he no longer needed the magic stones. Yi Qing smiled and told him to give them to Lao Li and Lao Zu's families, as they would earn more in the future. Zhou Tong cheerfully echoed, "Yes, boss." Meanwhile, in another location, 3 high-ranking commanders were observing an unstable red energy portal. A female official with purple hair reported that after the Red Moon incident, S-rank teams were dispatched and discovered the bodies of Blood Oath members, including their leader Caesar, who had been corrupted. The director listened and inquired about the identity of another recently identified corpse. The female official presented a file, revealing it was Chen Xingdian, a notorious teammate killer during Abyss incursions. A female official reported that Chen Xingdian's body was found with high-quality equipment, speculating that he died fighting a mutated captain, and considered this an unexpected factor. The director questioned if that was the only factor, and she confirmed that it was indeed just him alone. Elsewhere, 2 high-ranking officials discussed the failure of the plan, with one stating that Rodrigo Caesar was just a pawn, and they could find another replacement. The scene shifts to Shenfeng People's Hospital. Inside, a person resembling Ye Qing stood in the hallway. An elderly man in patient attire slumped to the floor, desperately pleading for forgiveness and stating he had no other choice. He desperately held up an ancient, intricate key. The key suddenly exploded, releasing a fierce dark purple energy. The dark energy blasted through a section of the hospital building. On the street below, civilians screamed and fled in panic as the purple energy spread. A man stared up at the sky, in disbelief at what he was witnessing. A massive abyssal gate had opened in the middle of the city, causing everyone to fearfully call for contact with the authorities. In a painful memory, a young boy tried to protect his sister from a horned monster amidst a sea of fire. The boy yelled for his sister to run as another monster with sharp claws pursued them through the debris. The boy cried out in pain as a monster's limb pierced him. He was grabbed by the monster, his face contorted in agony. The little sister could only cry out helplessly for her brother as he was about to be swallowed by a grotesque mouth. Ye Qing screamed a choked cry on his bed. He sat up, gasping for air and drenched in sweat after waking up. Yi Qing slumped back onto his bed, frustrated that the nightmare had recurred. Lying in bed, Ye Qing suddenly remembered something important for today. He quickly went to a roadside flower shop. Inside, he greeted Miss Zhang and ordered a bouquet as usual, and she immediately guessed he was visiting his sister. Miss Zhang expressed sympathy for his sister's situation, while Ye Qing complimented her new hairstyle. He inwardly thought about how he had been stopped by a muscular man on the street to get his hair cut. Miss Zhang offered to help Ye Qing arrange the flowers outside, and he gladly agreed. Suddenly, 2 large armored vehicles sped up and stopped on the street. Yi Qing noticed many vehicles heading towards the hospital and wondered what was happening. The words hospital made him freeze with worry. Without a second thought, Ye Qing unleashed his speed. Darting like lightning towards the hospital, he used his equipment to swing across the tall buildings, quickly approaching his destination. Yi Qing landed in the middle of the blocked-off road, facing a horrifying scene. He was stunned to realize a massive abyssal gate was opening right there. He landed on top of a patrol car, directly in front of a police officer on guard. The officer tried to order him to back away as the area was cordoned off, but Ye Qing simply brushed past, leaving the officer only able to let out a cry. The police officer could only watch helplessly as Ye Qing headed straight for the gate. Another colleague ran over, angrily questioning why he let a stranger pass. The first officer explained that the person who just passed was not someone they could afford to mess with. Standing before the dark gate, Ye Qing silently promised his sister that this time, he wouldn't let her down. Yi Qing realized the entire hospital had been abyssalized, transported to another dimension. He entered a cleared room, surmising that a prior team had dealt with the monsters. On the floor, he picked up a magic potion, an expensive item not everyone could afford. It was a large-capacity potent magic potion, capable of restoring 85% energy and reducing consumption for 30 seconds. Considering he had to find Zhou Tong alone, He decided to keep the potion to prepare for the upcoming energy-draining battle. Yi Qing arrived at a large hall and faced a fork in the road. He activated his scouting eye to check the two paths ahead. The system warned that both paths were one way, but he detected traces of the preceding team and chose the other path to increase his chances of rescue. Holding a glowing axe as a torch, he ventured into the darkness, ready to search the entire place if necessary. Sensing danger, Yi Qing told himself he had to act quickly, as ordinary people couldn't survive long here. He ran along a pristine red carpet, a sign that this path had never been trodden. Looking back, the entrance had been swallowed by darkness, forming an impassable barrier. Yi Qing took out a magical item capable of mapping mazes. He used the item named Eye of Argos and commanded it to open the map. However, the system informed him that it could not display the map outside this area. He suddenly understood that this was the rule abyssal, where the positioning system was ineffective, forcing others to use markings to chart their path. Entering a new room, Yi Qing cautiously drew his dagger upon seeing strange tentacles hanging from the ceiling, suspecting it was a trap room. He listened carefully but detected no mechanical sounds of traps. The eerie silence of the room made him realize something was amiss, just as a shadow stealthily appeared behind him. A grim reaper-like monster wielding a giant scythe materialized, looming before Yi Qing. The abyssal reaper swung its massive scythe, enveloped in blazing red energy, and charged straight at Yi Qing. Yi Qing nimbly dodged the attack, the scythe plunging deep into the ground right beside him. He immediately counterattacked, leaping into the air and swinging his dagger straight at the monster. However, a notification appeared, stating that the attack was completely ineffective. Yi Qing stepped back, exclaiming in surprise upon realizing his opponent was immune to physical damage. The monster let out an earth-shattering roar, creating spreading waves of red energy. Yi Qing was hit by the attack, blood flowing from his ears and nose as the system reported he was afflicted with deafness, significantly reducing his perception. He muttered, admitting he had almost underestimated the danger of the abyss. With a sharp pain, Yi Qing suddenly realized he was facing a rule monster, and memories of an encounter 3 years ago flooded back. In the flashback, a younger Yi Qing was sitting on the ground in a dark cave, with a box of scavenged items beside him. He gasped, startled upon discovering something in the darkness. It was a pile of broken stone statues, which made him sigh in relief, thinking they were harmless. He turned his back, muttering that he had expected to fight monsters, not realizing the statues behind him had transformed into dark figures with glowing eyes. Yi Qing focused on a crystal in the box, telling himself not to waste even a single piece. He was surprised to find an item that looked like a crystal crown. Suddenly, the stone statues revealed their true forms, with bloodshot eyes and eerie smiles. Yi Qing turned back and panicked upon seeing that they had moved from their original positions. A veteran adventurer suddenly appeared, shouting a warning not to turn away or blink, because they were the weeping stone statues. The person urged Yi Qing to stare at the monsters, not at him, and he quickly complied. The adventurer explained that monsters in the abyss follow certain rules, and the weeping stone statues would turn to stone and lock onto their target when stared at. In the flashback from 3 years ago, a veteran adventurer warned Yi Qing that if they looked away, the weeping stone statues would immediately rush to kill them. Yi Qing anxiously asked what to do, and the person instructed him to follow him, retreat slowly, and absolutely not blink. Both began to cautiously retreat, keeping their eyes fixed on the motionless statues at the end of the corridor. Unfortunately, Yi Qing tripped over a piece of rock on the floor. He fell backward, dropping the box he was carrying and breaking the rule of not looking away. Immediately, the statues came to life, their eyes glowing with eerie smiles as they began to move. The monsters rushed towards the two with incredible speed. The seasoned adventurer quickly grabbed a nearby rock. He threw it towards the statues to block their path, while Yi Qing still lay stunned on the ground. Yi Qing could only watch in horror as events unfolded. The adventurer scolded him, saying he was very lucky, because if he had attacked these statues, he would have died instantly. He added that even though they were weak scavengers, in terms of experience, they were second to none. Back in the present, Yi Qing recalled those words, his gaze becoming resolute as he faced the abyssal reaper. He deduced that if this monster was immune to physical damage, then magic might be its weakness. Yi Qing unleashed his great flame burst skill, aimed directly at the enemy. However, the attack was reflected, and a surge of green energy enveloped Yi Qing. He staggered from the heat, wondering why he couldn't control fire magic normally. As the abyssal reaper raised its scythe, Yi Qing regretfully thought that fire was the only magic he knew. Nevertheless, he didn't flinch, his eyes still gleaming with determination. Yi Qing drew a card, on which was the image of a fierce ghost wolf. Yi Qing nimbly retreated, dodging the abyssal reaper's powerful scythe swing. He analyzed the situation, realizing this demon was immune to physical damage, yet its attacks were purely physical, a strange combination of rules. The abyssal reaper, with blazing red eyes, continued to swing its weapon relentlessly. Yi Qing leaped high, once again escaping the scythe's deadly horizontal sweep. The massive scythe narrowly missed, demonstrating the monster's terrifying speed. Suddenly, Yi Qing used his bare hand to block the abyssal reaper's attack. His eyes flashed with purple light as he realized he could successfully parry its attack. Yi Qing finally understood the rule. The demon only became tangible when it performed an attack action. He looked directly at his opponent and declared that as long as the scythe hadn't retracted, it had lost the protection of the rules. Now, physical attacks are your weakness. Ye Qing roared and charged, enveloped in purple energy. Under attack, the Abyssal Reaper roared, its body enveloped in a chaotic surge of red energy. Ye Qing cautiously advanced, observing the cloud of red energy gathering before him. The energy swirled, signaling an ominous transformation occurring within. From within, the Abyssal Reaper emerged in a new form, much more muscular and massive. A second form? Interesting, Ye Qing thought to himself, facing the now stronger enemy. The monster immediately launched a new attack, unleashing countless red energy tentacles towards Ye Qing. Affected by the roar, Ye Qing's hearing and vision were both impaired, and he considered canceling his blood clone to preserve his life. But he quickly dismissed the idea, because the skill he just used required a cooldown, and his magic power wasn't enough for continuous summoning. The Abyssal Reaper moved with incredible speed, appearing right in front of him, and delivering a devastating blow to Ye Qing. Knocked backward, Ye Qing was astonished to realize he couldn't react in time, and could only luckily avoid a fatal blow. Admitting that this was an assassin that couldn't be defeated by superior stats alone, Ye Qing activates a skill to regenerate his body. After his wounds healed, he resolved to strengthen his physique so he wouldn't be defeated by a single blow. The Abyssal Reaper unexpectedly showed distress, a tear rolling down its shadowy face. Ye Qing realized the monster feared glowing things. Even the faint light from his healing magic made it wary. "I get it," Ye Qing exclaimed, a small flame igniting in his palm. The monster looked at the flame with a smug expression, seemingly not considering it a threat. Immediately, the flame in Ye Qing's hand erupted into a blazing fireball. His entire body was enveloped in a raging sea of fire. The intense heat and blinding light forced the Abyssal Reaper to retreat in fear. Ye Qing smirked, thinking that things were finally getting interesting. From the monster's perspective, Ye Qing was now a fiery figure slowly approaching. He deduced that the monster was the soul of someone who died in fire, which was why his fire element skills were cursed. To close the distance, he activated the skill Spirit Dash. "If I can't throw a fireball, then I'll become a fireball myself." Ye Qing roared and charged forward. He shouted the name of his move. Great Flame Burst. A terrifying explosion engulfed the entire area in a sea of fire. The Abyssal Reaper was completely incinerated by the flames amidst its screams. The system announced that the monster had been defeated, but Ye Qing's HP had also dropped below 1/10. With his arm severely burned and numb, he accepted the price of victory and waited for his recovery skill. Seeing the monster's burning corpse, he hastily yelled, "Hey, don't burn to ashes, I still need to recycle you." Ye Qing quickly used his recycling skill on the Abyssal Reaper's burning corpse. The result was a new divine artifact card named Soul Reaper, with the ability to summon a demonic spirit for area of effect attacks. He realized this was a soul-binding card, completely different from anything he had seen before. Ye Qing analyzed that this divine artifact was extremely powerful, but also incredibly dangerous. If it failed to kill the target, he himself would suffer a deadly backlash. Just then, the seal on the large door shattered, and his regeneration skill had just finished cooling down. He immediately activated the skill, letting green healing energy envelop his body. After fully recovering, Ye Qing declared, "Xiaozhou, Big Brother is coming." Meanwhile, in a gruesome cellar, an orc butcher was dismembering corpses. He roughly tossed something into a wooden bucket. Ye Qing's younger sister, Ye Xiaozhou, was hiding in fear. The butcher stomped on something on the floor, startling her. He immediately discovered Xiaozhou's hiding spot. She cowered behind the sacks as the butcher approached. He kicked away the sacks, sending her flying out. Yi Xiaozhou fell sprawling on the cold stone floor. She struggled to her feet, hugging her teddy bear, and bravely declared that she wouldn't let anyone bully her brother. Suddenly, a giant, spiked boot was about to stomp down, but Xiaozhou put her hand out to stop it. The attacker was an even larger armored orc, which roared menacingly. The armored orc let out a long, aggressive roar. In the dark room, tiny Ye Xiaozhou stood facing the monster's colossal shadow. In despair, Ye Xiaozhou silently called out her brother's name for help. Immediately, the armored orc lunged ferociously towards her. Suddenly, another orc butcher was slashed across the face in a flash. A mysterious swordsman used his greatsword to finish off the monster. Ye Xiaozhou flinched in terror at the sound of the battle that had just ended. Her savior was a muscular hunter with many scars on his face, known as the dual swordsman Wu Ming. Realizing he was a hunter, Ye Xiaozhou cried out joyfully. However, Wu Ming coldly turned his back and walked away, ignoring her calls. Not giving up, Ye Xiaozhou hastily crawled over, clung to his leg, and begged to go with him. Wu Ming glanced back, warning that staying might mean survival, but following him would surely lead to death. Ye Xiaozhou clenched her hands, vowing to survive to reunite with her brother and fulfill their promise. A flashback from 7 years ago appeared, when a doctor informed a young Ye Qing that his younger sister had suffered severe nerve damage. Young Ye Qing asked again in shock, unable to believe that his sister would never be able to stand again. The doctor confirmed that the damage was theoretically irreversible, making Ye Qing cling to the faint glimmer of hope in the word theoretically. The boy quickly asked about a chance for treatment, and the doctor revealed that he had heard of miracles happening in the abyss. He further explained that if the cause of the illness came from the abyss, then the cure might also be found there. Yi Qing realized that the abyss was the only hope for curing his sister. However, the doctor crushed that hope, stating that only those who had undergone class advancement could enter the abyss, and reminding him of the enormous treatment cost of 8,000 yuan per day. Yi Qing bowed his head, promising to do his best to earn money, and begging the doctor to take care of his sister. Leaving the clinic, Ye Qing promised the doctor that he would soon manage to gather enough money for the hospital fees. As Ye Qing walked down the corridor, 2 hospital staff members began to gossip about him. One of them recounted the tragedy of Ye Qing's family. His parents had passed away, his sister was disabled, and he was left all alone. The other, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel pity for his situation. Leaving the gossip behind, Ye Qing cheerfully entered the hospital room and called his sister's name, Xiaozhou. Yi Xiaozhou, lying in bed, anxiously asked where her brother had gone. He sat down, explaining that he had just met with the doctor, and announced that he would be going to a place called the Abyss. Hearing the name, Ye Xiaozhou immediately asked if it was safe there. Despite still having a bandage on his face, Ye Qing smiled and asserted that it was safe. He lied, saying that the Abyss was not dangerous at all, and he just needed to follow others. As he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. Yi Qing held out a teddy bear and said it would protect his sister in his absence. Ye Xiaozhou pleaded with her brother not to go, reminding him that he was her only remaining family. But Ye Qing remained resolute, asserting that this was the only way to earn enough money to heal her legs. Ye Xiaozhou declared that she would rather be in a wheelchair for life than have her brother enter a place full of monsters. Finally, the siblings pinky swore that Ye Qing would never put himself in danger. The scene shifted to the present, with Ye Xiaozhou lying on the dungeon floor, thinking to herself that she couldn't die so her brother wouldn't have to risk himself for her anymore. With determined eyes, she resolved that her brother wasn't allowed to die either. The man who had just saved her, Wu Ming, looked down and commented on her tenacious grip on life. Wu Ming showed interest, saying that if monsters intended to harm Ye Xiaozhou, he wouldn't protect her. Ye Xiaozhou calmly replied that it was fortunate her wheelchair was still intact. She declared that she didn't care if he lived or died. She would take care of herself and follow from a distance. The man introduced himself as Wu Ming, a dual swordsman. Meanwhile, Ye Qing was exploring another dungeon, contemplating the limitations of healing medicines in the abyss. He recalled one of the core rules: a body could not be healed beyond its state upon entering. This meant that injuries sustained before entering the abyss could not be fully cured. Ye Qing bitterly thought that if not for this rule, he would have long found a way to cure Ye Xiaozhou. Suddenly, Ye Qing's gaze stopped as he discovered an unusual sight. He saw the corpses of many warriors, concluding that they had been annihilated by higher-level monsters. However, there were no traces of any monsters, leading him to speculate that a survivor had escaped. His eyes suddenly widened in astonishment at what he saw next. Before him was the corpse of a giant monster bisected with a single slash, and his observing eye detected no traces of magic. Ye Qing noticed that most of the victims were agile and intelligent types, reinforcing his hypothesis that the attacker used only pure physical strength. He smirked, realizing there was someone stronger than all the others, and he knew who it was. The scene returned to Wu Ming, who was striding ahead, followed by Ye Xiaozhou in her wheelchair. Suddenly, Wu Ming stopped decisively. He sensed an approaching threat as flashes of light appeared in the air. Wu Ming swung his sword, unleashing a powerful energy slash that also pushed Ye Xiaozhou back. Ye Xiaozhou was thrown backward by the force of the slash, comically screaming. Energy converged back into Wu Ming's body, creating bright spots on his chest and shoulders. His eyes sharpened as his full power was gathered. Wu Ming turned to Ye Xiaozhou, who was sitting on the ground, asking, "Shall we go?" Which made her anxiously ask back, "Does it hurt?" Her naive question momentarily confused Wu Ming, stirring an old memory. 4 years ago, in an abyss-level ancient tomb, a giant tomb overlord was gripping a mercenary's head. The monster easily crushed the unfortunate mercenary's head. The younger Wu Ming stood alone, facing the monster and its minions. At that time, he was still a mercenary, holding a glowing sword and ready to fight. Their employer, a wealthy old man, was furiously yelling, scolding the mercenaries for their hesitation. Wu Ming thoughtfully recalled his criminal status, only able to join private hunting groups filled with reckless madmen. He explained that these people specialized in taking on near-suicidal missions in exchange for double the pay. The desperate employer yelled, increasing the bounty for killing the tomb overlord to 200,000 credit points. Wu Ming pondered the gambling nature of this profession, while another teammate excitedly announced the bounty had reached 250,000. Tempted by money, a mercenary wrapped in bandages charged forward, followed by others who also recklessly rushed into battle. The tomb overlord narrowed its eyes, observing the charging mercenaries. It let out an earth-shattering roar, a fiery aura erupting around its body. A muscular mercenary grabbed the monster's arm, frantically shouting about the huge bounty. At the same time, 2 other cloaked assassins charged from behind, preparing to strike. The tomb overlord let out a world-shaking roar, its eyes burning with fury. It swung its arm, easily flinging the charging mercenaries away like moths. Undeterred, Wu Ming gritted his teeth and confronted the giant monster head-on. The boss raised its colossal fist, preparing to unleash a destructive blow. The punch landed with tremendous force, sending another mercenary flying like a ragdoll. As the monster stood tall amidst a sea of flames, the cowardly employer cowered in fear. "Save me! You only get paid if I make it out alive!" he screamed in panic. He continued to bellow. "Remember, I'm the one who bought your lives." Wu Ming ignored the pleas and bravely charged straight into the fight with the Tomb Overlord. He yelled with all his might, channeling all his strength to withstand the monster's attack. Wu Ming's colossal sword clashed head-on with the Overlord's hand, creating a violent tremor. He cried out in pain as the impact caused blood to spurt from the corner of his mouth. After the life-or-death battle, Wu Ming stood tall beside the treasure chest, the loot hovering above. Suddenly, the employer shoved him aside, madly rushing towards the treasure and shouting, "Get out of the way! Let me open the chest!" Wu Ming, covered in wounds, coldly made a new demand. "My payment. Double." The employer sneered in response. "You're about to die. Do you need money to spend in the afterlife?" He burst open the chest lid, laughing maniacally. "I'm going to be rich." It was worth buying information about this hidden abyss. However, a fierce flame suddenly erupted from the chest, engulfing him. The employer's face contorted in extreme horror in the final moments of his life. The employer looked at the empty chest in disbelief, unable to believe his eyes. He sobbed uncontrollably in despair, lamenting the effort he had put in. While he was weeping miserably, Wu Ming simply watched from behind. Suddenly, the employer's body disintegrated into a whirlwind of sand under the effect of a spell. Wu Ming realized with horror that this was a curse, as sand began to seep from his own eyes. He wondered in terror if he too had fallen victim to the deadly curse. In this critical moment, Wu Ming took out the undead king's treasure, betting his survival on it. This immortal artifact had the ability to turn its bearer into an immortal being, but would suffer fatal damage from divine magic and healing. The price for this transformation was the loss of the ability to feel pain and any emotional changes. Wu Ming accepted his fate, musing that he had become an unkillable being. Liu Xingran asked in astonishment as his blood turned to sand, worried about the curse he had contracted. Wu Ming remained silent, his soulless eyes showing no reaction. Ignored, Liu Xingran yelled helplessly in anger as he turned his back and walked away. The scene shifts to the present, where the weapons of defeated monsters lie scattered on the blood-soaked floor. A horde of blue-skinned orcs roared and charged forward. Yi Qing rushed into the encirclement, thinking about how he had hastily distributed his 200 stat points too evenly. Nevertheless, he gripped his dagger with a determined expression. Yi Qing moved like lightning, acutely aware that misjudging the situation could cost him his life. He knew that while the monsters in the abyss weren't particularly strong, the endless battles were truly exhausting. Yi Qing unleashed an aerial attack, cleaving a blue-skinned monster in half. He landed on the ground, facing a horde of surrounding monsters. With a shout of dagger frenzy, he charged forward, but a notification appeared stating his mana was below 5%. He realized with annoyance that he had run out of mana and could no longer use skills. As a monster swung its weapon, he decided to meet it head-on. He poured all his strength into his fist. "In that case, I'll have to rely on pure stats to fight," he thought to himself, and unleashed a devastating punch at the enemy. Looking at the snarling dark figures in the distance, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This never ends." Yi Qing told himself that after fighting through 4 consecutive rooms, his body was exhausted, his mana was only half, and all his small potions were depleted. He knew he had to save the large potions for the most critical moments. His fist collided with the monster's face with tremendous force. Its face contorted horribly under the impact of the blow. The monster's skull began to crack, and then, its head exploded into pieces. Yi Qing landed as the monster's body dissolved into dark energy. He quickly placed his hand on the remains to recycle it. From it, he received a new card. It was the divine weapon Soul Reaper, a weapon with a significant drawback but also the ability to recover health in the blink of an eye. Just then, another group of fully armed monsters charged in. Yi Qing unleashed a flurry of high-speed slashes, tearing the Abyssal Reaper apart. Immediately after, the divine weapon Soul Reaper activated its effect, fully restoring his health and mana. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had saved his mana potions and didn't have to overuse the legendary regeneration skill. Suddenly, a strange noise alerted Yi Qing, making him wonder if someone was nearby. He looked down and discovered a pair of glasses lying on the floor, right at his feet. Yi Qing immediately turned towards a large wooden barrel and called out to ask who was there. A hand suddenly reached out from behind the barrel, grabbing his leg as a panicked voice pleaded not to be killed. A man peeked out cautiously, anxiously asking if you had seen his glasses. After Yi Qing returned his glasses, the man happily introduced himself as a doctor and researcher named Song Qingshan. Song Qingshan explained that his area had suddenly been overrun with monsters similar to those Yi Qing had just eliminated. Terrified, he had fled into a strange room and had no choice but to hide inside a barrel. Yi Qing coldly asked if he had seen any other survivors. Song Qingshan adamantly stated that no one could have survived in this abyssal hospital, especially the disabled. Angered by the doctor's callous attitude, Yi Qing grabbed Song Qingshan by the collar to question him, but the man merely cited self-preservation. Song Qingshan attempted to de-escalate the situation, fawningly asking if Yi Qing was here to rescue him. He confidently assumed Yi Qing was sent by Lionheart and promised a hefty reward if he was safely escorted out. The name Lionheart caused Yi Qing to freeze, reminding him of an enemy named Kaiser. In a flashback, a system notification confirmed his defeat of Kaiser and the acquisition of 150 attribute points. Memories continued to flood back, showing Zhou Tong confirming the lion emblem dropped by the enemy was indeed the symbol of the Lionheart Hunter group. Yi Qing mused about Lionheart, a top-tier hunter group that only accepted the strongest. He inwardly lamented the ridiculous requirement to join such powerful hunter groups. Suddenly, Song Qingshan frantically called out to him, pointing out that the exit should be in the opposite direction. The man explained that Yi Qing had just come from the infirmary and advised him not to bother saving the unfortunate souls there. Yi Qing calmly replied that he was heading this way because his sister was there. Song Qingshan was stunned, realizing Yi Qing was not from Lionheart and wasn't here to save him. Yi Qing coldly declared that he only collected trash, he didn't save it. With glowing purple eyes, he stated he had no interest in saving trash. A massive purple energy gate suddenly appeared in the corridor, emitting a dark aura. Song Qingshan hastily warned that this place had become a deep labyrinth, and Yi Qing would surely get lost. He offered to guide Yi Qing to his sister, on the condition that Yi Qing also take him out. Seeing Yi Qing's silence, Song Qingshan took it as agreement, and excitedly pointed towards the portal. Yi Qing moved towards the gate, where the image of a white-haired girl awaited, symbolizing his objective. He stepped into the chaotic purple energy without hesitation. Walking beside Yi Qing, Song Qingshan tried to make small talk and asked which group he belonged to. Yi Qing curtly replied that he was here alone. Song Qingshan expressed skepticism, chuckling at the thought of a solo hunter in this day and age. He rambled on about top hunter groups and offered to introduce Yi Qing to some good ones after they got out. Yi Qing, impatient, ordered him to shut up and just lead the way after stating his sister's name was Ye Xiaozhou. Song Qingshan was rendered speechless upon hearing the name Ye Xiaozhou. In a flashback, the profiles of two teenage test subjects were reviewed. A stout recruiter reassured his colleague that the families of these two children, including Ye Xiaozhou, held no influence. He revealed Ye Xiaozhou's brother was risking his life in the abyss, while the other, Lin Shugu, was a jobless ex-convict. A bespectacled researcher wondered how he managed to convince individuals with such backgrounds. The recruiter smirked, explaining he simply played on their desire not to be a burden. He preyed on Lin Shugu's pain, suggesting even his father was growing distant and saw him as a burden. He then turned his attention to Ye Xiaozhou. He manipulated her by speaking of her brother's sacrifices and asking if she wanted him to be safe. With a determined expression, Ye Xiaozhou hugged her teddy bear and agreed. The recruiter presented an enticing offer of a new treatment that could cure illnesses and free them from being a societal burden. Lin Shugu immediately volunteered to go first, while Ye Xiaozhou also eagerly wished to participate so she could stand on her own. The recruiter, pleased, handed them an agreement to sign. Afterward, he and the researcher stood before a containment chamber, mocking the children's gullibility and calling them trash useful for a greater purpose. The recruiter flattered a masked man referred to as director, praising his research that would benefit society. The researcher revealed the true objective was to create billions worth of abyssal embryos, and the director ordered them to begin. Experiment Hashone commenced as a purple liquid was injected into a blood bag. Inside the containment chamber, a hand began to dissolve in the solution. The director shouted in panic as the test subject screamed in extreme agony. The bespectacled researcher cursed in utter shock. A female staff member reported that the abyssal cells were rejecting the host. Inside the containment chamber, the test subject's body completely disintegrated as the stem cell injection failed. The researcher, who was the director, calmly reassured them that it was just one body, and they had a backup plan. Just then, the female staff member frantically announced an intruder was causing a disturbance outside. Through the surveillance monitor, they saw a man in a patient's gown yelling for his daughter. The director, annoyed, ordered the man brought in, and the bald recruiter eagerly accepted. The recruiter encountered guards beating the patient and ordered them to bring him inside. While being escorted, the father was informed that his daughter was with the director. In the lab, the director greeted the man and confirmed his daughter was right there. The distraught father asked where his daughter, Yuan Yan, was, and the director pointed to a tank that contained only a skeleton. With a fake smile, the director apologized for the incident and promised compensation as agreed. His expression turned sinister as he added that they still needed to retrieve the body for research. Overwhelmed with rage, the father lunged forward, screaming about their inhumanity while being held back by guards. The director cruelly retorted that a disabled person should dedicate their body to society and be grateful for the compensation. The father burst into sobs, asserting that he didn't need money, only his daughter to return alive. Losing patience, the director ordered the insolent patient to be thrown out. As he was dragged away, the father cursed them all to hell, while a voice ordered him to be thrown into the abyss. The flashback ended as the director turned away and asked about Ye Xiaozhou's condition. In the flashback, a voice reported no energy detected from Ye Xiaozhou, who was suspended in the experimental chamber, suggesting further observation was needed. The subordinate asked the director if the girl's brother might cause trouble. The director dismissed it, scoffing that a low-level scavenger like Ye Qing couldn't cause any problems. Back in the present, Ye Qing looked directly at Song Qingshan and asked if he knew his sister. Song Qingshan nervously forced a laugh, stammering that he didn't know Ye Xiaozhou. The doctor secretly wondered why Ye Xiaozhou's brother, an unknown scavenger, could be so strong. In despair, Song Qingshan confessed in his mind that he himself had pushed Ye Xiaozhou into the monster's lair and then fled alone. Trembling, Song Qingshan continued to lead the way under Ye Qing's silent gaze. When Song Qingshan stopped, Ye Qing coldly asked if he had forgotten the way. Song Qingshan hastily fabricated a story, saying he was only worried about Ye Xiaozhou's safety and blamed the monsters that appeared in the ward. He reassured himself that if Ye Xiaozhou was dead, he could blame all the monsters from the abyss. Ye Qing continued walking, his sharp gaze sweeping across the dark corridor ahead. Suddenly, Ye Qing grabbed Song Qingshan by the collar, making him scream in terror. He forcefully threw Song Qingshan aside, just as a giant greatsword slashed down where he had been. Ye Qing realized this aura wasn't from a monster, while Song Qingshan was stunned, not understanding what was happening. A strange swordsman landed, and Ye Qing apologized for mistaking him for a monster. The scarred man introduced himself as Wu Ming, sent by the Lionheart group to rescue Director Song. While Ye Qing assessed the situation, Song Qingshan yelled at his rescuer that he had almost killed him. Ye Qing secretly deduced that this greatsword belonged to the super-strong individual from the Lionheart group he had heard about. Wu Ming introduced himself as a nameless mercenary, one who wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice teammates for a high bounty. While Ye Qing secretly recognized the danger of this type of mercenary, Song Qingshan hastily begged to be rescued. Song Qingshan whispered to Ye Qing that he sensed killing intent from the newcomer's sword and believed he had no intention of saving anyone. Ye Qing dismissed Song Qingshan's fear, asserting that he felt no killing intent, and began to question Wu Ming. He explained that he was here because his sister was in a room right behind Wu Ming. Wu Ming coldly replied that he had seen a girl there before. Ye Qing was stunned, hastily asking where his sister was, while Song Qingshan panicked, fearing his lie would be exposed. Wu Ming simply said, "Here," and threw an object towards Ye Qing. Ye Qing was confused as he caught a teddy bear and didn't understand where it came from. Wu Ming heartlessly announced that the girl was very cute, but unfortunately, she didn't make it. Ye Qing froze, unable to believe what he had just heard. In contrast, Song Qingshan secretly rejoiced, thinking he was safe because the only witness was dead. Wu Ming recounted that he had told the girl he wouldn't protect her, but still promised to pass on a message if he met her brother. He relayed Ye Xiaozhou's message, that she hoped to wait at the main gate, so her brother would see her safe without needing to risk entering. Ye Qing's eyes flashed with a cold, furious glint. He roared, questioning why Wu Ming stood by and watched even when his sister was in danger, then lunged to attack. Wu Ming calmly replied that a mercenary's duty was only to complete the contract. Beyond that, he didn't care about anything else. He easily blocked Ye Qing's attack, and revealed that he carried a curse that caused all who followed him to die. As their weapons clashed, Wu Ming added that, in a way, the girl's death was her own doing. In a fit of rage, Ye Qing lunged at Wu Ming, roaring and demanding to know his sister's whereabouts. As their weapons clashed, Wu Ming offered to show the way if Ye Qing would abandon Director Song, but he flatly refused. From behind, Song Qingshan fearfully spoke up, reminding them that he was still there. Wu Ming coldly declared that he had no compassion, not even for former teammates, and wouldn't hesitate to strike them down. With superior strength, Wu Ming easily knocked Ye Qing's hand away from the greatsword. Ye Qing then provoked him, asking what Wu Ming would do without a weapon in hand. He threw a straight punch towards Wu Ming, who maintained a calm expression. Suddenly, a dagger glowing with purple energy appeared in Ye Qing's hand as he prepared to strike. He quickly closed in and attacked Wu Ming with the energy dagger. A notification appeared, stating that the skill Disarm had been activated, neutralizing the opponent's weapon for 8 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Qing landed a hook punch to Wu Ming's face. He continued to mock, questioning the swordsman's great sword skills. Wu Ming stood firm, explaining that seasoned warriors could use their own bodies as weapons, and admitted he hadn't used his full strength yet. He picked up the greatsword, now enveloped in a dark aura, and warned that Ye Qing wouldn't be able to withstand it. The sword ignited with orange flames as Wu Ming prepared to unleash the skill Rock Breaking Slash. Ye Qing calmly analyzed, stating that while the greatsword was powerful, it was slow and could be interrupted. Wu Ming unleashed a terrifying slash, creating dark energy trails that swept across the Grand Hall. Ye Qing was stunned to realize the attack speed was far greater than he had anticipated. To evade, he leaped high into the air while simultaneously summoning a swarm of spiderlings from the Broodmother card to block the attack. Wu Ming was surprised. "You even have summoning abilities?" A summoned spider lunged forward, spitting webs towards Wu Ming. Wu Ming was immediately enveloped and bound by countless white threads. However, with a mere flex of his body, he snapped all the restraints. "It would be ridiculous if you intended to stop me with these monsters," Wu Ming taunted as he leaped into the air. He swung his sword, unleashing the Rock Breaking Slash, a devastating attack from above. "If you think you can defeat me with such tricks, you've underestimated me," Ye Qing retorted, charging forward in a dark aura. Ye Qing thought to himself that his previous punch had absorbed most of its force by Wu Ming's greatsword. Otherwise, it would have pierced his body. Wu Ming assessed, "You are not one of those useless level 0 seconds." He admitted Ye Qing's strength far exceeded his expectations, but Ye Qing was also confident that his combat skills were not inferior. "I'll ask one last time. Where is my sister?" Yi Qing growled, his patience exhausted. A flashback appeared, and Wu Ming recalled the girl in the wheelchair asking him if he was stronger than her brother. Ye Xiaozhou had proudly spoken of her scavenger brother who always fought to change their fate, someone she deeply admired. When Wu Ming dismissed the scavenger as a weak profession, Ye Xiaozhou angrily shouted that he was lying. Her words, filled with unwavering belief in a true warrior, made Wu Ming genuinely want to meet her brother. Returning to the present, Wu Ming looked into Ye Qing's eyes and realized they held the same courageous gaze his sister had described. From Wu Ming's perspective, Ye Qing stood there, using his last potion to recover. Yi Qing calmly analyzed, noticing Wu Ming's HP was not very high and that he was classified as a dual-wielding swordsman. He decided to stack buffs and land a critical hit on a weak point to defeat Wu Ming in 3 moves. Ye Qing analyzed his opponent, noting that Wu Ming wore no armor and wielded only a greatsword. He deduced that Wu Ming followed an all-out offensive fighting style, neglecting defense. Wu Ming charged forward, bringing down a massive sword strike that forced Ye Qing to dodge. Immediately, Ye Qing counterattacked, lunging towards Wu Ming with dark energy gathering in his hand. Wu Ming's eyes flared with fiery light as he prepared to counter. He swung the glowing red greatsword horizontally to block Ye Qing's attack. Yi Qing was stunned by his opponent's incredible reaction speed. To catch up, he activated a speed-boosting skill card. With increased speed, Ye Qing successfully landed a critical blow on Wu Ming's back, causing severe injury. However, Wu Ming's wound did not bleed, but instead glowed strangely. Yi Qing noticed the anomaly as Wu Ming showed no intention of dodging and seemed unharmed. Wu Ming turned around, his expression showing no pain. The wound on his shoulder began to glow and heal itself. Ye Qing was shocked, unable to comprehend what was happening. Wu Ming roared, a green aura enveloping him and dispelling all his injuries. Fully recovered, Wu Ming resumed his sword attack. Ye Qing was sent flying backward by the force of the blow. Mid-air, he channeled all his energy into one final attack. A massive energy explosion erupted, completely engulfing Wu Ming's position. Ye Qing took a defensive stance, his sharp gaze fixed on his opponent. Wu Ming calmly revealed, "I possess a trait that makes me immune to death from conventional attacks." Yi Qing was stunned, a thought flashing through his mind. Immortality? Wu Ming explained that the abyss is filled with existences beyond comprehension, from professions and skills to equipment. He continued, speaking of an even more unique existence, curses, a divine punishment exchanged for power. In a past illusion, the Tomb Overlord mocked Wu Ming, saying the gods only paid attention to him for entertainment. The monster laughed loudly, asserting that regardless, Wu Ming had obtained the power he craved, but it also revealed the price. They didn't tell you that they would also take away the thing most precious to you. Returning to reality, Ye Qing realized in astonishment. No. An undead trait? From afar, Song Qingshan confirmed that the rumors about abyssal monsters passing on traits were true, and the undead's infinite regeneration ability was one of them. Before Ye Qing's eyes, a completely healed hand emerged from the rubble, where Wu Ming had just been defeated. Wu Ming recalled the moment he touched eternity right before the threshold of death, and then he came back to life. Memories of being shunned by his teammates for being considered a comet that brought bad luck flooded his mind. Completely reborn from a pool of dark liquid, Wu Ming declared, "I have paid the price for eternity." He stood amidst the swirling sands of the past, accepting his fate. "I have died, but I continue to live forever." Wu Ming's eyes in the present became resolute and filled with killing intent. A system notification appeared regarding his skill, Wish of Death, which doubled the damage dealt and received when his HP was low, just as he charged forward to attack. Ye Qing gritted his teeth, thinking that the combination of this skill and the immortality curse was truly cheating. Wu Ming threw a powerful punch, activating a skill that took the form of a hideous, slimy fluid. The strange fluid from the attack splattered, taking the shape of screaming faces. Yi Qing agilely leaped up, dodging the stream of dark energy erupting from the ground beneath Wu Ming. He landed on the opposite side, a purple aura enveloping his body, as both took their stances. Using his new weapon, Ye Qing challenged, "Can the immortality trait truly not be defeated?" Wu Ming confidently replied that in this confrontation, his victory was already decided. Yi Qing swung his massive scythe, and a system card appeared, announcing that he had received a divine artifact. The image of the Abyssal Reaper appeared, representing the terrifying power of the weapon. Wu Ming was stunned when he realized it was a rare Hex-tier divine artifact. The Phantom of the Reaper swung its massive scythe, cleaving straight toward Wu Ming. The attack hit its mark, creating a powerful shockwave across the immortal swordsman's shoulder. Wu Ming analyzed the blow, realizing it wasn't a physical weapon but a pure skill effect. Yi Qing explained that the Despair Harvest skill would activate instantly because Wu Ming's body was fundamentally dead. He continued to deduce that the reason the immortal could live forever was due to mana, which meant that was Wu Ming's true HP bar. Wu Ming admitted Ye Qing was right, astonished by his superior information analysis ability. Ye Qing asserted that the Abyss operates by rules, and every seemingly unsolvable puzzle has a way to be broken. He pointed out that Wu Ming's sacrificial fighting style was actually a deliberate trap to conceal his true weakness. Wu Ming countered, arguing that Ye Qing must also have a critical weakness among his 6 basic attributes. But Ye Qing merely sneered. revealing that he was a hexagonal warrior with evenly distributed stats. He thought to himself that he must attack before Wu Ming recovered to quickly end the battle. Wu Ming struggled to parry, his mind shaken because Ye Qing's speed and power far exceeded all norms. He roared, declaring that whether it was abnormal technique or pure power, he had mastered it all. Ye Qing and Wu Ming charged at each other in a fierce engagement. Ye Qing confidently explained his strategy. Physical attacks won't kill you, but constantly draining your mana will slow your regeneration. Keep this up, and you'll run out of mana and die. Provoked, Wu Ming roared in anger and swung his sword to attack. But Ye Qing was prepared. He raised the divine artifact, Soul Reaper. An abyssal Reaper phantom was summoned, charging straight toward Wu Ming. Even with one arm dissolving, Wu Ming scoffed. Can your energy keep up? Ye Qing retorted defiantly. If it's a war of attrition, I have a slight advantage. Wu Ming suddenly realized. Every puzzle has a solution. Your weakness isn't in combat, but somewhere else. Suddenly, he was astonished to see a small teddy bear fall out. And Ye Qing froze. When did that fall out? Taking advantage of Ye Qing's moment of distraction, Wu Ming immediately lunged forward. He delivered a devastating punch, knocking Ye Qing far away. Wu Ming coldly declared, I have no mercy for those who stand in my way. Even if they were teammates, I wouldn't hesitate to send them to hell. He grabbed Ye Qing's face. But you are different, Ye Qing. You still possess human morality. Even knowing the person you protect is trash, you still try to stop me. So, how will you choose? Between your sister's life and Song Qingshan. Wu Ming delivered the critical psychological blow. Ye Qing was stunned, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Wait, a choice? Ye Xiaozhou isn't dead? Wu Ming confirmed. When did I say she was dead? This bear is just proof that I know where she is. He sneered. This bear is proof that I know where she is. That girl isn't so easy to kill, just like you, haha. Ye Qing was utterly confused, pressing. What are you talking about? The scene abruptly shifted back to a few hours earlier. In a ruined hall, Wu Ming was confronting a ferocious, giant orc monster. In a dark dungeon, Ye Xiaozhou was captured by two giant orcs. Wu Ming coldly told the crying girl that he would not save her life as it was not his mission. Memories of her brother, Ye Qing, flooded back, recalling his promise to earn enough money to heal her legs. Desperate not to be a burden, Ye Xiaozhou sobbed, begging for strength, even if only for a moment. A surge of purple energy suddenly erupted from her eyes. The nearby orc boss witnessed this scene with extreme horror. His eyes reflected a terrifying image as sweat poured down him like rain. A system notification appeared, stating that Ye Xiaozhou had unlocked a new skill, Shapeshifter, as she began to transform. Immediately, in her new form, she flung away the two orcs who had captured her. At the same time, Wu Ming lunged forward and finished off the orc boss with a decisive sword strike. He stood silently on the battlefield after defeating his enemy. Wu Ming's face remained calm as he observed the situation. He deduced that she was likely a victim influenced by the abyss's temptation, causing her to awaken a skill. The giant teddy bear's eyes welled up with tears, indicating that the girl's consciousness was still present. The colossal creature roared, facing Wu Ming, who stood in a ready stance. Wu Ming recalled that those altered by abyss cells often lose their minds and become monsters. However, the girl in her monster form surprisingly realized she was taller and could walk. Wu Ming, stunned, asked in disbelief, Aren't you insane? State your name. Ye Xiaozhou, she stammered in reply, and Wu Ming confirmed it was her. Looking at her reflection, Ye Xiaozhou exclaimed in horror, Damn it, I've turned into a teddy bear, leaving Wu Ming speechless. Ye Xiaozhou panicked about her monstrous form, afraid to meet her brother, and Wu Ming coldly replied that it was her skill, so he didn't know. Wu Ming stated that if she didn't want to go, he would continue his mission alone. Ye Xiaozhou handed him a small teddy bear, asking him to relay a message that she needed time to prepare herself, which stunned Wu Ming. As Wu Ming's bandaged hand reached out, she said with hope, If I can see him again. Wu Ming resolutely took the bear, promising he would personally tell her brother. Returning to the present, Wu Ming faced Ye Qing, stating that despite having an advantage, he wanted to see the latter's true strength, while Ye Qing saw no reason for them to interfere with each other. Ye Qing was shocked to hear that his sister was not dead, and he asked Wu Ming back in disbelief. Wu Ming pointed directly at the trembling doctor behind him, revealing that Song Qingshan was responsible for Ye Xiaozhou's dangerous situation. He asserted that it was thanks to Song Qingshan that this abyss had appeared. A flashback began, showing a quiet residential area. In the laboratory, a distraught father declared his final plan, to use a key to unleash the full power of the abyss. He clutched the strange key, which emitted a dark purple energy. With hatred, he vowed to make Song Qingshan pay for his daughter's pain and be imprisoned forever in the abyss. Wu Ming seemed to be recounting the story, asking the father if he was aware of the consequences, and received the answer that it was nothing. Another memory surfaced, and Ye Qing recalled hearing a cold-hearted researcher disregard a patient's life for profit. Ye Qing realized with shock that this meant Xiaozhou had also been treated as a worthless test subject. Song Qingshan frantically denied the accusation, claiming Ye Xiaozhou voluntarily participated in the experiment and offering compensation to appease Ye Qing. Ye Qing let out a bitter and furious laugh at the words compensation. His rage erupted, and Ye Qing roared, "You make it sound so easy," before delivering a devastating punch to Song Qingshan's face. He stood tall over Song Qingshan's fallen body, clenching his fists, his eyes burning with fury. Beaten to a pulp, Song Qingshan stubbornly asked what was so precious about a cripple. He rationalized that he was merely maximizing her value for scientific research. A giant hand made of purple energy suddenly appeared, grabbing Song Qingshan. Yi Qing growled, asserting that Xiaozhou was his only remaining family after the disaster that year. Sensing the killing intent, Song Qingshan stammered that he didn't mean it that way. The giant energy hand descended, aiming directly at Ye Qing. It smashed the ground, leaving Song Qingshan lying in the rubble. Yi Qing grabbed Song Qingshan by the collar and lifted him up, contemptuously stating that even hell wouldn't take him. He looked towards a spatial gate, where Wu Ming was waiting. "He's yours," Yi Qing declared, then threw Song Qingshan directly into the purple energy vortex. Song Qingshan was helplessly flung towards Wu Ming, who stood waiting. Wu Ming looked at Ye Qing through the gate, confirming their agreement was established. Yi Qing firmly stated that he only wanted to ensure his sister's safety, and nothing else mattered. Wu Ming grabbed Song Qingshan, saying that a mercenary's job was to fulfill their commission, and that was also the father's wish. He coldly asked how one could pay double for a single life, leaving Song Qingshan speechless. Looking at Ye Qing, Wu Ming promised a real duel next time. Yi Qing was enveloped in purple energy and teleported elsewhere. As the light faded, he faced a small, injured teddy bear monster. With a tear rolling down its fabric face, it timidly asked, "Brother?" Ye Qing looked at his sister with gentle eyes, apologizing for being late. In her monstrous form, Ye Xiaozhou sobbed, blaming herself for always being a burden to her brother. Yi Qing stood before her, gently reassuring her that everything was fine and she was safe. Yi Xiaozhou sadly said, "There was still a monster here," referring to herself. Yi Qing immediately denied it, asserting that if anyone was a monster, it had to be him. She tearfully explained that because she wanted to get out of her wheelchair and stop being a burden, she had become something strange. Yi Qing listened silently, his eyes filled with understanding and sorrow. He comforted his sister, saying that some people looked human but had hearts worse than monsters, and some looked like monsters but had the heart of his cute little sister. Yi Xiaozhou looked down at her monstrous hands, sadly accepting her current form. Yi Qing smiled confidently, stating that his job was to deal with monsters, and he knew who the real monster was. He let out a silent sigh of relief, complex emotions evident in his eyes. Yi Xiaozhou looked down at her brother and commented that he looked very strong. She asked in surprise if he had defeated all the monsters around, but Ye Qing quickly denied it. She excitedly boasted that she had defeated them with just one strike, astonishing Ye Qing with her sister's power level. Suddenly, Ye Xiaozhou's bear-like hands began to glow and disintegrate. Her entire monstrous form vanished, revealing Ye Xiaozhou's human body floating in midair. She looked at her body in bewilderment, shocked to realize she had transformed back. Yi Qing explained that the transformation consumed mana, and this wasn't a monster but an ability from the shapeshifter profession. He congratulated his sister on becoming a shapeshifter, making her happily ask if she could be like her brother. Yi Qing immediately refused, adamantly stating he would never let her be in danger again as he placed her back in her wheelchair. Yi Xiaozhou then asked her brother if he had met someone who looked a bit like him. Ye Xiaozhou happily recounted the mysterious man's words. He said he wanted to meet you because you two have something in common. She quoted, "That you are as hard to kill as he is." Yi Qing inwardly thought that such a person was definitely not compatible with him, as a dark aura enveloped the siblings. The scene shifted to a deserted alley, then to Ye Qing's room, where he was fast asleep. The next morning, he was awakened by a phone call, and an angry voice berated him for taking so many days off. The caller continued to question him, saying their boss heard he had gone off on his own to follow the Blood Oath guy. Ye Qing tiredly explained that he was in dire need of money, so he had to find a job that paid quickly. The man on the other end asked if he was still doing the scavenger job, and Ye Qing confirmed it. The man's voice softened, and he advised Ye Qing to be careful, as he still had his sister to take care of. After hanging up, Ye Qing looked at his phone with a serious expression. His eyes suddenly widened in surprise. On the screen was a notification of receiving a massive sum of 2,400,000 from Liu Xingran. He quickly opened the accompanying message. Liu Xingran messaged that she had sold everything and told him not to forget to thank her, making Ye Qing overjoyed. The scene flashed back to the previous night, where Ye Qing had calculated that selling the loot under Liu Xingran's name was the best approach. At a secret location in the city, he began his actions. He summoned countless high-level equipment he had acquired. Liu Xingran, in her workout gear, asked in surprise where he had gone to get so many good items. Yi Qing casually replied that he had just been scavenging, which Liu Xingran didn't believe, and asked him to tell the truth. He simply smiled and explained that at his current level, these high-level items were no different from scavenged goods. Liu Xingran laughed, mocking Ye Qing for still being a level 1 scavenger. Ye Qing retorted that he had matured, pointing out that his physique had changed, surprising her. She mused that perhaps the scavenger profession couldn't level up, but could grow stronger in other ways. Ye Qing sarcastically remarked that getting stronger through scavenging was perfectly logical. Liu Xingran then suggested he participate in the hunter exam to legitimize the items he found in the abyss. Yi Ching asked if having a certificate would allow him to enter the abyss legally, and she confirmed, warning him he could be imprisoned if caught. She explained that his test would be to convince the examiners that a level 1 individual deserved to be a hunter, and she believed in his skills. Liu Xingran offered to be Yi Ching's guarantor to ensure his success, leaving him stunned. In a flashback, she ordered her subordinates to simply say the equipment was found by her. Liu Xingran told herself that since Yi Ching had helped her so much, she owed him a favor. Returning home, Yi Ching also thought he owed her a favor, then noticed something on the floor. He curiously wondered if it was a delivery package. It turned out to be a bento box bought by Ye Xiaozhou, as she knew her brother didn't have a kitchen. Yi Ching was surprised to see his sister up early, but Ye Xiaozhou happily said she didn't want to lie in bed all day. He inquired about her leg condition, and she joyfully reported that her body had changed and she could move a little. Ye Xiaozhou smiled and stood up from her wheelchair to prove her words. Yi Ching was stunned, his mouth still full of food, unable to believe the miraculous recovery overnight. She explained that because she was afraid of turning into a bear and damaging the house, she had carefully focused her magic on her knees. Yi Xiaozhou asserted that she knew her limits and would try to control her power to stand firm soon. Yi Ching advised his sister not to rush and then opened the door to leave. Ye Xiaozhou asked in surprise where her brother was going for the weekend, and Yi Ching simply replied that he had something to do. He lied, saying he had to go to work, and closed the door. The door closed, leaving Ye Xiaozhou alone in the room. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously, secretly wondering if her brother was going to meet a girlfriend. Meanwhile, Yi Ching had arrived at a skyscraper where a crowd was gathering. Many hunters with fierce appearances were present. Yi Ching thought to himself that he didn't expect this job to be so competitive. Suddenly, a voice called out, asking if he was here for the hunter exam, and which team he wanted to join. Yi Ching turned around in surprise and recognized an old acquaintance, Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong was equally surprised, asking why Yi Ching was there, and wondering if he didn't already have a hunter certificate. Yi Ching explained that he only had enough money to take the exam now, but Zhou Tong vaguely remembered that he had obtained the certificate a long time ago. As they walked up the stairs together, Zhou Tong mentioned that he had taken Yi Ching's advice and practiced close combat, but still found it difficult to join a team. Zhou Tong believed that if Yi Ching obtained the certificate, he would surely become a main damage dealer, and Yi Ching agreed with this plan. Suddenly, two burly thugs blocked their path and yelled at them to get lost. A man with reddish-brown hair smoking a cigarette looked annoyed at having to wait in line. His subordinate began clearing the way, boasting that their boss had a god-chosen profession and threatening anyone who stood in their way. Yi Ching thought about god-chosen professions, and Zhou Tong explained that Liu Xingran was a prime example with S-rank potential. Zhou Tong added that these professions were like receiving blessings from the gods, but Yi Ching just shrugged it off as luck and decided to register after the other guy. The arrogant leader slammed his hand on the table, yelling at the staff to quickly issue him a certificate. The registration staff member looked up with a cold, indifferent expression and asked what kind of certificate he wanted. The arrogant hunter confidently declared he was a god-chosen one and was only registering for the all-rounder certificate. The surrounding crowd murmured in amazement, thinking that with such a special status, this was entirely possible. His two subordinates turned back and yelled at the crowd, boasting that their boss was a top talent. Suddenly, a woman with purple hair spoke up, expressing doubt about the title top talent. The leader immediately noticed her, made a flirtatious remark, and invited her to form a team with him. The purple-haired woman angrily refused his offer outright. He was unfazed, continuing to harass her with a vulgar comment about his god-chosen profession. Immediately, the purple-haired girl became enraged and unleashed a terrifying explosion that sent the leader flying into the air. The leader screamed in pain as he was engulfed by flames. His two subordinates frantically put out the fire, unable to believe a newcomer possessed such power, but still tried to salvage the situation by saying their boss was much more terrifying. Yi Ching observed from a distance, realizing this instant explosion proved the girl was not a newcomer. The surrounding crowd reveled in the moment, laughing at the god-chosen one, lying pathetically on the floor. The leader gritted his teeth in anger, cursing the woman who had attacked him. He crawled up, drew a curved sword, and roared that he would make her pay for humiliating him. But as he lunged forward, his sword-wielding arm was blocked by another hand. The leader turned around in shock, realizing Yi Ching was holding his arm tightly, and immediately started yelling. A sense of dread suddenly struck him, as he felt a terrifying dark aura emanating from behind Yi Ching. Yi Ching calmly warned him about the presence of supervisors, causing the trembling hunter to meekly agree. Just then, a female proctor and two giant armored guards appeared, sternly announcing that the use of skills in public was prohibited. Yi Ching quickly put his arm around the hunter's shoulder, trying to de-escalate the situation by saying it was just the hot weather making everyone a bit irritable. The purple-haired woman explained to the proctor that the hunter had harassed her, but was still warned that repeated offenses would lead to arrest. The proctor asked about her profession and the type of certificate she wanted to register for, to which she confidently replied that she was a fire elementalist and was registering for a magic damage certificate. Due to her recent actions, the proctor asked her to place her hand on a crystal to test her power. The purple-haired woman then placed her hand on the floating blue crystal. The crystal suddenly emitted intense electrical sparks, causing the proctor to exclaim in surprise at the abnormal power level. She explained that recently there had been many high-skilled hunters causing trouble without registering, so they had to increase safety measures. The purple-haired woman was shrouded in the darkness of embarrassment, realizing she had revealed her true strength. She quickly forced a smile, claiming the device must have malfunctioned and asked to try again. This time, the crystal emitted only a soft glow, and she innocently said it was working normally again. Immediately after, she joyfully raised her hands in celebration for passing the test. From a distance, Yiqing observed and thought to himself that this woman was very strange, acting like two completely different people. He turned to Zhou Tong and spoke about a plan, stating that the person they would not investigate was. When the proctor called for the next person, Yiqing confidently stepped forward to the cheers of Zhou Tong. At the registration counter, Yiqing announced that he wanted to register for the all-rounder certificate. The proctor squinted at him, saying that only God-chosen individuals dared to register for this type of certificate, and asked about his profession. Yiqing calmly replied that he was a scavenger. Level 1. Immediately, other hunters burst into laughter, but Zhou Tong loudly defended his friend, while Yiqing explained his reasoning to the proctor. The proctor admitted that theoretically he was allowed, but warned him about the test for those registering for the all-rounder certificate. The purple-haired woman behind them was surprised to hear about a test and wondered about the scavenger profession. The proctor sneered and explained that while others needed to cooperate for missions, those registering for the all-rounder certificate would have to take the test alone. The crowd whispered that even easy quests were hard for one person, believing the challenger was digging their own grave with such a high difficulty test. Yiqing calmly asked if conquering the abyss alone would grant him the certificate, but the female proctor warned that this was a test for veteran hunters, and his actions were akin to suicide. Based on his confident demeanor, she said he was either a fool or a hidden master, and asked him to place his hand on the stone. When Yiqing touched the blue stone without any reaction, the female proctor secretly concluded that he was indeed a fool. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter, thinking Zhou Tong's brother was a joke for attempting to enter the abyss without magic, causing Zhou Tong to angrily yell at them to shut up. Despite the commotion, Yiqing ignored it and took the key, astonishing everyone with his stubbornness. The female proctor declared they would not be responsible if he wished to commit suicide, and announced that he could not use the key here because teleportation was forbidden. As Yiqing was about to reply, Zhou Tong rushed over, calling out to him and demanding to go along. A magnificent dungeon gate appeared, and a voice echoed, wishing the participant a safe return. Just as they were about to enter, a voice shouted to stop them, wondering why a piece of trash could challenge such a high-level dungeon. The arrogant hunter and his two subordinates stepped forward, demanding a similar key so he could also try his luck. The female proctor coldly refused, explaining that each difficulty level only had one key, and if he wanted to try, he would have to reserve it for next time. The leader put his arm around Yiqing's shoulder, offering to go with him but not as a teammate. The female proctor then proposed a solution, stating that he could participate as a competitor, as the rules did not forbid it. She cleared her throat to get both their attention. Standing between Yiqing and the hunter, she clearly explained the rules. The only winner would be the one who emerged with the boss's loot. She warned them not to expect secret cooperation, as the dungeon's difficulty would increase exponentially with more people, becoming a nightmare level. The female proctor continued to explain seriously. An illustration showed that when two people entered together, the difficulty would skyrocket, which was why they only allowed one person in at a time. She concluded that even for the Abyss Control Company, these unusual situations could create endless possibilities, such as special enhancements for the monsters within. The female proctor warned of potential risks, asking if both still wished to proceed with the dungeon challenge. Yiqing secretly thought that the special buffs of elite monsters were nothing more than increased HP, immunity, or special defeat mechanics he had seen before. The red mohawked subordinate showed off a chest full of loot, bragging that these dungeons were too easy for him. Yiqing observed that only high-end gear could provide such insane stats, which was the advantage of a pay-to-win hunter. To the female proctor's question, Yiqing indifferently replied that he didn't mind, as his only goal was to obtain the hunter's certificate. However, another thought flashed in his mind. If the nightmare-level dungeon had rare monsters, he would collect interesting corpses. Zhou Tong anxiously advised him against it, fearing that the random negative effects in the dungeon were something he couldn't counter. Before the dungeon gate, the arrogant hunter declared they were rivals and would not save Yiqing if he was in danger. He smirked smugly, thinking Yiqing was being sensible by letting him open the door. Calling himself the Hand of God, he used a special key, instantly raising the abyss to nightmare level. A series of notifications appeared. Monster count increased by 300%, HP increased by 150%, and damage increased by 70%. The Nightmare Realm effect further increased the number of affected monsters by 300%. Upon reading the effect of a 75% reduction in all healing, the hunter screamed in horror, unable to comprehend where these detrimental effects came from. He panicked as his prepared stack of health potions became useless, while Yiqing calmly analyzed that his own healing skills would also be affected. Yiqing realized that the consequences of using his berserk skill would now be greater. He had to use it carefully. The hunter despaired, having bought a large backpack solely to carry potions that were now worthless. However, he quickly regained his confidence, declaring that his armor would annihilate all monsters. Fully equipped, he boldly declared he would enter first. A new notification appeared. Legendary challenge. A legendary monster with no fixed room would appear in the dungeon. The female proctor outside was stunned, unable to believe this hunter was lucky enough to trigger a mutation with only a 0.01% chance. In the waiting hall, different hunter groups stood before their respective abyss gates. A team of 4 excitedly entered the easy level gate, determined to give their all. Left alone, Zhou Tong anxiously looked towards the fiery gate Ye Qing had entered, secretly wishing for his brother's safe return. The nightmare level gate emitted an intense surge of energy, signaling a formidable challenge. Inside, Ye Qing and the arrogant hunter faced a vast hall guarded by 2 colossal statues. The hunter immediately scoffed, finding the statues ridiculous and the space unremarkable. Ye Qing calmly announced that this was the boss room, utterly astonishing the other man. While he was still in shock, the ground began to shake violently. The 2 colossal statues came to life, and a system notification appeared, warning of immortal, extremely fast, and incredibly powerful enemies. Ye Qing analyzed that these nightmare-level monsters possessed 4 attributes, and quickly planned to summon spiders for a diversion. He identified them as Knights of Purity, with a weakness in their backs, and prepared to execute his strategy. Suddenly, the arrogant hunter dashed past, yelling that he wouldn't let anyone steal the boss loot. He charged straight towards a knight, confidently declaring he would show it true power. He proclaimed himself the Crusher King. Witnessing the scene, Ye Qing could only secretly think that the other guy was definitely screwed. The Crusher King leaped to attack, but the knight easily raised its colossal stone hammer to block the blow. A powerful counterattack sent the arrogant hunter flying. Struck by the blow, he could only utter a sound of astonishment before being sent flying. The knight then fired a destructive energy beam from its chest, creating a terrifying explosion. Lying in a crater, the Crusher King couldn't believe his opponent's power, while Ye Qing realized the man's armor had saved his life. Ye Qing's eyes sharpened as he analyzed the situation. One of the 2 Knights of Purity swung its colossal stone hammer down. Ye Qing retreated, silently thinking his plan was ruined as the monster switched its target to him. He leaped into the air to dodge the powerful attack. Immediately, the knight swung its weapon again towards Ye Qing, who was still airborne. It unleashed a sweeping attack with a blazing red energy trail, forcing Ye Qing to continue dodging. Landing safely, Ye Qing realized the knight's attacks caused permanent HP loss, making even a small scratch potentially fatal. The Crusher King yelled in anger, complaining about why he was also hit even though the monster was targeting Ye Qing. Ye Qing irritably yelled back that the knight didn't care about that, and told him to hide in a corner if he didn't want to get hit. Called a burden, the Crusher King flew into a rage and charged towards the 2 bosses to prove himself. Meanwhile, the other knight unleashed a barrage of purple energy attacks towards Ye Qing. Ye Qing observed and deduced that this attack seemed to easily pierce defenses, making it the bane of tanks. He activated the Spirit Dash skill, leaving a blue streak of light, and gracefully dodged the attack. Seeing this, the Crusher King roared, telling Ye Qing to watch him show off, then charged past him. Ye Qing calmly observed, thinking that this guy at least helped relieve some pressure. But to win, the whole team needed to coordinate their roles correctly. The Crusher King was immediately struck directly on the head by the stone hammer. Ye Qing coldly remarked that it was natural for a tank whose defense was broken to be taken down in one hit. While the Crusher King knelt, groaning in pain, Ye Qing silently thought he should have performed his role better. Suddenly, one of the 2 Knights of Purity began emitting a powerful green aura. A system notification appeared, explaining the taunt skill, while the green aura enveloped Ye Qing, revealing that he was the one who used it. Ye Qing concluded that they couldn't just focus on one monster, they had to deal with the other, larger one as well. Immediately, he had to dodge a devastating stomp from one of the 2 Knights of Purity. Ye Qing's attacks only dealt 1 damage, and the system notified that the enemy's rock-solid defense reduced incoming damage by 95%. He was stunned to realize his dagger attacks were completely ineffective. Meanwhile, the arrogant hunter also failed to deal damage, and wondered why this monster was different from those he had faced before. The other knight raised its colossal stone sword, preparing for a devastating attack. Ye Qing was horrified to realize both bosses were acting simultaneously. The arrogant hunter turned to mock Ye Qing, claiming he only knew how to increase defense points without any attack power. He was about to boast about his skills, but then froze as the shadow of the colossal sword enveloped him. Scolded by Ye Qing as an idiot for being distracted mid-battle, the hunter broke into a cold sweat as he realized his mistake. He was mercilessly sent flying by the knight's powerful attack. A piece of his armor shattered upon impact with the stone floor. The hunter lay slumped in a crater on the floor, utterly defeated under Ye Qing's gaze. Ye Qing pointed out that the heavy armor didn't suit his fighting style, and an info panel revealed his name was Wu Sangzi, a corporate boss who only knew how to pay to level up. As the second knight attacked, Ye Qing yelled at Wu Sangzi to get out of the way. He angrily scolded Wu Sangzi that the abyss was a place where people traded blood and sweat for survival, not a playground. Realizing his slashes were useless, Ye Qing decided to resort to the most primal method, brute force. He enveloped his body in a blue aura, charging straight towards the knight like a bullet. Ye Qing clenched his fist, confident that merely enhancing his strength stat would be enough to deal damage. Ye Qing delivered a powerful punch to the Knight of Purity's face, declaring it the poor man's bare-handed tactic. Witnessing the scene, Wu Songzi screamed in astonishment, unable to believe someone could injure a heavily armored monster with bare hands. Yi Qing followed up with a strong kick, making the knight stumble backward. Giving his opponent no time to rest, he immediately charged towards the second knight. He landed a precise punch on the knight's nape, triggering a critical hit on its weak point and causing a stun effect. Yi Qing realized his luck stat had come into play, helping the punch inflict a status effect. Meanwhile, the first knight had recovered and swung its colossal stone hammer down. Yi Qing swiftly dodged the crushing attack. Believing Yi Qing had been crushed, Wu Sangzi screamed in horror. But in reality, that was when Yi Qing activated his skill, summoning a red shadow entity. The shadow entity enveloped Yi Qing, while he calmly stated that this was just business as usual. He silently assessed that Wu Sangzi was too weak to rely on, and he had to control the battle himself. "Get out of the way!" Yi Qing yelled as he charged past Wu Sangzi, who was now enthusiastically cheering him on. He leaped into the air, directly confronting the knight's attack. His eyes flashed with blue light, as a series of notifications about critical hits on weak points continuously appeared. He moved like a ghost between the two giants, continuously landing precise punches. Yi Qing leaped high, preparing for another aerial assault. The knight swung its weapon, creating two intersecting energy streams, but Yi Qing deftly dodged them. He landed and continued to close in, delivering another powerful punch to the monster. Wu Sangzi was astonished to see Yi Qing dodge all armored points and only attack weak spots, admitting that his technique was even sharper than the best experts he had ever hired. He confusedly questioned how a rookie like Yi Qing could use such advanced techniques. Yi Qing thought to himself that even though he had just changed professions, his years of combat experience had caused his skills to skyrocket, and his current physical development had amplified his instincts hundreds of times over. Wu Sangzi believed Yi Qing was overcomplicating things, as in his opinion, strength simply came from having better equipment. Yi Qing refuted this, stating that equipment was merely a changing factor with level-ups, as powerful monster phantoms appeared behind him. The system revealed the knight's two skills: Berserk, which increased attack speed and power, and Thorns, which reflected all melee damage. Yi Qing confidently asserted that his ultimate equipment was this ever-strengthening body. He realized this was a mechanic monster, explaining that the Thorns skill could only be countered by ranged attacks. Wu Sangzi boastfully declared this was his time to shine, revealing he could also use magic, and that Yi Qing could only rely on him. He began gathering lightning energy, bragging that he could cast a powerful magic like lightning arrow. The moment Wu Sangzi yelled, "Taste my lightning arrow," Yi Qing zipped past him. To Wu Sangzi's astonishment, Yi Qing unleashed a massive fire explosion right on the knight's chest. Wu Sangzi was speechless, sweating profusely as he witnessed the scene. Yi Qing mentally analyzed that when the Thorn skill was activated, the knight's elemental resistance would decrease, creating an opening for a critical hit. He shouted, "Great fire burst, another one coming," and jumped back as a second explosion tore through the monster's upper body. Wu Sangzi cried out in shock as he saw the knight stagger from the devastating impact. He couldn't believe his eyes, realizing it was a level 3 fire magic, an instant great fire burst without incantation. Wu Sangzi yelled in disbelief, as physical class transfers typically couldn't learn elemental magic. Without hesitation, Yi Qing charged straight at the remaining knight, who was swinging a massive stone hammer down. Yi Qing dodged the Knight of Purity's devastating hammer strike. The stone monster activated the Thorns skill. The system announced that this skill would reflect all damage. Wu Sangzi yelled in shock, not expecting Yi Qing to use the monster's own counter skill to attack. Yi Qing faced the remaining knight, a colossal dark silhouette looming before him. He realized his dash skill was still on cooldown. Deciding to tank the hit, Yi Qing activated the Golden Shield skill. The ground cracked under the force of the attack. The knight's stone hammer created a deep crater on the arena floor. Surviving the impact, Yi Qing mentally analyzed the opponent's formidable strength. The knight continued to charge with increasing speed. Yi Qing realized the boss's hidden mechanic. The more he dodged, the easier it was to get hit. Understanding he had to face it head-on, he prepared his weapon to meet the challenge. Wu Sangzi shrieked in panic, believing Yi Qing was committing suicide. But instead of charging in, Yi Qing summoned a fireball in his palm. A massive explosion engulfed the Knight of Purity in a sea of flames. Caught off guard by the magic, the monster roared in surprise. Yi Qing leaped over the disintegrating body of his foe. He responded to Wu Sangzi's words, asserting he had no intention of suicide. Yi Qing told himself he had to be faster than it. He weaved through the Knight of Purity's devastating punches, determined to become stronger. Witnessing the scene, Wu Sangzi exclaimed in shock, "Another new skill?" A system notification appeared, stating that living beings could not be salvaged. The Knight of Purity unleashed a powerful energy attack. Unexpectedly, the monster was struck by a purple energy beam, causing it to roar in confusion. Yi Qing's shadow reflected in its massive eye as he charged forward. He activated the Berserk, Carnage skill, becoming unstoppable but at the cost of his own life force. With a furious roar, Yi Qing unleashed his full power attack. His fist struck the monster's eye directly, dealing a critical blow. He followed up with an armor-piercing punch to its weak point on the chest, another critical hit. A notification appeared stating he had enough HP to survive for 20 seconds, and Yi Qing believed that was enough time. The Knight of Purity was driven back in pain by the fierce assault. However, the monster immediately used its instant self-heal ability. Yeching gritted his teeth as he realized his combo had only taken 70% of its health, and the longer the fight dragged on, the stronger the boss would become. He rallied his spirits, knowing that if he stopped, gave up, or hesitated, he would die. Yeching decided to bet everything, activating his rage state for the second time and pouring all his remaining HP into the final 7 seconds. As the boss prepared to counter, a notification stated that the double bleed effect had shortened his rage time, and Yeching was determined to end the fight with a single blow. They clashed, their fists colliding in a cataclysmic explosion. With eyes blazing with dark energy, Yeching charged forward, completely overwhelming the Knight of Purity. He faced the colossal stone monster in a final tense moment. With a mighty leap, Yeching delivered the finishing blow, shattering the Knight of Purity's head. Witnessing the scene, Wu Sangzi exclaimed in horror, unable to believe Yeching's overwhelming power was real. Standing on the wreckage, Yeching made Wu Sangzi shudder with regret for ever considering challenging him. A system notification confirms victory, and Yeching, with only 10% health remaining, rushes to drink a recovery potion. Empty cups clatter to the floor of the desolate arena. Standing up, Yeching laughs heartily, mockingly remarking that he almost died again. He turns to look at the corpse of the pure knight, muttering that it's time for a sumptuous meal. Yeching declares the start of the recycling operation, unleashing a purple energy wave and countless grotesque demonic arms. The spectral arms grab the pure knight's corpse, pulling it into a vortex of dark energy. Wu Sangzi recognizes the arms with horror and screams as the knight's body is consumed by an abyss. He tries to rationalize it as a strange summoning skill, while Yeching urges the process to continue. Seeing Yeching casually drink water amidst the horrifying scene, Wu Sangzi concludes that he is even more terrifying than the monsters. The system announces the successful recycling, leaving behind 2 glowing skill cards. Yeching receives 2 new cards, the Pure Knight's signature sword skill and a taunt skill. He analyzes the new defensive skill, recognizing its value despite not fitting his current playstyle, and decides to keep it. Wu Sangzi is still in shock, muttering about how 2 colossal bosses were swallowed without a trace. Utter terror is etched on Wu Sangzi's face. Blown away by the residual shockwaves from the decomposition, Wu Sangzi stares in horror at the energy vortex. Before Yeching, a giant monster head-shaped altar rises from the ground, and the system announces a legendary reward event. Yeching recognizes it as the blacksmith's altar, while Wu Sangzi exclaims in astonishment that it's one of the rarest events in the abyss. Wu Sangzi can't believe Yeching's luck in triggering this event. Yeching silently deduces that the sheer difficulty of the battle, combined with his luck stat, made the impossible possible. He confidently states that the greater the risk, the greater the reward, and decides to test it with his old dagger. Wu Sangzi shouts in panic, advising Yeching to use his strongest equipment, but he simply replies that he only has level 1 gear. Hearing this, Wu Sangzi is stunned into silence, realizing Yeching is only level 1 and fought without high-tier equipment. Yeching makes a firm decision, stating there's no other choice but to enhance this dagger. The system analyzes the weapon and presents an astonishing success rate, 200%. Yeching himself is surprised, wondering if the rate can exceed 100%. The system suggests transforming the weapon into a greatsword, and Yeching immediately confirms the enhancement. After a flash of light, 2 new legendary swords appear, but the system's final notification reads, trash. Yeching smiles with satisfaction, thinking that their quality and appearance are certainly legendary. The status screen reveals the first sword is named Trash Sword, a unique but flashy and useless legendary item. The second sword is another Trash Sword, a replica with identical stats. Yeching picks up the pair of swords with a delighted expression, while Wu Sangzi stands behind him, speechless. Wu Sangzi bursts into mocking laughter, saying their stats are indeed trash, and that Yeching's luck might have its limits. Yeching calmly slings one sword over his shoulder, replying, "To you, it's trash, but to me, it's perfect." Yeching looks at the astonished Wu Sangzi and asks sarcastically, "Have you never seen god-tier equipment before?" Immediately after, he throws one of the swords forward, and the weapon whizzes through the air. Yeching raises his hand, activating his ability, and shouts, "Recycle." The flying sword is instantly enveloped by a dark energy wave and begins to disintegrate. He explains his logic. "Weapons can be infinitely recycled. Isn't that precisely the god-tier equipment only I can use?" Wu Sangzi is speechless, wondering if this person's ability is to get stronger by using trash weapons, a true trash god. Yeching, unconcerned, turns to the blacksmith's altar and declares that even this is just trash he can take. He gives a command, and giant shadowy arms emerge, grabbing the entire altar for recycling. A swirling purple energy vortex engulfs the altar, and the system announces the successful recycling. Yeching receives a new card, allowing him to summon the blacksmith's altar at any time. He happily thinks that he can now enhance his trash swords, and even if they fail, he can just recycle them to make another. Yeching picks up both swords, declaring it's time to test his new weapons, causing Wu Sangzi to panic, thinking he's going to dual wield. Wu Sangzi mutters about the massive disadvantages of using two unfamiliar weapons, secretly glad this might be his chance to turn the tables. Yiqing opens his status screen, and the system confirms that his attack speed and accuracy will be reduced by 50%. But then another window pops up, asking if he wants to use 10 basic points to upgrade his dual-wielding proficiency to rank D. Yiqing realizes basic points aren't just for repairs, but can also increase skill proficiency, and he quickly calculates the cost to max it out. With a determined expression, he shouts that he'll upgrade straight to the maximum, causing Wu Sangzi behind him to be utterly terrified. Wu Sangzi trembles, completely unable to comprehend what is happening. Reflected in his eyes are a series of system notifications, showing Yiqing's dual-wielding proficiency skyrocketing through C, B, and A ranks. Yiqing confidently declares that his dual-wielding skill starts at S rank. After the challenge concludes, Yiqing and Wu Sangzi stand in an empty grand hall before a colossal gate. Yiqing calmly states that a new gate will appear since they have completed all the challenges. However, Wu Sangzi fearfully declares that he has made up his mind and will forfeit this round. He complains that if he had known this abyss was this difficult, he wouldn't have risked it, as dark energy begins to leak from behind. Wu Sangzi continues to mutter that he has plenty of money to spend and no reason to risk his life here. Suddenly, a burst of crimson energy erupts, and the system issues an extreme danger warning, activating combat mode. Yiqing immediately senses something is wrong with this energy mist. As the energy tentacles lunged towards Wu Sangzi, Yiqing yelled for him to get out of the way quickly. He quickly grabbed Wu Sangzi and threw him aside to avoid the fatal attack. Wu Sangzi screamed in pain from his injured arm, while Yiqing blamed himself for being a step too slow. Yiqing deduced that the two knights were just appetizers, and the real boss was what they were guarding. The dark energy began to swirl violently, coalescing into a central mass. Yiqing stood firm, facing the massive vortex of energy forming before him. As an enemy's silhouette appeared within, Yiqing readied his two swords, which began to glow purple. He lunged into the air, unleashing a powerful swirling slash at the dark energy mass. Yiqing continued his assault, creating streaks of purple light that cut through the chaotic energy. After landing, he noticed the energy core solidifying and warned that something was about to break free. From the darkness, the Dark Elf King Damaster emerged, along with a notification listing its fearsome abilities. Yiqing was sent flying backward by an extremely powerful attack. Meanwhile, Dark Elf King Damaster redirected his attack toward the terrified Wu Sangzi. Yiqing decided to use dual swords to increase his attack frequency and draw the boss's full attention. He rushed forward, using his two swords to block the fatal attack aimed at Wu Sangzi. Yiqing shouted a provocation and unleashed a flurry of consecutive slashes upon the monster. However, a system notification appeared, stating that his attack was ineffective because Damaster was in a target lock state. The boss remained unharmed, continuing to swing its weapon with immense power. Yiqing was stunned to realize his attack had no effect, as Damaster was still locked onto Wu Sangzi. Before anyone could react, Damaster's weapon struck down upon the desperately screaming Wu Sangzi. Elsewhere, two high-ranking officials were monitoring the battle through an energy circle. One person announced that a life signal had vanished, leaving only one remaining. The other scoffed, believing that the level 1 rookie must have certainly died in a level 30 dungeon on legendary difficulty. They mused that the death was worthwhile because they had located the legendary monster, and they could collect a rescue fee if the remaining person survived. The other agreed, saying everyone coveted the legendary runes that only these creatures possessed. Back on the battlefield, Damaster absorbed the energy from the life it had just taken, and grew stronger. Its eyes turned fiery red, signaling a new power. With the previous target dead, the boss's attention immediately shifted to Yiqing. Yiqing smirked, thinking that although he had drawn the boss's attention, it was now even harder to deal with than before. He reached out toward Wu Sangzi's corpse and apologized, saying he needed to borrow it for a moment. Dark energy enveloped the corpse, and Yiqing immediately learned a new skill: two-handed sword parry. A series of notifications appeared. Yiqing had learned Whirlwind Slash, Disarm, and Meteor Strike. Equipped with dual swords, he roared a challenge. Bring it on. The Dark Elf King Damaster narrowed its fiery red eyes, ready to retaliate. The monster swung its massive dark weapon down with terrifying speed. Yiqing was stunned by his opponent's agility. He gritted his teeth, using the newly learned parry skill to block the devastating slash. Damaster was pushed back slightly after the powerful collision, but it quickly regained the offensive. Its bloodshot eyes focused on Yiqing. Yiqing seized the opportunity, leaped high, and shouted, "Meteor Strike." However, a system notification appeared. Damaster is immune to sneak attacks from a target it is currently focused on. Undeterred, Yiqing launched another move, Whirlwind Slash. Damaster calmly turned, seemingly having anticipated the attack. Yiqing was astonished to realize that even his tricks couldn't fool this monster. Damaster roared, and its body erupted in red dark energy. Yiqing was violently swept away by a powerful blow. He felt discomfort as his recovery ability was diminished, while Damaster had begun casting Gravity Vortex. What? Yiqing panicked as he felt a strange gravitational pull. He was helpless as his body was dragged toward the energy sphere, thinking, "I'm being sucked in." Strands of dark energy grabbed Yiqing, pulling him into a terrible collision. A massive explosion occurred, and Ye Qing took the full force of the attack. Ye Qing realized that his diminished recovery ability was dragging his physical condition down, and at this rate, death was inevitable. Even though its effectiveness was only 10%, he decided to use a recovery card to buy more time. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the distance. The Dark Elf King Damaster abruptly appeared right behind him, raising its massive, dark greatsword. A colossal slash carrying fiery red energy swept across the battlefield. Ye Qing was blown away by the force of the attack. He hastily leaped into the air to evade the deadly sword strike. But Damaster was prepared. It began channeling the gravity vortex skill. Ye Qing was held fast by the gravitational pull, unable to escape, as the ground beneath his feet shattered. A spell resistance interrupted the super regeneration skill he was attempting to cast. The entire arena shook, leaving deep craters, and Damaster stood towering amidst the wreckage. Amidst the smoke and dust, a system notification confirmed that Ye Qing's recovery skill had been interrupted. With only 1 HP remaining, Ye Qing struggled up from the ruins, bitterly admitting that battle always taught harsh lessons. He looked directly at Damaster, silently thanking it for showing him the unpredictability of the abyss. With a bold decision, Ye Qing activated the recycle skill. The purple dark energy did not target the enemy, but instead enveloped his own sword. All the energy from the failed recycling attempt was channeled back into Ye Qing's body. He roared. Again, ready for a counterattack. Ye Qing charged forward, executing a powerful thrust, and received a notification that the proficiency of Meteor Strike had increased. Damaster remained unfazed, bracing itself and accumulating energy, preparing for the next engagement. Ye Qing dodged the Dark Demon King's attack, while receiving a notification that his emergency evasion proficiency had increased. He roared with determination, declaring that he never stopped learning and growing in battle. He charged forward, directly confronting the Dark Demon King, in a clash of sparks. With a powerful sword swing, his whirlwind slash proficiency increased again. He had absolute faith in his body, witnessing it become noticeably stronger with each blow. His speed grew faster and faster, and his multi-blade strike skill also leveled up. The Dark Demon King narrowed its single eye, seemingly preparing for a counterattack. Enveloped in dark energy, Ye Qing continued his onslaught. He leaped into the air, parrying the enemy's energy blasts and increasing his two-handed sword parry proficiency. The Dark Demon King looked surprised as its attack was blocked. Ye Qing descended from above like a shadow, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. He poured all his strength into the decisive slash. His sword shattered upon impact with the Demon King's defense. Seizing the opportunity, the Dark Demon King unleashed a devastating punch, sending Ye Qing flying. Despite being sent flying, he still managed to dodge the monster's next energy attack. Ye Qing looked at the two broken sword hilts in his hands, realizing their durability couldn't withstand his strength. But he remained unfazed, declaring that as long as the trash could be recycled, there was no problem. With the power of a scavenger, he commanded them to be reforged, unleashing a massive surge of energy. Dark energy and purple streams began to reshape the blade from the broken hilt. Ye Qing stood firm, holding the newly reforged sword, now even stronger and more fearsome than before. Ye Qing's eyes blazed with a powerful purple light. He confidently faced the colossal dark elf King Damaster. Damaster's pupils contracted, reflecting a terrifying surge of energy. The boss let out a thunderous roar as they both charged at each other. After a fierce exchange, Damaster collapsed, his blood blade exposed for the first time. Ye Qing stood above, calmly remarking, "Oh, your blood blade is showing." With a smug grin, he declared, "Damaster, you're nothing to fear now." A system notification sounded, indicating that Damaster's rage had reached its peak. The boss's colossal weapon slammed down onto the ground. Meanwhile, in another dungeon, a group of adventurers emerged victorious from the teleportation gate. The green-haired warrior thanked his teammates, specifically praising the purple-haired mage, who had dealt 90% of the damage alone. However, the mage dismissively replied, "You guys are too useless to be saved." At the same time, a group of high-ranking officials approached the abyssal gate where Ye Qing was fighting, questioning the chaotic situation. An official with glasses reported, "The last life signal has disappeared. No one in the abyss survived." A gray-haired commander coldly declared this a routine incident, not an accident. Another female official ordered the cleanup crew, "Clear this abyss before nightfall and retrieve the legendary monster's item." Hearing that there were no survivors, Zhou Tong questioned an armored guard in shock. He desperately pleaded for them to at least try to rescue those inside. A moss green-haired official sneered, "Rescue those penniless trash?" He continued mockingly, suggesting only the wealthy deserved saving, while Zhou Tong furiously shouted that his boss would definitely return alive. An armored assistant coldly grabbed Zhou Tong, ordering the dead contestants to be buried like trash. Meanwhile, a blonde female official instructed the cleanup crew to prepare to enter the abyss. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the fiery gate. "No need." A figure slowly emerged from the ashes, stepping onto the cold floor. Ye Qing appeared, enveloped in dark energy, his purple eyes blazing as he asked, "Retrieving the item counts as passing the test, right?" Zhou Tong burst into tears of joy, shouting at the assistant, "Boss, I told you he'd do it." The entire hall fell silent, everyone staring in disbelief at Ye Qing, the sole survivor. With a bruised face, Ye Qing held up a golden ancient script stone and repeated his question. The female supervisor stammered in utter disbelief. Impossible. How is anyone alive? Are you that level 1 scavenger? She suddenly paused, realizing something even more terrifying. Her gaze fixed on the item in Ye Qing's hand, this golden ancient script stone. How did you get it? Ye Qing decisively threw the stone towards her. Take it. My mission is complete. The trembling female supervisor explained that the stone only dropped from legendary monsters, then asked in horror if he had killed it. Ye Qing confirmed with a ferocious expression. Yes, I massacred my way to the very end of the abyss. Not a single monster survived. The female supervisor couldn't believe her ears, telling herself this must be a staged act. She adamantly stated that a level 1 scavenger couldn't possibly kill a legendary monster and return alive. A moss-green-haired official sneered, offering another theory. Ye Qing was a killer who stole someone else's achievement. The female supervisor immediately chimed in, accusing Ye Qing of killing Wu Songzia, the god-chosen one, to claim the credit. Zhou Tong furiously shouted, defending his brother and asserting that Ye Qing survived through his own strength. But the female supervisor merely scoffed, claiming a trash scavenger couldn't possess such power and must have betrayed Wu Songzi. Zhou Tong roared in anger, demanding they investigate the chosen one's corpse themselves to prove Ye Qing's innocence. However, Ye Qing indifferently declared that they would find no corpse at all. Just then, a balding commander rushed out from the gate, confirming that the abyss was completely empty, not a single monster corpse remaining. The official who accused Ye Qing was stunned, stammering if this was a system error. Ye Qing retorted coldly, pointing out that without evidence, they had no grounds to accuse him by their own rules. The female supervisor gritted her teeth, realizing she had been cornered. Ye Qing smiled defiantly, extending his hand and asking directly if he had passed the test. The official grudgingly admitted it, though he didn't want to. He reluctantly congratulated Ye Qing on obtaining his hunter certificate and a rare Omni license. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above as Liu Xingran appeared, sarcastically remarking that Ye Qing must be very pleased. Ye Qing looked up, suspecting that things were not as simple as they seemed. The committee agents were stunned, realizing the presence of the Liu family heir. The official rushed over, obsequiously asking why someone of her stature was present. Liu Xingran ignored him and declared that with the golden rune stone, Ye Qing could form his own hunting team. She turned to ask Ye Qing if he had mentioned her name upon arrival, and he bluntly replied, no. Ye Qing realized with horror that he had forgotten, causing Liu Xingran to scold him as an idiot in anger. With fiery eyes, she explained the importance of the upcoming hunting team registration. The official hastily clarified that he had intended to reserve the precious item for someone stronger, considering it a waste to give it to a scavenger. Zhou Tong snatched the microphone, roaring his objection to it being a waste, and accusing the official of attempting to seize it by force. The incident ignited the dissatisfaction of other hunters, who collectively protested the unfair rules and the organizers' deceit. The official grabbed Ye Qing, shouting that only a B rank could form a hunting team, and everyone would just see him as a thief. Another official held up his phone, mocking that with his previous D rank strength, the elders would laugh him out of the room. Suddenly, he froze, as his subordinate reported a massive energy fluctuation from the energy stone, with stats skyrocketing to S rank and nearing the limit. An unexpected energy explosion occurred, leaving the official and his agents exclaiming in shock. What? The official looked up with a bewildered expression, not understanding what was happening. Ye Qing appeared confused, asking why everyone was suddenly crowding him. The official stared at the golden token in confusion, believing the measuring device must be broken as the numbers kept rising. It was then that Ye Qing spoke, stating he had heard enough insults and just wanted his certificate peacefully, as a purple aura began to emanate. Sensing the immense pressure, the official trembled, asking if Ye Qing dared to attack the supervisor. Ye Qing replied coldly that he was simply reclaiming what was rightfully his. He unleashed a powerful vortex of dark energy from his palm. Purple energy tendrils shot towards the golden token, terrifying the official. The energy enveloped the item and easily pulled it back into Ye Qing's hand. Refusing to accept the reality, the white-haired official demanded another measuring crystal, believing the previous one was faulty. But when the new crystal was presented, it also immediately glowed intensely, signaling it was about to explode. With eyes blazing with energy, Ye Qing challenged, "If you still doubt my worth." The crystal immediately exploded, sending the officials flying as a horrified voice confirmed the final stat was S+. Ye Qing looked down at the defeated officials and advised them to find a better measurement method to avoid further embarrassment. The official stammered in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend that Ye Qing had been hiding his true strength. Just then, Liu Xingran appeared and linked arms with Ye Qing, further confusing the official about the true identity of a scavenger who had ties to the Liu heir. Liu Xingran commented that, if Ye Qing had better equipment, the supervisors would have treated him more fairly. Ye Qing replied that it was easier to convince them with force than to borrow her reputation. Zhou Tong was ecstatic upon recognizing Liu Xingran, and Ye Qing introduced him as his friend who was also there to take the test. When Liu Xingran asked if they had met before, Zhou Tong excitedly reminded her of his performance at her birthday party. Liu Xingran bluntly called the party a disaster ruined by a terrible rap performance, leaving Zhou Tong speechless. Changing the subject, Liu Xingran suggested a celebration party for Ye Qing's successful certification at his place. Ye Qing screamed in horror at the idea. While Ye Qing worried about his dilapidated rented house and Zhou Tong remained dejected, Liu Xingran asked with confusion what was wrong. Seeing her concerned look, Ye Qing quickly reassured her that there was absolutely no problem. He secretly resolved to never let her discover his true circumstances. Ye Qing feigned confidence, promising a grand party and inviting Zhou Tong to perform, to which he immediately agreed. Liu Xingran set the party for tomorrow evening and promised to bring a gift. She cheerfully bid Ye Qing farewell. After waving goodbye to Liu Xingran's receding car, Ye Qing and Zhou Tong stood on the road. Ye Qing let out a sigh of relief, but then he panicked, realizing he needed to change his appearance immediately. The scene shifted to a humble residential alley at night. Upon returning home, Ye Qing was surprised by his sister, Ye Xiaozhou, who asked if he was going on a date. He awkwardly admitted it, prompting Ye Xiaozhou to sarcastically ask if he was dating an elf in the abyss. Ye Xiaozhou became angry that her brother was lying again to go to a dangerous place, while Ye Qing quickly defended that he was still alive. Ye Xiaozhou anxiously urged her injured brother to go to the hospital, but Ye Qing brushed her off, saying they were just a few scratches. Angry at his stubbornness, Ye Xiaozhou sulkily turned her face away. Ye Qing stepped into the bathroom and turned on the shower. On the floor, the running water washed away the blood from his wounds. Ye Qing's bare back was covered in scars and fresh wounds, evidence of the fierce battle he had just endured. He secretly felt lucky that Xiaozhou hadn't seen his pathetic state, as the old and new wounds had become an incurable part of his body. Realizing that natural recovery would take months, Ye Qing decided to call up the system panel. He recalled that after defeating the Dark Elf King Damaster, a new option had appeared: rebirth. In the flashback, Damaster's corpse lay there, dropping valuable items. The system announced Ye Qing's victory over the Dark Elf King. Proud that he had defeated the powerful boss without taking damage, he immediately used the recycle skill. He received Damaster's signature skill, Gravity Vortex. Extremely satisfied, Ye Qing also received 100 attribute points, bringing his total available points to 140. He excitedly ordered the system to distribute all the points evenly, following his usual character build habit. However, he realized he couldn't add any more points as all his stats had already reached the 512 threshold. The system confirmed that his attributes had reached their limit. Another notification explained that the rebirth condition had been met, allowing him to return to level 0 for a second awakening and to break the limit. Ye Qing pondered the necessity of returning to the starting point in order to become stronger. He considered that he had previously ignored it due to the risks in the abyss, but now that he was in a safe place, this might be the right time to attempt rebirth. The memory of the official's malicious slander flashed through his mind, reinforcing his determination that he needed absolute power. Ye Qing mused, feeling that the goal of protecting his family was still too distant. With a determined look, he told himself he could not accept this limit and had to break through this barrier. With a roar, Ye Qing resolved to become stronger than ever and activated the rebirth process. Outside, Ye Xiaozhou was startled by her brother's terrifying scream. A system notification appeared. Rebirth successful. Growth limit raised to rank 5. Astonishing Ye Qing because he didn't have to start again from 0. He was amazed to find that all his wounds and scars had healed, but Ye Xiaozhou angrily questioned him about the bloodstains on his clothes. Caught red-handed, Ye Qing was speechless. Ye Xiaozhou let out a shout filled with anger and frustration. A sudden explosion occurred outside the building. Ye Xiaozhou had transformed into a giant monster teddy bear, coughed, and said she could change back. Later, at the Shenfeng City Equipment Auction House, Ye Qing, dressed in formal attire, understood that this was the best place to sell high-grade items from the abyss. A guard blocked his path, announcing that unauthorized personnel were not allowed entry. Ye Qing explained to a manager that he was a collector who wanted to appraise and auction equipment, but the manager was suspicious. The arrogant manager demanded to know what rank he was to be so confident. Ye Qing thought that even reaching rank 5 wouldn't change this person's impression, then calmly replied that he was currently rank 1. Assuming he was an unknown troublemaker, the manager tried to push Ye Qing out. Ye Qing immediately held out a blazing dagger, suggesting they appraise it before saying anything further. The manager sneered, calling it trash equipment but agreeing to look at it just to get rid of him. Ye Qing countered the contempt by showing a computer screen displaying a perfect 0. The auction house manager contemptuously threw Ye Qing's dagger onto the floor, telling him to toss it in the trash. However, he suddenly froze, realizing something was wrong with the weapon's sharpness. He quickly picked up the dagger and used an appraisal lens to carefully re-examine it. Through the appraisal lens, he screamed in horror upon discovering that it was a unique grade piece of equipment. The information panel appeared, introducing the Void Rift dagger with 421 damage and teleportation ability. The manager was overjoyed, unable to believe he had misjudged a treasure. Ye Qing merely smirked when he heard the confession that the manager had almost missed an extremely rare item. The story flashed back to half an hour earlier. In a makeshift basement, Ye Qing sighed, calculating housing arrangements for himself and his sister after their home was damaged. He checked his finances and was shocked to realize he only had 200 yuan left after paying for repairs. In desperation, he decided he had to find a way to sell the equipment he had scavenged to earn money. Ye Qing analyzed that, Ordinary equipment, even high-quality ones, would be difficult to sell at a good price on the market. He concluded that, in the eyes of the wealthy, they were nothing more than trash, and would only sell for a few 100,000 yuan. Suddenly, his gaze landed on something unexpected in his inventory. It was the icon for the forging altar. He wondered if the facilities of the abyss could be used outside, and decided to try summoning it. Ye Qing looked up with an expression of extreme astonishment. The forging altar item flew out of the system screen and materialized right in front of him in a cloud of smoke. A gigantic, blazing forging table appeared, and the system announced that the equipment enhancement function had been unlocked. With this new power in hand, Ye Qing smiled confidently, ready to create a masterpiece that would change his destiny. Ye Qing contemplated the potential of equipment enhancement, where the value could increase tenfold with each rank. He decided to experiment with a cheap longsword, worth only about 10,000 yuan, and invested 30 attribute points into the forging process. However, his attempt failed miserably, and the sword shattered into a useless fragment. Undeterred, Ye Qing placed a bigger bet on an epic-grade glove worth 100,000 yuan, hoping that the high-quality item would guarantee success. But the result was even worse. The expensive glove also shattered, leaving behind just another piece of junk. Ye Qing nearly cried as his 100,000 yuan vanished into thin air after a single sound. He began to suspect the problem wasn't the materials, but the forging table itself, as the system reported it as an unidentified item. A thought flashed through his mind, wondering why a forging table would have such a suffix. Ye Qing decided to use his observing eye to appraise the true nature of the forging table. Immediately, a blue stream of energy erupted from the altar, revealing its true form. It was identified as the scrap forging altar, a unique item with a bizarre mechanism. The higher the quality of the material, the greater the chance of failure. Ye Qing forced a laugh, wondering if he had been cursed by some garbage god, as every reward he received was incredibly strange. The altar glowed brightly, and a magical hammer appeared, reaffirming its peculiar rule. Only junk items had a high success rate. But then he realized that if it could only forge junk equipment, this was precisely its extraordinary feature. With a confident smile, he decided to test it immediately by throwing in a junk-grade longsword. The card for the scrap sword emitted a blue light, ready for the transformation process. Ye Qing swung the junk sword down onto the altar with a decisive motion. The forging process succeeded, transforming the worthless sword into Eclipse, a unique longsword with damage reaching 422. He was utterly stunned, realizing that the scrap forging altar was a divine artifact, a true treasure he had been lucky enough to pick up. Ye Qing confidently declared that with the pile of junk equipment in his inventory, he was essentially sitting on a money printing machine. He excitedly yelled, "Start printing," and swung the hammer to initiate the mass forging process. The first item produced was the unique Bow Nocturne, with 397 damage and the ability to inflict sonic damage. Another successful forging notification appeared. Next was the unique staff, True Word, with 400 damage and the ability to add magical damage to physical attacks. A continuous stream of success notifications appeared, showing that Ye Qing was creating countless powerful pieces of equipment. After using up all the materials, Ye Qing sat down to rest, calculating that he had forged dozens of unique items. Suddenly, a notification appeared stating he had reached Scavenger Level 1. He realized he could level up just by forging items. With his new hunter license, Ye Qing smiled, planning to convert this massive inventory of equipment into cash. In a luxurious office, Ye Qing, dressed in an elegant suit, sat opposite a man who appeared to be the auction house manager. The manager smiled and inquired about the origin of his equipment. Ye Qing calmly replied that he was a level 1 collector, thinking to himself that telling the truth would only invite more trouble. The manager immediately flattered him, suggesting that this powerful collection was proof of his true strength. Ye Qing smirked, hinting that he had many more items, and promising a hefty commission. He released a stream of purple energy, firing countless golden item cards toward the astonished manager. The manager was stunned, stammering nonsense at the unbelievable sight. Completely overwhelmed, he shouted orders to prepare the highest-tier VIP room and process the platinum membership application. Ye Qing was escorted by 2 armored guards through a magnificent hall. Holding the gold card in his hand, he wondered, is this all there is to a platinum VIP membership? While walking through the hall, Ye Qing was suddenly bumped from behind by a man. The burly man turned around and aggressively scolded Ye Qing for not watching where he was going. Ye Qing politely apologized, but the other man secretly judged his mediocre attire and concluded that he didn't belong there. The man demanded to know Ye Qing's hunter guild, and grew even more contemptuous upon hearing he was just a freelance hunter. He arrogantly showed off his badge, introducing himself as Lang Xiaofeng, the Mad Blade of the A+ ranked Tatus Guild. Ye Qing thought about the reputation of the Tatus Guild, a group of battle maniacs whose battlefields he used to clean up, and decided it was best not to cause trouble. He apologized once more, trying to end the argument. However, Lang Xiaofeng grew angrier, grabbing Ye Qing's collar and insulting him for sneaking into the high-level member pathway. Ye Qing remained calm, reminding Lang Xiaofeng that this was World Guild territory, and that using force would have consequences. Lang Xiaofeng sneered, believing that someone like Ye Qing had no right to walk the same path as him. He loudly called for the guards, demanding they verify Ye Qing's identity and throw him out. The auction house manager appeared with the security team, asking the gentleman to leave, which pleased Lang Xiaofeng. However, the manager respectfully asked Ye Qing why he was using the regular member entrance instead of the platinum entrance. Lang Xiaofeng screamed in shock, unable to believe his ears, and was immediately ordered by the manager to be restrained by the guards. While Lang Xiaofeng was being restrained and constantly questioning the situation, the manager bowed deeply, apologizing to Ye Qing, who merely dismissed the matter indifferently. Lang Xiaofeng roared about his status as a high-ranking Taoist member, but the guards warned him that they would revoke his membership if he caused any further disturbance. The manager turned to flatter Ye Qing, saying he could enter from here too, but feared the low-grade items wouldn't meet his standards. Ye Qing replied cryptically that his perception was different from ordinary people, and he might find treasure among the junk. The manager laughed heartily in praise, and personally invited Ye Qing to follow him further inside. Inside a lavish auction hall, a VIP event was about to take place. Wealthy patrons buzzed about a batch of newly appeared unique equipment, speculating on their origin from a mysterious collector. One man lamented that small-time individuals like himself could not compete with the financial power of the major hunter guilds. Meanwhile, Ye Qing calmly watched the notifications that his items had been sold for millions, realizing this was an effective way to earn money. On stage, the auctioneer explained the rules of the blind auction. All items were ungraded and non-refundable. He loudly declared that the blind auction had officially begun. The first item presented was a splendid, unidentified ring with a starting price of 500,000. Ye Qing used his discerning eye and noticed that this ring was interesting. He observed that no one was bidding, guessing that everyone assumed the first item was just a trap. Intending to stir up the atmosphere, Ye Qing decided to participate slightly. From his platinum VIP box, he confidently bid 1 million, immediately drawing all eyes. Below, Lang Xiaofeng sneered mockingly at Ye Qing's action, while the auctioneer excitedly called for the next bids. The crowd began to murmur, suggesting that a platinum VIP wouldn't bid so high if this wasn't a bargain. Influenced by Ye Qing, the man from earlier timidly raised the price to 1.1 million. Immediately, others joined in, quickly pushing the price up to 1.4 million. Without flinching, Ye Qing casually offered a shocking price of 2.5 million. Convinced by Ye Qing's actions that the ring was a treasure, Lang Xiaofeng angrily decided he must participate too. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted a price of 3 million, determined that he would be the winner. With a smirk, Ye Qing calmly countered with a price of 4 million, while the 79 million balance in his account showed he was just playing around. Being pressured by Ye Qing again, Lang Xiaofeng roared in anger while his subordinate tried to dissuade him, arguing that 4 million for an unknown ring was too expensive. Lang Xiaofeng brushed him off, believing that since his opponent had status and also wanted the ring, it must be a top-tier item, and he couldn't let Ye Qing have it. Ignoring the advice, he shouted the new price, 5 million. The other bidders murmured in astonishment, thinking that amount was enough to buy unique equipment and could bankrupt a small hunter guild. Lang Xiaofeng arrogantly pointed up at the VIP room, mocking Ye Qing as merely a freelance hunter who couldn't compare to someone backed by a large guild like himself. From above, Ye Qing only responded with a confident smirk. Then he casually offered an unbelievable figure, 10 million. Lang Xiaofeng was stunned, unable to believe that a freelance hunter could throw around enough money to establish a medium-sized hunter guild. Overcome with rage, he rushed toward the stage, demanding Ye Qing's account balance be checked, claiming this was disruptive behavior and he should be thrown out. The auctioneer confirmed the bid was valid, leaving Lang Xiaofeng aghast as he realized he had provoked a true hidden tycoon. Humiliated, Lang Xiaofeng gritted his teeth, refusing to accept defeat against someone he despised. He reminded himself of his identity. Lang Xiaofeng of the A+ ranked Taoist Hunter Guild, a representative of the high-level hunter community. With his pride wounded, he was determined not to let any freelance hunter trample over him. Struggling to force the words out, Lang Xiaofeng painstakingly raised the price to 10.5 million. Ye Qing jumped up, reached forward, and shouted an insane number, completely ending the battle, 100 million. The enormous figure caused Lang Xiaofeng to fall backward, utterly defeated. Ye Qing calmly sat down, mocking that he could throw money out the window today, because he would create another unique piece of equipment tomorrow. The auctioneer began the countdown for the 100 million bid. Having been spectacularly tricked, Lang Xiaofeng now believed that Ye Qing was so determined because the ring truly was a unique treasure. Lang Xiaofeng convinced himself that this must be a heaven-defying treasure. Otherwise, no one would bid 100 million. The auctioneer began the final countdown for the 100 million bid. Suddenly, Lang Xiaofeng shouted an unbelievable price, 200 million. The audience was stunned by the massive figure, enough to bankrupt a medium-sized hunter guild, and realized the bidder was Lang Xiaofeng of the Taoist Guild. Lang Xiaofeng turned to provoke Ye Qing, challenging him to continue bidding to prove the financial strength of a major guild. Ye Qing calmly shrugged, yielding the treasure to his opponent. Believing he had won, Lang Xiaofeng laughed arrogantly, thinking Ye Qing was not worthy to compete with him. Lang Xiaofeng's teammate anxiously questioned spending 200 million on a ring, but he confidently dismissed them, asserting that his analysis could not be wrong. The auctioneer solemnly declared Lang Xiaofeng the winner amidst everyone's applause. From above, Ye Qing mused that truly rare items like the scrapping altar usually had a mundane appearance, unlike this ring. He already knew the item's information, a fancy iron ring of trash grade with +1 attack power. With his purple glowing eyes, Ye Qing was confident that his discerning eye had seen through the appraisal results beforehand. Below the stage, Lang Xiaofeng excitedly held up the ring, demanding it transform into a divine artifact to show everyone what they had missed. He began the ring appraisal process. The first result appeared, calling it an ordinary-looking iron ring. Lang Xiaofeng's smile froze when he read the word iron. He was utterly shocked upon realizing he had bought a worthless iron ring. Losing all composure, Lang Xiaofeng yelled, blaming Ye Qing for making him lose judgment and demanding a refund. He desperately pleaded with the auctioneer, saying the 200 million bid was just a joke, and hoping it could be treated as a mistake. The auctioneer sternly announced the rules, warning that if Lang Xiaofeng failed to pay, his Tadas guild would face severe penalties, and he himself would be sent to a labor camp. He declared that he would have men escort Lang Xiaofeng to the guild for payment, despite the loser's desperate screams. In the crowd, a patron secretly cursed, placing all the blame on the man named Ye, who was observing from the VIP room above. That patron fearfully told the person next to him that this platinum VIP was terrifying, capable of destroying an entire hunter guild without shedding a single drop of blood. The auctioneer quickly regained his composure, cheerfully announcing the continuation of the auction with the next item. A necklace named Wild Transformation was introduced, featuring immunity to control effects and self-healing upon transformation. Ye Qing recognized that this necklace was perfect for his younger sister Ye Xiaozhou and decided to buy it as a gift. With a confident smile, Ye Qing offered the starting price of 1 yuan. The previous guest worriedly whispered, believing that Mr. Platinum was about to harvest a new victim, and reiterated the rumor about Lang Xiaofeng being tricked into buying junk for 200 million. The auctioneer on stage began to panic, thinking to himself that no fool would dare to raise the price because they surely all believed this platinum guest was an insider planted by the auction house. Sweat pouring down, he desperately screamed in his head, begging someone to make a bid. Another guest with a stern expression affirmed that this was clearly a scam, and only a fool would participate. Ye Qing smirked, realizing that everyone's misunderstanding had become a unique advantage for him. Having no other choice, the auctioneer stammered, declaring the price closed and congratulating the mysterious platinum VIP guest for winning the necklace for 1 yuan. Another attendee in the hall was filled with regret, blaming himself for being too foolish not to try shouting a bid once. Ye Qing looked at his phone, thinking to himself that winning for $1 was ridiculous. The phone screen displayed auction revenue of 180 million, and he contentedly thought he had made a decent sum. Now, Ye Qing was confident that he could buy truly good things for himself. The scene shifted to a magnificent skyscraper, described as a luxurious 10,000 square meter apartment on the top floor of the city's busiest downtown area. A condescending real estate agent explained that the high-end apartment cost around 100 million yuan, and suggested Ye Qing a more realistic option. Without hesitation, Ye Qing declared, "No need to look further, I'll buy that penthouse." The agent unpleasantly replied that with his current credit rating, Ye Qing could not borrow 100 million yuan because that penthouse was for the wealthy elite. Ye Qing calmly responded, leaving the agent speechless. 100 million in cash, paid immediately. He added that he had one request. Everything must be prepared so he could move in immediately before noon. That very afternoon, Ye Xiaozhou sat in a wheelchair in the new mansion, astonished as she asked her brother about this sudden change. Ye Qing explained that the house was spacious enough for her not to worry about transforming, and he had bought it in her name. Zhou Tong was overwhelmed by the vast space. Pushing his sister's wheelchair to the window to admire the city, Ye Qing gently promised that from now on, he would never let her suffer again. After the housewarming party, Zhou Tong and Ye Xiaozhou sprawled on the sofa, complaining about having eaten too much. On the breezy rooftop, Liu Xingran had arrived for the barbecue party, and approached Ye Qing, who was gazing at the city lights. Ye Qing remarked that even after buying the best house in the most prime location, the air still felt polluted. Liu Xingran congratulated Ye Qing on officially becoming a hunter, and encouraged him to be happy with what he had achieved. When Ye Qing only responded with a brief thank you, Liu Xingran playfully scolded him not to wear a gloomy face on their celebration day. She held out a gift, a necklace with a brilliantly glowing blue crystal pendant. Ye Qing exclaimed in surprise as he recognized the familiar stone. Liu Xingran smiled and explained that she wanted to return it, but this time as a gift, revealing that she had carefully kept it for many years whenever she entered the abyss. She said that the stone always reminded her of those who never accepted their fate, those who dared to challenge destiny even at the cost of their lives. Liu Xingran believed it had brought her good luck, and Ye Qing agreed that survival indeed had an element of chance. But then, she recalled what Ye Qing had once said and smiled knowingly, realizing that survival wasn't due to luck, but to strength. Ye Qing affirmed his philosophy. Direct action is more effective than empty words. Liu Xingran agreed, saying that was what she admired about him, and that she also wanted to be recognized for her own abilities. She said that, like this crystal, Ye Qing's true value could not be measured by money. Liu Xingran asserted that whether he was in a mansion or a rented house, the person she liked was still the extraordinary scavenger from before. She admitted she also needed a lot of money, but it was for something he had once said. Yi Qing recalled his promise that if he had more money, he could form his own hunting team. Liu Xingran confirmed that forming a hunting team required an enormous amount of capital. Inspired, Ye Qing declared that he would form a team to conquer the most challenging parts of the abyss, because he couldn't become strong alone. He looked at a mysterious orb in his hand, enveloped in dark energy, and said that if he couldn't adapt to the rules of this world, then he himself would become the rules. Afterwards, in his new luxury apartment, Ye Qing began his new life. He carried a bag of trash to the building's collection area. Yi Qing grumbled about the inconvenience of the rich neighborhood, wondering if wealthy people didn't throw out trash. An arrogant voice from behind questioned him, assuming he was a servant and not following regulations. A large, arrogant man scolded Ye Qing, saying that servants belonged in their own area so as not to spoil the image of the residential complex. Yi Qing calmly replied that he was not a servant, but the new owner of this area. The other man was stunned, speechless. Immediately, Ye Qing snatched the banana peel from the man's hand. He pushed the man back and mocked him, repeating his own words. "This is a rich neighborhood. What owner would personally take out the trash? You must be the servant." The arrogant man ordered Yi Qing to clean up the surrounding area and never appear before him again. In response, Ye Qing silently created a swirling purple energy orb in his palm. Streaks of dark energy suddenly shot out, making the man ask in horror what was happening. With a cold gaze, Ye Qing declared, "This trash is yours." He ordered him to pick it up, or he would force him to. While the dark energy tightened around his body, the man was mercilessly slammed to the ground. Pinned against the wall, he furiously roared, "How dare a lowly servant like you talk back to me?" Yi Qing calmly watched, a system notification appearing that the target had been suppressed and could not use combat skills. "I said," Yi Qing growled, his eyes sharpening. He repeated the order, "Pick it up," as the crushing pressure bore down on the man. In a fit of rage, he activated the skill, Titanic Power, to try and break free from the restraint. However, the system announced that his skill was invalid against a legendary tier control skill. The man was stunned, unable to believe that a nobody could possess a legendary skill. Yi Qing calmly explained that his gravity vortex skill was obtained from a legendary monster, its power far exceeding what was taught in academies. Still pinned, the man tried to reassure himself that he only lost because he was ambushed by a support specialist. Yi Qing lost his patience and sternly asked again, "Do you understand what I'm saying? Pick up the trash." Instantly, a massive gravitational energy burst forth, completely engulfing the man. Overwhelmed by shock and pain, he finally screamed tearfully, "I'll pick it up." After the neighbor was subdued, Ye Qing stood there as his energy dissipated. Ye Qing stood silently on the pile of trash, leaving behind the arrogant neighbor who had been subdued. He looked at his phone and thought to himself that even though he lived in a wealthy neighborhood, trouble still found him. In a call with his sister, Yi Qing lied that he was going out to buy something, but in reality, he was on his way back to his old house to retrieve some mementos. He returned to the old neighborhood, where there were low-rise buildings and lush greenery. The door opened, revealing the simple apartment he used to live in. Standing in the empty room, Ye Qing mused that, like old stones, older houses offered a greater sense of comfort. In a flashback, the old landlord announced that he could no longer rent the house to him. He explained that a significant figure had bought the entire plot of land and prepaid the rent for 50 years, and Ye Qing revealed that figure was himself. Meanwhile, at the World Association's Parliament building, an important meeting was underway. A masked official reported that the Tatas Guild had been swindled out of 200 million in an auction and had placed all blame on Lang Xiaofeng. Yi Qing's old neighbor, now revealed to be a high-ranking leader, demanded an investigation into the identity of the mysterious buyer. The masked official revealed that the buyer had previously appeared at the hunter assessment exam and was promoted to official hunter. Furthermore, records showed this individual had close ties to the Blood Oath, a hunter guild that had been annihilated. He stated that they had recorded Ye Qing's magic fluctuations from the test stone. When comparing the magic traces at Caesar's death site and in the examination room, the consistency was astonishing. The high-ranking leader looked at Ye Qing's profile and wondered if he was the one possessing a special occupation. The masked official warned that an occupation not on the list could disrupt the current system, and if uncontrollable, that person would become an enemy. However, the leader confidently declared that Ye Qing would have to play by the rules they had created. Standing before the powerful building, Ye Qing was unaware that he was being treated as a pawn in the game of those who called themselves the gods of this era. Yi Qing entered the main hall of the Hunter Association. He approached the reception desk, presented a token, and declared his intention to form a hunting team. The female receptionist asked if he was aware of the requirements, including the 50 million yuan establishment fund for the World Association. She further explained the operational rules, but Ye Qing insisted that money was not an issue and he could pay in cash. The receptionist pointed towards the hall, suggesting Ye Qing could find new members there, and reminding him that he needed to recruit 4 people by the end of the day. On the screen, information about the new hunting team appeared. Scavenger's home, with 1 registered member, E rank, and currently recruiting. 2 other hunters sitting nearby began to gossip, mocking the team's rustic name and small scale. The receptionist announced that as an E-rank team, they were only permitted to handle the lowest-tier resource recycling jobs, operating as a support group. Yi Qing thought to himself with a hint of dejection, wondering if, after all this, he was back to his old scavenging work. Suddenly, a large man with braided white hair blocked his path, sneering that Yi Qing would truly have to scavenge this time. The man, identified as Fa Xiong, roared, vowing to make Yi Qing pay dearly for daring to slap him previously. The surrounding individuals whispered, recognizing Fa Xiong as the son of a powerful elder and the captain of the A-rank hunting team Hunting Heart. They worried that anyone who crossed the Fa family would not have a good ending, and Yi Qing's new hunting team might disband on its first day. Yi Qing calmly replied, stating he was only there to recruit, and suggested settling their personal grievances elsewhere. Fa Xiong scoffed, demanding Yi Qing kneel and promised to only scavenge for his team, or he would ensure Yi Qing's team could not be formed. Yi Qing coldly retorted that Fa Xiong wasn't even worth recycling, enraging him to the point of lunging forward. Fa Xiong's subordinate quickly intervened, advising him not to be hasty and to simply wait and see Yi Qing fail to recruit members. Just then, Zhou Tong unexpectedly appeared and enthusiastically volunteered to join Yi Qing's hunting team. Another hunter recognized Zhou Tong, openly mocking him as a useless bard who couldn't buff. A discarded item. Yi Qing wondered why Zhou Tong had trouble finding a team, but he explained that his poor reputation led most regular teams to reject him. Nevertheless, Zhou Tong fervently declared his absolute loyalty, willing to face life and death if accepted by Yi Qing. Zhou Tong revealed that Yi Qing's team had been suppressed by Fa Xiong, demoted to E rank despite possessing B rank certification items. Yi Qing merely smirked, stating that even if it was just scavenging work, it was fine. Rank didn't matter. He explained his strategy was to let strong teams confront monsters head-on, while Zhou Tong remained skeptical about the benefits but trusted Yi Qing had his own plans. Yi Qing asserted that while money had limits, true strength was what was absolutely recognized. In the main hall, Fa Xiong, captain of Hunting Heart, arrogantly announced he would only recruit the 10 most elite members. Immediately, a swarm of high-ranking hunters from levels 41 to 49 vied to apply for his team. Zhou Tong disdainfully explained that these individuals were not rookies, but sycophants trying to curry favor with Fa Xiong's father, who managed all the hunting teams there. Fa Xiong mockingly praised the applicants for being sensible, unlike some other trash. A subordinate of Fa Xiong pointed towards the reception desk, where a new recruit named Yi Ling was standing, being sought after by many hunting teams. Yi Ling looked up at the notice board, curious about a new hunting team named Scavenger's Home. Zhou Tong was shocked to realize it was the beautiful female warlock who passed the hunter exam, famous for her instant explosive magic. He excitedly recounted how he had benefited from her power in the past and offered to personally invite her to join their team. Yi Qing agreed, and Zhou Tong confidently told him to relax. But as soon as Zhou Tong was about to approach, Fa Xiong interrupted and approached Yi Ling first. Fa Xiong arrogantly invited Yi Ling to join Hunting Heart, while disparaging Scavenger's Home as a trashy choice. Zhou Tong exclaimed in despair, thinking it was too late. Hunting Heart had made their move first. However, Yi Ling coldly replied to Fa Xiong that she had already made her decision. Fa Xiong angrily questioned why a talented warlock would want to join the trash-collecting team of an E-rank individual. Ignoring Fa Xiong's words, the purple-haired woman approached Yi Qing and Zhou Tong, saying she liked the name Scavenger's Home. She officially applied to join the hunting team, introducing herself as Yi Ling, a fire elementalist. Yi Qing happily extended his hand, welcoming the new member, and stating that his team did not reject anyone. Yi Ling shook Yi Qing's hand, officially becoming a part of the team. Yi Qing suggested they all go eat while waiting, but Yi Ling snapped that she wasn't hungry. Regardless of her words, the three of them went to the counter, and Yi Qing asked if they could order food here. While Zhou Tong was panicking about the prices, Yi Ling casually ordered one of each dish. In another corner, Fa Xiong still didn't understand why he was rejected, and his subordinate tried to appease him by saying their team wasn't lacking in mages. The arrogant subordinate demanded that someone blocking their path move aside. Fa Xiong immediately glared angrily at his subordinate for such a foolish action. While eating, Zhou Tong suddenly pointed at the large screen in shock and exclaimed that it was him. A scarred, muscular man walked by, causing Fa Xiong behind him to also freeze in surprise. Everyone around recognized him as Wu Ming, the cursed individual who had killed all his teammates. Yi Qing also recognized Wu Ming, his gaze turning sharp. Wu Ming walked straight towards Yi Qing, reminding him of an unfinished battle between them. Yi Qing smirked, asking in return if Wu Ming was interested in joining his team's recruitment drive. Wu Ming's appearance startled Yi Ling, causing her to drop her pastry. Wu Ming confirmed his interest but challenged whether Yi Qing dared to accept someone carrying a curse of misfortune. In a luxurious room, Yi Qing explains to his team members about the influence of bad luck in the abyss. Elsewhere, Fa Xiong and his subordinates mock Wu Ming, claiming no one wants to team up with such an unlucky person. Yi Qing directly asks Wu Ming if his bad luck makes item drops worse, and Wu Ming reluctantly admits it does. Wu Ming explains he doesn't care about equipment as he lives off quest rewards, as long as they are lucrative enough. Hearing this, Yi Qing is delighted, and exclaims "wonderful," causing Wu Ming to become flustered. Yi Qing insists on inviting Wu Ming to join, explaining that his bad luck is actually a special talent that increases the chances of forging the highest quality equipment. Witnessing this, Fa Xiong and his subordinates become even more contemptuous, believing Ye Qing is truly a scavenger who collects unwanted things. Wu Ming accepts the invitation but issues a warning, stating that Ye Qing must die by his hand before their team is swallowed by the abyss. Ye Qing accepts the condition and shakes Wu Ming's hand, officially recruiting him. While Wu Ming vows not to let the abyss take anyone, Fa Xiong continues to gossip, revealing that Wu Ming is nicknamed the Cursed One because every team he joins has a 100% annihilation record. Zhou Tong and Yi Ling are disheartened to see Ye Qing recruiting another notorious member, wondering who would dare join their team now. Ye Qing mentally calculates that his team now has 3 members and only needs 1 more to obtain a hunter team license. At the association's headquarters, time passes. The team sits in silence, the atmosphere somber as no one else has come to apply for membership. Zhou Tong sadly remarks that their reputation doesn't seem to be very good. Yi Qing bluntly replies that the presence of Wu Ming and Yi Ling is the reason their team's reputation is affected. Just then, Fa Xiong appears, gloatingly announcing that he has used his authority to interfere, ensuring Ye Qing's application will be rejected. He declares he will also restrict Ye Qing's hunter status as punishment for his insolence, and asks if he regrets it. Yi Qing calmly replies that his hunting team already has enough members, much to Fa Xiong's surprise. Fa Xiong looks at Zhou Tong with contempt and calls him a weakling. Yi Ling silently contemplates the current team composition. Wu Ming also realizes the team is still 1 person short, as he can clearly distinguish between the numbers 4 and 5. Yi Qing smirks and assures Fa Xiong that his team has all 5 members. Just then, someone suddenly appears, explaining they narrowly escaped the abyss. Liu Xingran boldly declares she will join the team. Fa Xiong and his subordinates are stunned to realize the 5th member is Liu Xingran. He cannot believe a prestigious figure from the Liu Corporation would join an unknown hunting team. Yi Qing explains that Liu Xingran is a rebel who rejected her family's plans and no longer receives special resources. Fa Xiong dismisses it, believing Ye Qing only has a few tricks, and orders his men to leave to carry out their rank A mission. The association staff member announces that the Scavenger's home team has been successfully formed with 5 members and ranked E. Yi Qing immediately applies to follow Fa Xiong's hunting heart team into the rank A abyss as a cleanup crew. Fa Xiong angrily questions how an E-ranked team can take on an A-ranked mission, but Ye Qing points out there are no level restrictions for scavenger teams. The application is approved, and Ye Qing successfully exploits the loophole in the rules to Fa Xiong's outrage. Yi Qing feigns friendliness, suggesting they put aside their prejudices and cooperate, as this is a rich A-rank abyss. Fa Xiong roars, grudgingly accepting but declaring Ye Qing is just his trash collector. He threatens to leave a pile of trash for Ye Qing to clean up and leaves in a huff. Yi Qing smiles and replies sarcastically that he will follow the orders of the hunting heart team leader. As they leave, Zhou Tong wonders why Ye Qing agreed to work like a slave, but Ye Qing reveals it's the only way to participate in high-level, unrestricted missions. Yi Qing further explains the advantages of being a scavenger, leaving Zhou Tong in awe, while he secretly thinks this cooperation is merely a coincidence. Finally, Ye Qing reveals the true reason. The Hunting Heart's mission coincidentally contains the Black Tower key, astonishing the entire team. Yi Qing explains that according to the association's reports, the Black Tower key is located within the Abyss Hunt mission that the Hunting Heart team received through special privilege. Wu Ming clarifies that the Black Tower key is a ticket to a challenge, where the reward could be the removal of curses, or the cure for incurable diseases. Yi Ling adds that it can even resurrect those who died in the abyss, but very few hunting teams can find the key and enter the tower. Liu Xingran asserts that without exception, those who succeeded became the strongest existences, just like her siblings. Feeling left behind, Zhou Tong naively asks if the key can instantly turn him into a superstar, but is met with the cold reality that it can only be achieved through strength. Disappointed, Zhou Tong resolves to become stronger to silence everyone. Yi Qing confidently outlines the plan, stating they can use Hunting Heart as a vanguard to buy time to find the room containing the key. The team looks at Ye Qing in amazement, secretly admiring how the plan seemed to account for their very appearance. However, Ye Qing sheepishly admits he didn't plan it, only thinking that recruiting for the Scavenger's home team would be easier. He concludes it was all a coincidence, leaving the team stunned by the harsh truth. On the day of the Rank A Abyss mission, a swirling dark energy portal appears in a desolate canyon. The Hunting Heart team, led by Fa Xiong, is present, standing before the abyss entrance. Upon entering, Zhou Tong is astonished to find he can see the sky inside the abyss. He cannot hide his excitement at the unbelievable sight, as he assumed the abyss was a closed space like a dungeon. Wu Ming explains that sometimes there are open-world abysses with no rooms or directional markers, and getting lost in them is extremely dangerous, grumbling that he hates sand. Yi Qing turns to ask Yi Ling and Liu Xingran about their strange attire, and they both state in unison that they must shield themselves from the harmful sunlight. The two teams begin their journey through the desolate land, with the Hunting Heart team leading and Zhou Tong enthusiastically reciting poetry in the rear. Fa Xiong complains that he hates this kind of open terrain the most, as they will have to travel a long distance to find the mission objective. A team member reports that, according to intel, there is an oasis fortress located in the center of this abyss, surprising Fa Xiong. Fa Xiong appears suspicious, as they haven't seen any vegetation or monsters throughout their journey. which is highly unusual for a rank A abyss. A large member of the hunting heart team warns of a suspicious flock of birds circling overhead. The team's archer expresses doubt about the warning. He is horrified to see the reflection of the flock in his eyes. The flock descends, revealing themselves as a horde of ferocious harpies, and they shout for everyone to be vigilant. The hunting heart team's tank raises his shield, ordering his teammates to take cover behind him to counter the aerial assault. Seeing Ye Qing's group standing still, the archer angrily scolds them, asking if they want to die. Ye Qing calmly replies that the harpies are only dangerous because they grab people and drop them from high up. Liu Xingran adds that if anyone gets caught, it's due to their poor positioning skills. The hunting heart tank becomes enraged, shouting that allowing Ye Qing's scavenger group to follow was already a great favor. The harpies shriek and begin their fierce assault. The hunting heart members immediately engage in combat with the monster flock. The archer fearfully fires an arrow at an approaching harpy. However, he is quickly grabbed by a harpy and lifted into the air. Taken into the sky, the archer desperately screams for his teammates to save him. Ye Qing stomps on the ground, seemingly preparing to act. The hunting heart tank leaps into the air to save his teammate, but misses. Yi Ling, who had remained still from the beginning, quietly observes the situation. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts in the sky, incinerating both the archer and the harpy. The hunting heart tank looks on in horror as the charred remains of his teammate fall to the ground. Yi Qing stands on a rocky outcrop, looking down at the crater created by the impact, and sarcastically remarks that he once thought all members of Hunting Heart were elites. Yi Ling mockingly adds that it seems some people here are just for show. The Hunting Heart archer angrily retorts, blaming the disturbance for his inability to hide. Yi Qing coldly comments that they have both poor positioning and a talent for blaming others, questioning if this is how the main Hunting Heart force behaves. Just then, a massive flock of harpies descends from the sky to attack. The tank quickly raises his shield, while the archer, still angry, ignores the danger to challenge Ye Qing. Yi Qing simply watches the unfolding situation in silence. A harpy lunges like an arrow towards two Hunting Heart members. Suddenly, Ye Qing moves, charging directly into the attacking harpy swarm. The tank is stunned, not understanding what just happened, as he sees a dead harpy at his feet. The archer is also surprised but tries to act dismissive, claiming Yi Qing was just lucky to hit a weak spot. As soon as he finishes speaking, another harpy closes in and roars right in front of him. Grabbed by the monster, the archer panics and screams for help. Yi Qing immediately intervenes, crushing the harpy's head to save him. He warns the archer that harpies are sensitive to sound, and if he doesn't want more trouble, he should remain silent and keep moving. At the same time, Fa Xiong demonstrates his strength by cleaving a harpy in half. A muscular member of his team unleashes a purple energy punch. Their mage flies into the air, casting a wide area lightning spell. The powerful attack throws the harpy flock into chaos. The entire monster flock panics and quickly flies away to escape. Fa Xiong angrily scolds them, declaring he will expel the useless archer and warrior from the team once the mission is complete. Yi Qing sarcastically remarks that perhaps the archer's loudness made him a priority target for the harpies. Liu Xingran explains that these monsters, while not strong, will prioritize attacking those who make loud noises like mages and bards, making her a bane to Zhou Tong. She adds that they can easily break through defenses to attack the rear, causing Zhou Tong to panic and decide to remain silent immediately. Meanwhile, a mage in the Hunting Heart team smugly states that the harpies have been scared off and dare not approach. Suddenly, the ground beneath the mage begins to shake. The entire Hunting Heart team is startled and panics as they feel the violent tremors. Wu Ming calmly explains that the harpies are not afraid of them, but are fleeing from a stronger opponent elsewhere. A massive cloud of dust rises in the distance, signaling that something large is approaching at terrifying speed. Heavy footsteps pound the ground, indicating an approaching monster army. A horde of ferocious ogres with crude weapons and armor roars and charges towards them. Fa Xiong shouts in horror as he realizes it's an entire ogre company. Immediately, Fa Xiong shows his leadership, ordering the healers to retreat, the tankers to follow him to hold the front line, and the rogues to flank and eliminate enemy mages. He confidently declares himself a professional commander, capable of leading groups larger than 20 people. Looking towards Ye Qing's team, Fa Xiong decides to show the scavenger team the strength of Hunting Heart, and Ye Qing's entire group responds mockingly in unison. The Hunting Heart team bravely charges into battle with the approaching ogres. Fa Xiong roars, activating his titanic power skill and leaping directly into the enemy ranks. With his enhanced strength, he swings his sword and easily decapitates an ogre. Fa Xiong taunts the monsters, calling them too weak. He orders his entire team to eliminate all the trash ogres, while his teammates' attacks also begin to rain down. From high above, Ye Qing quietly observes the entire chaotic battle unfolding below. Yi Qing calmly assessed that the ogres were not too strong and that the Hunting Heart team could handle them. Yi Ling feigned fear and asked why they weren't joining the fight, only to be reminded by Ye Qing of her desire to become stronger. He sarcastically remarked that since Fa Xiong had put on a show, his team just needed to wait to clean up the spoils. As the team watched from above, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. An ogre roared ferociously. Immediately, its head exploded from a powerful attack. Yi Qing frowned, muttering that Fa Xiong was deliberately showing off. From afar, Fa Xiong laughed mockingly, urging them to quickly do their trash collecting work. However, the dropped items were just a pile of worthless, low-level equipment. A system notification appeared, stating that the luck attribute in the area had been significantly reduced, and Wu Ming was the one who noticed it. Zhou Tong explained that the Hunting Heart team would never pick up such terrible gray-quality equipment, but Ye Qing seemed delighted, saying that these gray-quality items were particularly useful to him. Meanwhile, Fa Zhang roared in frustration because no green-quality equipment had dropped, and his team's attacks couldn't land critical hits. He angrily looked at the trash item cards, declaring they weren't worth looking at. A mage in his team also confirmed the abnormal situation, stating that no one could land critical damage. Fa Xiong lamented his bad luck for the day, noting that even his expensive lucky equipment was useless. From a distance, Ye Qing noticed the stranger thing was that the main force of the monsters didn't seem to be attacking in full strength. Lu Xingran also found it confusing, as monsters usually charged in wildly when their territory was invaded. Ye Qing recalled his encounter with the Dark Elf King, and speculated that some monsters had their own intelligence and language. He suddenly pointed into the distance and told everyone to look over there. In the distance, a horde of ogres was communicating with each other in their own language. Fa Xiong's team was fighting, and he ordered the tankers to try and hold the line while the healers healed them. A tanker strained to withstand a powerful attack from an ogre. Meanwhile, an archer smugly boasted as he continuously took down monsters. He smirked triumphantly, looking towards a structure in the distance. Suddenly, the archer's confidence vanished, as he realized another horde of ogres was attacking from behind. The fierce ogre horde charged with terrifying speed. The rear guard of the Hunting Heart team was quickly overwhelmed, with archers trapped in nets and crying out in despair. A worried team member reported to Fa Xiong that the rear guard was in danger and suggested turning back to provide support. Fa Xiong brushed him off, calling his subordinate an idiot, and ordering his entire team to continue pushing forward. He shouted his cruel plan: to lure the monsters towards the scavengers so they would bear the brunt of the attention. Two team members immediately obeyed, preparing special items. Together, they threw these items into the air. The items exploded, creating a thick cloud of purple smoke. A system notification appeared, confirming that the monster's aggro had been reset. The attacking ogre horde suddenly stopped, looking bewildered at the small figures on a distant mountain. A lead ogre roared, pointing towards the new target. Immediately, the entire ogre horde changed direction and began charging towards Ye Qing's team. From above, Wu Ming and Zhou Tong watched the monster horde approaching, Zhou Tong wondering if they had slipped past the front team. Liu Xingran smiled confidently, stating that they had been deliberately lured here, while Yi Ling excitedly created a fireball, ready to show off her power. Yi Qing stopped his teammates from acting, asking them to conserve their strength and only engage when absolutely necessary. Yi Ling appeared confused, asking again if they really shouldn't use magic at this time. Yi Qing explained that the ogre horde seemed to be luring them into a trap, and it would be better to let the Hunting Heart team go first to scout. He confidently declared that he alone was enough to cover the rear for the entire team. The group of 5 stood on the cliff, preparing for the upcoming battle. From below, the ogre horde spotted Ye Qing charging down to attack them. Yi Qing landed on the ground, creating a spiderweb-shaped shockwave to impede the enemy. The ogres were trapped by the crowd control skill, unable to advance. An ogre was surprised as Ye Qing appeared directly behind it like a phantom. 2 other ogres screamed in terror before being hit by an invisible attack. Yi Qing delivered a powerful kick, sending another ogre flying. He stood calmly as 2 ogres swung their weapons and charged from behind. With lightning-fast movement, Ye Qing spun around and counterattacked both. His sword glowed with intense purple energy, ready for the next attack. Ye Qing plunged into the midst of the ogre horde, swinging his sword to create a whirlwind of slaughter. Witnessing the scene, Liu Xingran asked in amazement if Ye Qing had become stronger in just a few days. She further commented that his speed had become so fast that it was difficult to clearly see his sword strokes. Yi Qing continued to slaughter the ogre horde mercilessly. An ogre was cut into pieces by his sharp blade. Yi Qing finished his attack, standing in the middle of the battlefield as dark energy swirled around him. The ogre horde panicked and fled in utter disarray. They were trying to escape from Ye Qing, who stood there with dark energy surrounding him. Yi Qing clicked his tongue in annoyance, wondering why the monsters were running away. Meanwhile, a member of the Hunting Heart team scoffed that thanks to the scavengers sacrificing themselves as bait, they could fight in peace. Suddenly, the ogre horde stopped and changed direction. The Hunting Heart team members couldn't believe their eyes. Their faces filled with horror. Those damn ogres had turned back and were charging straight at them. The archer of the Hunting Heart team was left behind as bait, desperately screaming for help while Ye Qing just watched. Yi Qing analyzed, realizing these monsters were smart enough to attack the weak and retreat when facing an overwhelmingly strong enemy. The main tank of the Hunting Heart team also realized these ogres had a certain intelligence. Unexpectedly, a giant horned worm emerged from the ground. It lunged down and crushed the main tank in a single blow. Another team member screamed in horror at how easily the main tank was taken down. Fa Xiong angrily turned to scold the healer for not paying attention to the tank's health bar. The healer nervously explained that he didn't even see the health change. It was just gone in one hit. Fa Xiong looked ahead, where a massive cloud of dust was swirling. A colossal foot stomped down onto the ground, signaling the arrival of a new enemy. A massive ogre chieftain appeared, with a small goblin rider on its head. The pressure from its arrival blew away the Hunting Heart team members. Fa Xiong stood firm, assessing that this group of high-level ogres was far stronger, as if they belonged to an entirely different difficulty level. Fa Xiong roared, ordering his team to regroup and hold the line. However, he immediately realized the situation was beyond their control. A panicked subordinate reported that the rear had been cut off by the charging ogres, leaving the entire team surrounded. From afar, Ye Qing calmly assessed that those ogres were just bait. Amidst the chaos, a burst of golden energy erupted on the battlefield. That energy easily pierced through the head of an ogre. Fa Xiong, enveloped in a golden aura, charged into the enemy's encirclement. He landed on the ground, unleashing a wave of dark energy that swept away the surrounding ogres. With overwhelming power, Fa Xiong used his dual swords to crush another monster. He laughed loudly, declaring that before his titanic power, the monsters were just trash. The colossal ogre chieftain stood tall, coldly observing Fa Xiong. Fa Xiong shouted and charged straight at the boss, determined to finish it. He swung his sword, but the ogre chieftain was already enveloped in purple lightning. The chieftain's massive fist easily blocked Fa Xiong's attack. Fa Xiong strained, trying to resist the opponent's incredible power. The ogre chieftain's fist exploded with purple energy, completely overwhelming Fa Xiong. Pushed back, Fa Xiong exclaimed in shock. Unable to believe the monster was so strong, his face showed clear disbelief and anger at the unfavorable situation. The ogre chieftain raised its fist, gathering a purple dark energy ball. Fa Xiong screamed as he was hit by the destructive energy from the ogre chieftain's punch. The ogre chieftain's punch created a tremendous explosion, sending Fa Xiong crashing to the ground. Fa Xiong collapsed, blood flowing from his mouth and nose as he was crushed by the weight of the attack. Fa Xiong's team members screamed his name in panic. They realized the dire situation and yelled that they needed to support him. The entire team charged forward, determined to protect their captain from the ogre chieftain. Fa Xiong got up while his teammates tried to hold off the ogre chieftain and its energy balls. An archer in Fa Xiong's team yelled a curse and shot an arrow at another ogre. The arrow hit its mark, but the ogre immediately emitted a fierce red energy wave. It let out a final roar as its body was completely engulfed in red light. The ogre's face contorted in rage just before its body exploded. The archer was caught in the explosion, screaming in horror, unable to understand why the dead monster could still attack. A female warrior in the team exclaimed in shock, wondering why the corpse could still move. She realized it was dark magic and shouted a warning for everyone to stay away from the other corpses. Immediately after, a series of other ogre corpses also exploded violently. Fa Xiong desperately shouted that their recovery rate couldn't keep up with the damage at all. He ordered his entire team to deploy smoke screens to cut off the enemy and retreat quickly. From afar, Ye Qing observed the rising smoke and assessed that this was a type of dark magic that turned corpses into bombs. He turned to warn his teammates to stay away from all dead bodies. A surviving ogre charged directly at Ye Qing while he was standing and observing. Ye Qing calmly ordered recycling as the monster lunged. Ye Qing's hand, with its glowing rings, grabbed the ogre's head and began the decomposition process. Dark energy erupted, turning all the corpses of the ogre horde on the battlefield into ash. When the energy dissipated, the desolate ground was left clean, without a trace. Yi Ling exclaimed in shock that all the corpses were gone, while Zhou Tong excitedly praised his big brother for being absolutely amazing. Wu Ming commented that Ye Qing possessed an interesting ability, but Ye Qing quickly explained that they had to clean them up before the enemy mage could resurrect the entire horde. Yi Qing thought to himself, "It's a shame I had to recycle everything before I had a chance to thoroughly examine this pile of junk." Suddenly, Fa Xiong and his subordinates appeared, shouting loudly and calling Ye Qing's team a bunch of scavengers. Fa Xiong approached, stating that he would generously grant them an opportunity. Yi Qing calmly replied, "Let's hear it." Fa Xiong proposed that he would credit them in the A-rank mission report, an action he claimed could help raise the rank of Ye Qing's hunting team. Ye Qing sarcastically refused, while Zhou Tong tried to mediate, reminding Fa Xiong that they should cooperate. Fa Xiong immediately changed his demeanor, solemnly inviting Ye Qing's team to join Hunting Heart as a cooperative squad. Yi Qing's entire team, including Ye Qing, Zhou Tong, Yi Ling, Liu Xingran, and Wu Ming, simultaneously showed expressions of boredom, disgust. The scene shifted back to a few minutes earlier, when large plumes of smoke were rising over the battlefield. In the flashback, Fa Xiong and two subordinates looked annoyed, and he let out a curse. The ogre chieftain and the goblin rider on its head were still standing firm, forcing Fa Xiong to admit that this monster was not easy to deal with. A strategist on the team suggested that they didn't need to fight head-on, and could instead bypass the area to reach the objective point. Fa Xiong objected, saying that the monsters would actively attack if they tried to go around. The strategist smirked, suggesting a sinister plan to use that trash as bait. He convinced Fa Xiong that no one would dare hold them accountable if Ye Qing's team died, since Fa Xiong's father was an influential figure, leading Fa Xiong to agree with the malicious plan. Fa Xiong cheerfully extended a sincere invitation for cooperation to Ye Qing's team. Zhou Tong whispered to Ye Qing, warning him that they only wanted to use the team as a sacrifice. However, Liu Xingran countered that this was a good opportunity to train against strong monsters, even though she knew it was a trap. Fa Xiong continued to persuade them, promising to treat them like an A-rank hunting team and even provide an extra reward upon settlement. Yi Qing unexpectedly agreed, causing Zhou Tong to shout in protest while Liu Xingran cheered excitedly. Fa Xiong joyfully declared that they deserved their choice and would charge forward together to prove their camaraderie. Immediately afterward, Ye Qing called for an internal meeting and told his teammates bluntly that Fa Xiong intended to eliminate them. Zhou Tong frantically asked again, unable to believe that Ye Qing actually intended to cooperate with that person. Yi Qing then handed Zhou Tong a shield, instructing him to use it to save himself at a critical moment, which astonished Zhou Tong as he realized it was a legendary grade item. Regarding Zhou Tong's worry about repair costs, Ye Qing casually declared that if it broke, he would throw it away and give him a new one. Next, Ye Qing turned to ask Liu Xingran about a knight's healing ability, and she admitted she wasn't skilled in that area. Yi Qing immediately assigned Liu Xingran as the team's babysitter, which she vehemently protested, as she was used to acting alone. He explained that her mission this time was not to fight but to protect the rear, as she was the only one with defensive skills to keep the whole team safe. Zhou Tong immediately entrusted his life to Liu Xingran, while Yi Ling confidently stated that she was not fragile at all. Ye Qing patted her shoulder, entrusting the mission to Liu Xingran, and she reluctantly accepted. He instructed Yi Ling to use fire magic to prioritize eliminating approaching monsters, preventing them from exploding after death. After finishing the arrangements, Ye Qing silently looked toward Wu Ming. Wu Ming asked why Ye Qing was looking at him since he couldn't die anyway, and Ye Qing simply told him to do whatever he wanted. With a determined expression, Ye Qing declared that their remaining objective was simple. He asserted that the team would destroy Ogma and Ogtella themselves, without the help of the Hunting Heart team. Fa Xiong instructed Ye Qing's team that they only needed to draw the boss' attention, while also warning them about the small creature capable of detonating corpses. Seeing Ye Qing's team advance just like that, a strategist from the Hunting Heart team mocked them as fools for not accepting the power-up buffs. The team's figures quickly disappeared behind the hazy dust of the canyon. Fa Xiong immediately ordered his team to prepare, planning to attack as soon as the bait squad was eliminated and the monster's attention shifted to them. Amidst the dust, Ye Qing faced two gigantic ogres alone and shouted a provocation at them. The two enraged ogres charged straight toward Ye Qing with terrifying speed. A fierce explosion suddenly erupted, completely engulfing the two monsters. Ye Qing stood calmly in the middle of the battleground as fragments of the ogre corpses rained down around him. A red shadow entity with a sinister smile appeared behind another frightened ogre. The goblin rider perched on the ogre chieftain's head spoke in an incomprehensible language. Ye Qing smirked, secretly ordering the system to analyze the nonsensical language. A notification appeared, confirming that Ye Qing had passed the intelligence test and could now understand the monster's language. The goblin rider grandly declared that they were the ogre tribe tasked with guarding the emperor's resting place, and any intruder must die. It unleashed a stream of fiery red energy, buffing the entire ogre horde. Yi Qing quickly realized this was high-level mind control magic, and determined that this shaman was the key to the battle. 3 other ogres joined forces, carrying a gigantic battle axe as they charged forward. Hiding behind the shield, Zhou Tong cried out in horror at the size of the blade. The gigantic hand of an ogre gripped the axe handle tightly, preparing for a devastating attack. The ogre chieftain stood tall, its passive skills displayed, health recovery and resistance to crowd control effects. Overwhelmed by fear, Zhou Tong argued that, with that much HP, armor, and attack power, they couldn't win, and suggested they stop and wait for the Hunting Heart team. Zhou Tong complained that even if they were considered cannon fodder, they shouldn't view themselves that way. Wu Ming asked about the plan, secretly thinking about the enemy mage's tactic of using corpses as bombs. Yi Qing confidently took on the task of eliminating the leader and assigned Wu Ming to clear the surrounding area. Wu Ming immediately agreed. Yi Qing rushed off immediately, making Wu Ming angrily shout that he wasn't finished talking yet. With a smug smile, Ye Qing turned back and ordered the whole team to listen up. Enveloped in purple energy, he raised his weapon and yelled, demanding that not a single one be left alive. A white-haired swordsman on the team asserted that they could safely leave the rear line to him. Yi Ling laughed maniacally, her eyes blazing with fire as she declared she would burn everything to ashes. Wu Ming maintained a resolute expression, preparing to charge into the fierce battle. Zhou Tong also shouted determinedly that he would try his best. Immediately after, a ferocious horde of ogres, with bloodshot eyes, roared and charged forward. Wu Ming raised his greatsword, ready to intercept the first wave of attack. He unleashed a powerful slash, creating a fiery streak that wiped out a large number of ogres. Another ogre gathered red energy and charged straight toward the waiting Wu Ming. Meanwhile, Ye Qing used dark energy to tear apart an ogre's corpse and said he would leave the weak ones for his teammates. Wu Ming simply replied with a ho and continued swinging his sword, cleaving another monster in half. The ogre chieftain, Ogma, let out an angry roar, its body enveloped in dark energy. The gigantic monster, with the goblin rider Ogtella on its head, stood towering, facing Ye Qing. From afar, Yi Ling and Zhou Tong were excited by their teammates' power, while the white-haired swordsman wished a few enemies would stray toward them. Zhou Tong was sweating, his eyes wide with astonishment at the terrifying battle scene. Zhou Tong screamed in panic upon seeing the ogre horde charging from behind. He immediately cast a spell, summoning magical chains powered by the underworld. The fiery red chains wrapped tightly around the ogres, binding them in place. Yiling hovered above the flames, praising Jotong's improved skills, but couldn't resist teasing that at least he wasn't a burden anymore, causing Jotong to angrily retort. She yelled loudly for Jotong to move, then launched a massive fireball toward him. Singed, Jotong furiously questioned Yiling why she attacked when he was standing right next to the monsters. Yiling casually explained that Yeqing had ordered the ogres to be completely destroyed so they wouldn't explode, and blamed Jotong for the previous shield incident. Suddenly, the ground shook as another ogre emerged, astonishing Jotong with their tunneling ability. Yiling quickly leaped into the air, while Jotong remained on the ground, preparing to fight. She landed with a powerful stomp on the head of the newly emerged ogre. Standing on the monster's head, Yiling mocked them for their habit of digging holes. She then jumped into a large hole, wondering if they were interconnected, and began charging a massive fireball. After finishing the job, Yiling looked triumphant, leaving Jotong speechless as he remarked that she was the real walking bomb. From a distance, Lu Xingran smiled approvingly upon seeing her teammates finish off the monsters. She approached, instructing Yiling and Jotong to stay behind so she could tank the monsters and heal, causing both of them to happily call her Big Sis. Sensing danger, Liu Xingran gathered frost energy in her hands and calculated that if she froze the ogres, they wouldn't be able to explode anymore. Then she released a frigid blast. Jotong and Yiling's eyes shone brightly, admiring Liu Xingran's power. But immediately after, Liu Xingran became serious and looked around, asking where Yeqing was. Meanwhile, the gigantic ogre chieftain Ogma and the goblin rider Ogtella on its head were facing a massive red energy slash. The ogre chieftain, Ogma, activated its rampage skill, increasing its attack power by 100%, and launched a destructive punch toward Yeqing. Yeqing easily dodged the attack, thinking to himself that power was useless if it couldn't hit the target. On the ogre's head, the goblin rider, Ogtella, and another small shadow creature looked down smugly. Instantly, dark hands emerged from the ground, trying to grab Yeqing's legs. Yeqing was enveloped by a stream of purple energy, completely absorbing the dark hands. The goblin rider, Ogtella's face, clearly showed shock at the sudden turn of events. Yeqing declared he would return all the trash they threw out and activated the recycling return skill. A massive purple energy beam shot straight toward the ogre chieftain Ogma and the two creatures on its head. The goblin rider, Ogtella, screamed in horror as the destructive energy beam rushed toward it. A violent explosion completely engulfed the ogre chieftain's head. From afar, Fa Xiong laughed gleefully upon hearing the explosion, assuming Yeqing's group had surely been annihilated. When the smoke cleared, the ogre chieftain, Ogma, stood tall, holding the corpse of the dead goblin rider Ogtella. The gigantic monster brought its blood-stained finger to its mouth, seemingly having just devoured its own companion. Yeqing was astonished, realizing the monster was using the barbaric method of cannibalism to grow stronger. The ogre chieftain, Ogma, let out a sky-shattering roar, its body erupting in a fiery red aura. Witnessed by Yeqing and Jotong, its body began to transform, swelling into an even more terrifying form. Yeqing realized that Ogtella wasn't the controller, but was actually the one suppressing Ogma's true power. Ogma completed its transformation into the skeleton form, its true appearance. The battlefield became desolate and scorched, with skeletons scattered everywhere. Meanwhile, Yiling explained the healing skill, while Liu Xingran was recovering from a minor burn on her hand. While facing an ogre, Jotong nervously wondered where the great sword-wielding uncle had gone, and if he might have died. From afar, Fa Xiong shouted Jotong's name. Meanwhile, Wu Ming walked among the fallen ogres, wondering if someone was cursing him. Yeqing reassured Jotong that the strange uncle was still alive and well. Jotong immediately turned to question Wu Ming, furious that he hadn't provided any support while the team was in a difficult battle. Wu Ming explained that he was helping by not participating, because his curse would turn every scratch into a critical hit, and Liu Xingran's healing ability wouldn't be enough to save them. Hearing this, Liu Xingran dejectedly admitted that she really wasn't suited for a support role. Wu Ming declared that he only joined the hunting team to meet the headcount requirement, and reminded them not to forget that he was a professional mercenary. Saying that, he charged into the ogre horde, swinging his greatsword and cleaving a monster in half. Wu Ming coldly announced that every monster he killed would be charged separately. At the same time, the transformed ogre chieftain slammed an extremely powerful punch into the ground. Yeqing swiftly dodged, soaring through the air with his dagger radiating purple energy. However, upon landing, he realized the sandy surface was restricting his movement. From the monster's perspective, Yeqing was trapped in a swirling vortex of sand that was pulling him in. Yeqing decided he had to use his gravity ability to enhance his mobility. He created a purple energy sphere and slammed it into the ground, using the resulting thrust to launch himself into the air. From above, Yeqing assessed that this type of attack was easily avoidable as long as he wasn't standing on the ground, while simultaneously unleashing an energy slash toward the monster. Feeling he couldn't prolong the fight, Yeqing decided he had to attack harder and activated Berserk mode. The ogre chieftain immediately retaliated by firing a stream of dark energy from its mouth. Yeqing quickly dodged Ogma's devastating punch, narrowly slipping past it. He immediately counterattacked, swinging his dagger to create a streak of purple energy that slashed the monster's chest. Struck, Agma roared and swung its fist, glowing with red energy. In response, Yi Qing bounced back, generating an energy vortex beneath his feet to evade the attack. He shot into the air, aiming straight for Agma's head to deliver a critical blow. Yi Qing's dagger was enveloped by a massive surge of dark energy as he plunged downward. The attack violently collided with the ogre chieftain's horn. Undeterred, Agma swung its gigantic arm, forcing Yi Qing to raise his weapon to block the blow. Although he blocked the attack perfectly, a system notification indicated that he still took 30% damage from Agma's strike. The impact force was so immense that Yi Qing's defensive layer cracked. He watched in shock as his energy shield shattered into fragments. Nevertheless, the collision managed to push Agma back, sending it flying and causing it to cough up blood. Suddenly, a gigantic hand of sand erupted from the ground, grabbing Yi Qing and neutralizing his movement skills. Imprisoned directly in front of Agma, Yi Qing channeled power into his glowing hand. He yelled "Recycle" and used dark energy to destroy a piece of equipment on his person. The equipment fragments quickly assembled into a bizarre machine, and Yi Qing ordered it to retreat. While escaping, he used a card to activate a recovery ability, compensating for the lost health. Yi Qing continued to recycle more equipment even while moving. He glided across the desert on his self-made machine, temporarily escaping Agma's pursuit. Yi Qing rushed forward, using his dagger to slash forcefully at Agma's ankle. A glowing ghost wolf-shaped card appeared, seemingly a skill or item he was using. The slash succeeded, inflicting a debuff that slowed Agma's movement and turning speed. The gigantic monster roared furiously as Yi Qing leaped into the air. Yi Qing continued his assault, stabbing directly into Agma's chest and reducing its health to 75%. Agma grimaced in pain, its eyes blazing with fury. Seeing the tactic was effective, Yi Qing decided to continue attacking in this manner. However, Agma suddenly roared, accumulating red electrical energy around its head. It activated the Desert Stomp skill, slamming hard into the ground and creating a massive energy explosion. Wu Ming and Zhou Tong watched in horror from a distance as Yi Qing was flung high into the air. The entire team, including Wu Ming, Liu Xingran, Zhou Tong, and Yi Ling, had to quickly evade Agma's powerful tail sweep. Yi Qing landed, admitting that this battle was far from easy. As Zhou Tong anxiously checked on him, a system warning appeared. Agma had activated Super Recovery, removing debuffs and restoring its health to 100%. Yi Qing explained that this ability automatically activates if Agma doesn't take damage for 3 seconds, fully restoring its vitality. Wu Ming suggested that Fa Xiang had made the right decision by taking a detour and proposed that the whole team should retreat. But Yi Qing refused, asserting that he had figured out its combat mechanism, which made Wu Ming skeptical about the possibility of defeating an enemy that could fully heal itself. Yi Qing admitted he couldn't do it alone, but if the whole team cooperated, victory was possible. He outlined the plan. Agma only targets the last attacker, so he, Wu Ming, and Liu Xingran would take turns attacking in melee, while Yi Ling continuously dealt damage from afar to prevent its recovery. When Zhou Tong asked about his role, Yi Qing simply instructed him to prioritize survival. Zhou Tong nervously asked Yi Qing about the chances of defeating the boss. Yi Qing calmly replied that he estimated the probability to be only about 20%. While Yi Ling thought betting on 20% was insane, Liu Xingran found that probability surprisingly high. Yi Qing emphasized that they only had one chance and that he would shoulder the greatest risk to keep everyone safe. Liu Xingran responded by showing absolute trust, promising to give her all and never retreat. Inspired, Zhou Tong also affirmed that he would trust Yi Qing unconditionally and wouldn't run away. Yi Ling smirked, declaring that she still had plenty of mana and was ready to participate. Wu Ming simply and quietly called the whole group a bunch of idiots rushing to their deaths. Yi Qing realized that Liu Xingran's healing magic could combine with his own regeneration ability, helping to neutralize the dangerous bleeding effect. He thanked Liu Xingran, explaining that thanks to her, he could use the triple berserk skill without worry. Both Liu Xingran and Wu Ming were astonished upon hearing about that skill. Wu Ming warned that even if he could balance the blood loss, the third level of berserk could kill Yi Qing instantly. Yi Qing admitted that this was a real gamble, but he had to become stronger. The battle began as Agma stood towering, accumulating energy. Yi Ling activated the flame form skill, sacrificing a portion of her HP to enhance her fire magic power and taking on the long-range attack role. She immediately unleashed a barrage of extremely powerful fireballs toward the boss. Agma merely squinted at the incoming fireballs. It easily raised its massive arm, blocking the entire attack. Immediately after, Agma slammed a fist charged with dark energy into the ground, creating a terrifying explosion. Liu Xingran declared she would protect the rear line, leaping into the air to intercept the debris from the explosion. She swung her sword, creating a dense defensive barrier to deflect the countless flying fragments. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong firmly raised his shield, protecting Yi Ling from the aftershocks of the attack. Yi Qing shouted, ordering Liu Xingran to use the ice attribute to reinforce the ground and draw the enemy's attention. Hearing the command, Liu Xingran immediately responded and plunged her sword into the ground, summoning a gigantic wall of ice. Yi Qing, enveloped in dark energy, quickly ran along the surface of the rising ice wall. He charged straight toward the ogre chieftain in its new form, with its massive white mane and skull-like face. Suddenly, a massive fireball struck the monster directly in the face, causing a fierce explosion. Yiling laughed triumphantly, declaring that she still had plenty of magic at her disposal. Yi Qing had reached the top of the ogre chieftain's head, just as the monster prepared to counterattack with its glowing red eye. The ogre chieftain opened its mouth, firing a destructive red energy beam that tore up the ground and hurtled toward Liu Xingran. Both Liu Xingran and Zhou Tong were horrified to see the deadly attack bearing down on them. Liu Xingran quickly created a frosty shield to block the energy beam. She gritted her teeth, realizing the power of this attack far exceeded her expectations. As the ice shield began to crack, a voice rang out, ordering them to fall back. Liu Xingran desperately braced herself, just as a notification appeared, stating that the attack target had changed. Wu Ming appeared, placed a hand on Liu Xingran's shoulder, and told her to move aside. He charged forward, shattering the remnants of the ice shield with his own strength. A blinding explosion occurred in the distance, where Wu Ming directly confronted the ogre chieftain's attack. Wu Ming reassured Liu Xingran, telling her to keep moving forward because he would cover the rear. From the ogre chieftain's perspective, it saw Wu Ming still standing firm after the explosion. The shockwave from the confrontation pushed Ye Qing and Liu Xingran backward. Yi Qing roared, releasing dark energy to draw the monster's attention. He dashed past the ogre chieftain, leaving a streak of purple energy. Provoked, the giant monster turned, its red eyes blazing with fury. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Xingran rushed in to attack, her magic covering the monster's arm in ice. When the freezing effect reached 15% accumulation, Ye Qing ordered his teammates to retreat. Liu Xingran delivered one more decisive blow, completely freezing the ogre chieftain's arm. Yi Qing quickly ran along the newly created ice path and shouted, ordering Yiling to attack. Yiling confirmed the command, concentrating energy to prepare for a destructive barrage of fireballs. The fireballs merged into a single attack, hurtling straight toward the target. Yiling's magic exploded violently upon impact with the ogre chieftain. The force of the explosion was so strong that it knocked Yiling backward. Taking advantage of the monster's stunned state, Ye Qing slashed fiercely, causing its HP bar to drop significantly. The ogre chieftain roared in anger and swung an extremely powerful punch in retaliation. Yi Qing skillfully dodged the blow by running along its massive arm, while Wu Ming descended from above. Wu Ming raised his greatsword high, preparing to deliver a thunderous strike. A powerful slash from Wu Ming cut across the ogre chieftain's back, right in front of Ye Qing. Yi Qing praised Wu Ming for the excellent coordinated attack. He thought to himself that they were maintaining the damage interval within 2 seconds, successfully preventing Ogma's super regeneration ability. Yi Qing shouted loudly, ordering the entire team to continue the relentless assault. Wu Ming replied decisively, ready to obey the command. Liu Xingran also declared that she would restrict the ogre chieftain's movement. In a flashback, Yiling listlessly drank water while listening to Ye Qing explain the plan. Returning to the present, the ogre chieftain roared furiously at the continuous attacks. Yiling launched a massive fire explosion toward the monster. She shouted a taunt, causing the boss's attention to immediately shift to her. Enraged, the ogre chieftain hurled its gigantic axe toward Yiling. Yiling watched in horror as the deadly weapon flew toward her. Yi Qing shouted, ordering Liu Xingran to block the axe. Liu Xingran tried to erect an ice wall, but it shattered instantly. She couldn't stop the attack. Yi Qing's plan was revealed. He, Wu Ming, and Liu Xingran would take turns drawing aggro, while Yiling would deal damage to prevent healing. When Zhou Tong asked about his role, Ye Qing simply told him to prioritize survival. Zhou Tong continued to ask about their chances of victory, and Ye Qing calmly estimated it was only about 20%. Yiling vehemently protested, arguing that she would rather join Fa Xiong's fleeing group than bet her life on such a low win rate. Returning to the battle, Wu Ming used his greatsword to block the incoming gigantic axe. Meanwhile, Fa Xiong and his team were fleeing, and he shouted in frustration. In a moment of inner turmoil, Zhou Tong bitterly admitted he was unworthy of his dream of becoming a celebrity. He called himself trash. Standing on an imaginary stage, he thought about how poorly he sang, and how bad his pronunciation was. He reached out to grab the microphone. Suddenly, a dark hand with a red aura blocked him. A dark version of himself declared that he was completely unfit for this. Zhou Tong sadly agreed with the judgment. He realized that whether on stage or on the battlefield, people needed their own moment to shine. Zhou Tong recalled that those bathed in the spotlight were the true stars and heroes. He wondered if that light was truly talent and dreams, or just an amplified shadow. The memory of his former captain resurfaced, scolding him for lacking the necessary qualities. The venomous words, "You are trash," echoed in his mind. Zhou Tong admitted he lacked the innate talent to stir a crowd, but he couldn't accept just watching others shine from the sidelines. He resolved to run towards the spotlight, yearning to be close to it, even just once. The shadow demons mocked him, trying to hold him back, saying trash should stay with trash. Despite their clinging, he still reached forward, asserting that even a single moment would suffice. He realized that even if he couldn't be a star on stage, he could still shine on the battlefield. Returning to reality, Zhou Tong plunged from above in his combat gear, determined to be the protagonist for once. He roared in anger and determination as he charged forward. With his shield raised, Zhou Tong declared this was his only moment to shine as he faced the colossal axe. He gritted his teeth, enduring the immense pressure, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. The impact sent Zhou Tong flying backward, crashing to the ground in Yi Ling's helplessness. Witnessing this, Ye Qing screamed his comrade's name in fury. He slammed his hand onto the ground, unleashing a vortex of purple gravity. The powerful suction ripped the giant axe from the ogre chieftain's grasp. Ye Qing extended his hand, controlling the axe to fly towards him with gravity magic. Suddenly disarmed, the ogre chieftain could only watch in astonishment. Its skeletal face contorted in anger. Ye Qing roared, activating his triple rage skill and becoming engulfed in a red aura. A pool of thick, dark red energy began to form beneath his feet. The furious energy spread across the battlefield. Now, Ye Qing stood facing the colossal ogre chieftain, ready for the counterattack. From afar, Wu Ming gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes glowing, and vowed to crush the enemy's bones. Meanwhile, Liu Xingran, while healing the unconscious Zhou Tong, noticed the heat of battle had turned the sand into glass. Empowered by his enraged state, Ye Qing charged forward with terrifying speed. He wielded the ogre chieftain's own axe, launching into a head-on confrontation. The colossal axe blade struck the monster's shoulder with immense force, creating a violent shockwave. Wu Ming watched the attack with utter astonishment. Ye Qing leaped onto the monster's back, raising the axe for the finishing blow. Ye Qing swung the giant axe, delivering a thunderous strike to the ogre chieftain's head. The axe bit deep into the monster's skull, causing it to crack with a pained roar. Witnessing the effective strike, Liu Xingran cheered excitedly. Wu Ming also stood nearby, silently observing the incredible power just unleashed. Immediately after, Wu Ming charged forward with a powerful slash, reducing the monster's health bar to 40%. Liu Xingran followed up by summoning colossal ice pillars from the ground, bringing its health down to 30%. Yi Ling unleashed a fierce fire explosion, leaving the ogre chieftain with only 20% health. Ye Qing landed another axe blow, pushing the monster to the brink of defeat with 10% health remaining. With a determined shout, Ye Qing prepared to deliver the final blow. Dark energy began to converge around the fatal wound on the monster's head. Ye Qing created a destructive purple energy orb and commanded the enemy to vanish. He pressed the energy orb into the monster's head, shouting for it to be crushed into dust. A vortex of purple energy completely consumed the ogre chieftain's head. The monster's health bar dropped to 0%, signaling its complete annihilation. After the battle, Ye Qing anxiously asked about Zhou Tong's condition, only to see fragments of his shield on the ground. He rushed to Liu Xingran, who was trying to heal Zhou Tong, and was told she could only keep him barely alive. Ye Qing blamed himself for letting an inexperienced person like Zhou Tong take such a reckless risk. Zhou Tong awoke, smiled weakly, and said he was glad he could help. Lying among his comrades, he contentedly declared that he had finally stood in the center of the stage. Ye Qing looked down at his proud comrade with a serious and contemplative expression. Ye Qing ordered Liu Xingran, Wu Ming, and Yi Ling to escort Zhou Tong back, stating he would venture deeper into the abyss alone. Liu Xingran was astonished, unable to believe Ye Qing intended to go by himself. In his thoughts, Ye Qing recalled the recent battle, feeling every moment was as precarious as walking on a knife's edge. He received a notification that he had obtained the bone amulet, but felt he had lost something as he grew stronger. Memories of Zhou Tong surfaced, with him crying and blaming himself for being useless and a burden to the team. Ye Qing questioned his own hesitation, admitting he couldn't find any words to encourage Zhou Tong at that moment. While recycling the ogre's corpse, he wrestled internally with whether he should encourage his teammates to continue risking their lives. He concluded that due to the abyss cruelty, he couldn't offer empty words of encouragement. With iron resolve, Ye Qing turned around, dark energy enveloping his body. He entered a desolate canyon, observing the creatures soaring in the sky. Along the way, he came across the corpses of ogres, a sign that the Hunting Heart team had passed through. Ye Qing found a used smoke bomb and deduced that the Hunting Heart team was still safe. He analyzed that the King's Canyon was a one-way path, impossible to traverse without being detected. Ye Qing realized the Hunting Heart team's plan was not to avoid combat, but to use stealth to reach the final room directly. He activated his Eye of Observation, the eye glowing with a purple light. Ahead was a group of high-level berserker ogres, massive warriors with deadly attack power. Ye Qing crushed the smoke bomb, declaring he had no intention of avoiding any fights. He stomped his foot on the ground, charging forward to confront the horde of monsters. Enveloped in darkness, Ye Qing drew his sword and shouted to attract their attention. The berserker ogre horde looked up in surprise as a red energy wave charged straight towards them. Ye Qing stood alone, his dagger gripped tightly, ready to face the enemy. Meanwhile, in another canyon, Fa Xiong and the remaining members of the Hunting Heart team had reached a sheer cliff face. He angrily slammed his fist against the giant stone door blocking their path. Fa Xiong roared, wondering why they were being blocked when the final treasure should be right behind this door. The team's strategist explained that according to the hints, they needed a guardian amulet to open the door. Fa Xiong was confused because they had avoided all fights along the way, so they couldn't have picked up any amulets. The strategist stated that, according to the description, the amulet might be on the patrolling ogre outside the canyon. Fa Xiong realized in horror that it was Ogma, the boss they had used Ye Qing's team as bait to distract. He turned to ask the others how many smoke bombs they had left to stealthily return. However, both the burly subordinate and the armored warrior reported that they had used them all. Fa Xiong decided they had no choice but to fight their way back. The strategist dissuaded him, pointing out that their team had lost its main tanker, warlock, ranger, and only had a weakening healer left. Fa Xiong cursed angrily, believing his bad luck was caused by that cursed guy. Just then, Ye Qing appeared and announced that the amulet they wanted was in his possession. Fa Xiong and his strategist turned, utterly shocked to see him alive. Ye Qing responded sarcastically that thanks to them, he not only survived but was doing very well. Fa Xiong sneered, suggesting Ye Qing had also abandoned his teammates to survive, and that perhaps his entire team had been wiped out. Ye Qing retorted that, unlike Fa Xiong, he had let his teammates retreat safely first. With that, he pressed the amulet against the stone door, unleashing a purple energy wave. The door immediately opened, transforming into a swirling spatial portal. Ye Qing walked towards the portal, while Fa Xiong suspiciously asked if he had stolen the amulet from the boss outside. The strategist suggested Ye Qing might possess a legendary thieving skill, but Fa Xiong dismissed it, as his public profession was only an abyssal scavenger. Ye Qing coldly replied not to overthink it, stating he had killed Ogma and a few other nuisances. Unable to believe his ears, Fa Xiong grabbed Ye Qing's shoulder, shouting how he could have defeated the monster that even his entire team couldn't handle. Ye Qing flung Fa Xiong and the strategist away with a powerful gust of wind. He looked down at the two who had been thrown back and threatened to ask if they wanted to try him. Fa Xiong immediately changed his tune, acknowledging Ye Qing's strength and proposing cooperation, stating they needed each other to clear the final room, and even after exiting the abyss, he declared they were equal partners and suggested splitting the treasure at a 5-to-1 ratio based on the number of members each side had. The moment a foot landed, a stone slab on the floor cracked, triggering a trap. Blades of light suddenly emerged from the ground, causing Fa Xiong to shout a warning for everyone to scatter. The strategist couldn't dodge in time and was impaled by a blade of light. Fa Xiong and the remaining two subordinates watched in horror as their comrade fell. Ye Qing calmly remarked that the treasure split would now be 4-to-1. Upon reaching a safe grand hall, the remaining members of Hunting Heart breathed a sigh of relief, believing the traps were over. Suddenly, Ye Qing froze with an expression of extreme shock. His vision showed countless trap detection warnings appearing all over the hall, causing him to exclaim they were truly relentless. Ye Qing then unleashed a swirling vortex of energy on the ground. Immediately, a barrage of traps was triggered, with colossal stone pillars erupting from all around him. Fa Xiong and the remaining two subordinates could only scream in despair as the entire hall turned into a death trap. Amidst the chaos, Ye Qing looked straight ahead and declared with authority, "Give it to me." A massive dark energy burst shattered the incoming arrow rain aimed at Fa Xiong and his subordinates. The last crossbow bolts of the trap were absorbed and vanished within the vortex of purple energy. Ye Qing stood amidst the remnants of the energy, announcing that all traps were destroyed and they could proceed. Fa Xiong shouted in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Ye Qing's stats were all power, while one subordinate wondered what skill that was. Looking down from above, Fa Xiong's subordinates whispered amongst themselves, calling Ye Qing a monster and suggesting they stop the chatter and rely on him. Fa Xiong tried to appear strong, stating they had 5 people, but his subordinate corrected him, saying there were only 4 left. As Ye Qing suddenly stopped, Fa Xiong awkwardly asked if something was wrong ahead. Fa Xiong's expression immediately froze in utter shock at the sight before him. A massive treasure hoard filled with gold and jewels appeared, causing Fa Xiong's entire group to rush forward in excitement, while Ye Qing stood back to observe. The 4 members of the Hunting Heart team ran deep into the gold-filled room, shouting in joy. A member of Fa Xiong's team exclaimed in amazement at the endless sea of gold stretching before them. Fa Xiong held a giant crystal, shouting in astonishment that he had never seen one with such high purity. 2 other subordinates also cheered in delight, believing that with this wealth, they would become rich and no longer need to scavenge. Fa Xiong excitedly ordered his team to empty their backpacks to collect all the treasure, confident they would be the center of attention upon their return. Contrary to everyone's excitement, Ye Qing stood silently, looking at the pile of gold and feeling that something was wrong. Suddenly, the gold coins began to shake, and then slowly rose from the ground. Ye Qing warily observed the floating gold coins swirling around him. A system alert appeared, stating that a dragon had been detected, an extremely rare creature with fewer than 5 recorded sightings worldwide. Amidst the treasure hoard, a pair of giant golden horns slowly emerged from the gold coins. A horned, winged humanoid dragon creature emerged from the gold, groggily speaking in annoyance that its sleep had been disturbed. Fa Xiong exclaimed in shock, realizing the creature on the gold pile was a woman. The dragon creature appeared bored, ordering the lowly beings to remove their good equipment and put it away. She requested they leave respectfully. Afterward, she closed her eyes and fell asleep, saying she would pretend she never saw them. Fa Xiong's group stood frozen at the creature's strange request. Fa Xiong couldn't believe a monster could speak human language. Startled awake by the noise, the dragon creature shouted in surprise at almost oversleeping. She yawned widely, annoyed that they still hadn't left, and berated their greed for making the air rot. Suddenly, her gaze focused on one person in the group. She stood up, angrily asking the raggedly dressed individual why they dared to step into her domain. Ye Qing looked back coldly, the one she deemed to have dirtied her golden floor. Fa Xiong chuckled gleefully, thinking this was a rare humanoid monster, while his subordinate warned that she might be a boss. He dismissed the fear, confident that with 5 people, they could launch a surprise attack as the monster's attention was focused on Ye Qing. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light surprised even the dragon creature. A rain of light swords shot directly towards Fa Xiong's group. Fa Xiong screamed in horror at the unexpected attack. Ye Qing appeared in midair, dagger in hand, the one who launched the attack. A large explosion engulfed the location of Fa Xiong's group. Ye Qing landed on the ground, standing as a shield between the dragon creature and the enemy. The dragon creature looked at Ye Qing and began asking about shiny things like gold coins or crystals. The dragon creature demanded that Ye Qing offer something as tribute. Fa Xiong exclaimed in surprise, not expecting this monster to be a greedy one. Ye Qing stood firm, dagger gripped tightly, facing the dragon creature. Suddenly, the dragon creature used her strength to pull a blue crystal from Ye Qing's chest. Ye Qing angrily pushed her hand away and yelled not to touch his things. The dragon creature scoffed, calling it a useless item and finding his actions adorable. Ye Qing decided to use his eye of insight, believing all monsters had weaknesses. Noticing his action, the dragon creature's expression turned cold. In an instant, Ye Qing was sent flying backward, one eye gouged out. The dragon creature held his eye, declaring that whoever dared to use probing techniques on her would pay the price. She stated that his eye would become a sacrifice, while Ye Qing clutched his bloody eye socket. As the dragon creature was about to consume the eye, Ye Qing roared and activated his skill, Double Fury, unleashing dark energy. He further pushed his power to Triple Fury, engulfing himself in purple energy. Enveloped in berserk energy, Ye Qing charged forward with incredible speed. He swung his weapon, creating deadly purple streaks as he approached the opponent. Ye Qing's attack struck the dragon creature, creating a powerful collision. However, she remained unfazed and unharmed, simply raising a finger, leaving Ye Qing stunned. With a snap of her fingers, the dragon creature created a terrifying shockwave that shattered the ground. Ye Qing lay defeated in the rubble, realizing in horror that his opponent's power was immeasurable, like a true god. From a distance, Fa Xiong frantically told his subordinates that this woman was not a monster they could record in their data books. Amidst the chaos, Fa Xiong threw a large crate and yelled that they would leave as soon as they collected enough. The crate landed in the middle of the gold pile, making a loud noise. Through the dust, the dragon creature's fiery orange eyes revealed its annoyance. Its entire massive, coiled dragon body appeared in the darkness. Meanwhile, Fa Xiong was scolding a hooded mage subordinate for trying to move an item that was too large. The giant dragon opened its mouth, accumulating a bright energy. A destructive torrent of fire erupted, engulfing Fa Xiong as he tried to flee. Within the sea of flames, a Spartangent helmeted subordinate was completely incinerated. After the attack, only a solitary figure sat amidst the golden flames. Fa Xiong, who had survived, swore in shock. He angrily cursed his teammates' greed, stating that if they had just taken what they could and fled, it would have been fine. Seeing a large crystal, Fa Xiong decided that taking it alone would suffice. He hastily grabbed the crystal and turned to run, but an explosion of dark energy blocked his path. Fa Xiong looked up, his face filled with terror as he realized he couldn't escape. The giant dragon appeared, accusing him of daring to steal its secret treasure. A massive, clawed dragon foot slammed down right next to Fa Xiong. The foot then magically transformed, becoming a human foot. In human form, the dragon girl looked down and asked if the dragon's treasure was too hot to handle. The crystal in Fa Xiong's hand suddenly emitted a fierce blue light. He screamed in pain as the energy from the crystal erupted. A purple crystal spear flew towards the horned creature, but she calmly crossed her arms and watched. She simply blew a light breath, shattering the spear into pieces. With a look of disdain, she commented that it was a shameful sneak attack. Ye Qing stood there, his right arm severely injured, but his eyes remained defiant against the taunt. The dragon creature suddenly extended her hand, creating a green energy stream and asking if he needed to be taught what true regeneration was. Ye Qing watched in amazement as his arm was completely healed within the green light. However, she smirked mischievously and raised a finger, a spark flashing at its tip. Fa Xiong screamed as he was flung backward by an invisible force. He crashed into the gold pile, creating a massive impact. The dragon creature approached Ye Qing, stating she preferred a stray dog that found a crown in a pile of rotten meat over greedy maggots. She leaned in close and asked Ye Qing what he smelled. With his right eye glowing red, Ye Qing identified one of her items as the Black Tower key. Angrily, she grabbed Ye Qing by the collar, roaring that a lowly scavenger dared to covet a dragon's treasure. Ye Qing calmly asked her to hand over the Black Tower key and promised not to touch the treasure anymore. She contemptuously asked why a proud dragon would care about the request of a stray dog. Ye Qing replied that he had a reason she couldn't refuse, while summoning a dark energy orb. 2 giant purple magic hands appeared from a vortex, beginning the retrieval process. The entire treasure was sucked into the vortex, causing the dragon creature to cry out in despair. She screamed at Ye Qing to stop, as she was grabbed by a magic hand. Ye Qing held the Black Tower key he had acquired, and the dragon creature was forced to accept defeat. The dragon roared in anger, tears streaming down her face in resentment. Ye Qing coldly continued his threat, stating he would turn her 10,000-year accumulated treasure into actual trash as the void energy orb in his hand spun. Terrified, she screamed at the lowly scavenger to stop. Ye Qing merely chuckled as the dragon, in her tiny chibi form, helplessly screamed over her horde. A massive void vortex erupted, beginning to suck everything in. The eternal ice crystal coffin, her gift for her 1,352nd dragon child, was retrieved. The seed of undying fire was also sucked in, but it extinguished itself at the edge of the void. She desperately tried to hold on to ancient scrolls as they were snatched by magic hands. Her jade-inlaid boxes containing baby teeth and spears made from her dragon scales were also swept away. She sobbed, screaming at Ye Qing to return everything to her. Ye Qing held up a scale of ice dragon and offered to trade it for the Black Tower key, or else it would turn into trash. Completely defeated, the dragon agreed, saying she would give him whatever he wanted. She then led Ye Qing to an ancient structure, introducing it as the dragon's treasure of knowledge. She explained that dragons not only hoarded wealth, but were also collectors of knowledge. As they walked through a grand gate, she added that it had been 300 years since a visitor had come here. Ye Qing coughed and waved his hand at the thick dust that billowed up. He was overwhelmed by a massive circular library, cluttered with towering stacks of books, and commented that this place should have been cleaned up hundreds of years ago. Seeing giant burning candles, Ye Qing sarcastically remarked on the fire hazard, then refused the dragon's invitation to sit. Novalis presented an ornate box, saying it was the Black Tower key that Ye Qing wanted. The box emitted a mystical purple energy flow, indicating the hidden power within. Ye Qing reached out, touching the key that Novalis was holding. However, Novalis warned that he couldn't take it that easily, making Ye Qing wonder why. She explained that since Ye Qing had swallowed half of her treasure, he should return a little bit. Ye Qing retorted, reminding her that she herself had called him an abyssal scavenger. So where would he get the treasure to pay her back? Novalis replied that her nose was very sensitive, and even if he was covered in trash, she could still smell a legendary scent coming from his pocket. She proposed a deal, a divine artifact in exchange for the Black Tower key, along with a few bonus services. Ye Qing angrily called Novalis a money grubber and asked what would happen if he refused. Novalis acknowledged Ye Qing's strength, saying she knew retrieving 100 divine artifacts was as easy as flipping his hand. She lamented that unfortunately, she couldn't freely pass through gates to other worlds like him, otherwise she wouldn't covet those petty items. Ye Qing immediately summoned a purple void energy sphere in his palm, making Novalis's eyes light up with excitement. He yelled for her to take it all, then unleashed a wave of energy that swept countless items toward Novalis. When Ye Qing asked if she was satisfied, Novalis joyfully exclaimed while holding a divine artifact she had never seen before. Having received the key, Ye Qing turned and walked toward a nearby stone pedestal. He placed the box on the pedestal and pressed his hand onto it to activate it. Immediately, streams of dark red energy poured out from the box, engulfing his hand. Ye Qing was astonished as a notification appeared. He had been afflicted by the Death Shadow curse. All stats reduced to 1. Unable to use skills, and would die in 5 days. Novalis sneered, recognizing this as a treasure locked away in some old man's magical vault, and complimented Ye Qing's scavenging skills. Ye Qing furiously roared that he wanted the Black Tower key, not to be tricked by her with a curse. Ye Qing thought to himself that dealing with giant dragons never ends well, while the dragon girl declared her special service was only for the child who brought her treasure. Ye Qing immediately grabbed the dragon girl's horns, making her cry out in pain that dragon horns were connected to the reverse scale nerve. From afar, Fa Xiong wondered in shock if that scavenger had truly turned an ancient dragon into a magic book. Ye Qing yelled a threat that if she didn't help, he would turn her entire library into void dust. Subdued, the dragon girl revealed that he must find an otherworldly gate, which was the final magic book capable of rewriting the laws of death and dispelling the curse. Ye Qing pressed for more clues, but she said that was all the information she could provide. He angrily roared, questioning why she had inflicted such a malicious curse upon him. The dragon girl sneered, saying that dragons usually couldn't dispel this curse, but her name was Novalis, an extraordinary dragon. Novalis priced her service at 500 divine pieces of equipment to help him suppress part of the curse's effects. Ye Qing threatened to loot all her treasure, but Novalis calmly suggested an installment plan. Novalis demanded he pay the last 100 divine pieces of equipment in his inventory up front, and he would still owe her 400 items. Ye Qing gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling like he was being blatantly robbed. In despair, he yelled and released all the requested divine equipment. Novalis burst into delighted laughter as countless treasures flew toward her. Ye Qing bitterly realized he had been played by this dragon again and demanded she stop messing around. Sitting atop the pile of loot, Novalis reminded him that he still owed her 400 pieces of equipment. She picked up a small white object that looked like an eye. Novalis declared she would take responsibility for him until the end, then threw the object away. The strange object flew straight and hit Ye Qing's forehead. Novalis coldly stated that she was a dragon, after all. Ye Qing clutched his head and screamed in pain, asking what she had done to him. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filling with resentment. Suddenly, a strange sensation overwhelmed him, making Ye Qing cry out in surprise. He realized he had been teleported to a completely different place. Ye Qing was now standing in the Blackstone Grand Hall. the materialized domain of the curse. He was surprised to find that his vision and the ability to move his limbs had been restored. His gaze fell upon a throne, where dark energy was gathering. A massive greatsword fell from the sky. Plunging into the floor right next to the throne, Yi Qing cautiously observed the situation. A figure identical to him, identified as Yi Qing, demon form, appeared on the throne. The demonic clone mocked that lowly humans could never defeat a mighty demon. Yi Qing realized the way to break the curse was to fight himself. The two stood facing each other in the vast hall. The demonic clone revealed that it possessed all of Yi Qing's skills and was 30% stronger in this domain. Yi Qing was stunned to learn that his opponent also had a transcendent form. The demonic clone continued to provoke him, saying Yi Qing now understood the situation clearly. It confidently declared itself an existence he absolutely could not defeat. Yi Qing screamed in horror at the opponent's unbelievable speed. The demonic clone lunged forward, swinging the blazing red sword toward Yi Qing. Yi Qing braced himself, swinging his twin blades radiating dark energy to block the attack. The two charged at each other, their weapons colliding and creating a crimson energy explosion. With a strained expression, Yi Qing struggled to block the opponent's powerful blade. Pushed back by a series of continuous attacks, he slid across the ground. The demonic clone continued to press the attack, forcing Yi Qing into a complete defensive posture. He gritted his teeth, realizing he couldn't gain any advantage. The opponent was always one step ahead. Suddenly, the clone roared, activating a skill called Soul Snatch. Yi Qing was astonished, as streams of blue soul energy enveloped his body. The clone smirked, declaring that the balance of power was slowly tipping in his favor. He explained that every attack would steal Yi Qing's attributes and tear apart his soul, gradually turning him into the clone. Declaring that he would completely devour Yi Qing's soul, the clone lunged forward to attack. Yi Qing narrowly dodged the fatal slash. He continued to use his twin blades to fend off the enemy's relentless attacks. However, the opponent's power was too immense, sending Yi Qing flying into the air. The demonic clone roared excitedly, urging him to keep fighting. One of Yi Qing's blades shattered, and he felt his attributes being drained away. Seizing the opportunity, the demonic clone delivered a slash directly to Yi Qing's chest. In that critical moment, Yi Qing used points to reforge his weapon, creating a golden shield. The clone was astonished by Yi Qing's fierce will to survive, which managed to shake up the entire situation. Amused by this tenacious soul, the clone launched a punch straight at Yi Qing's face. Yi Qing was knocked to the ground as his demonic clone rushed down to attack. The clone scoffed, declaring that within his domain, all efforts were futile. He swung his massive sword down, while the system continuously announced that 20 points had been used to reforge the trash twin blades. The weapon collision created a powerful shockwave. Yi Qing managed to block the attack, but the clone maintained his maniacal grin. He tried to use his recycling ability, but received a failure notification due to insufficient materials, leaving him stunned. A small, horned creature appeared, demanding Yi Qing pay 100 divine artifacts and incurring a debt of 400 more, making him realize he had been set up. Taking advantage of Yi Qing's distraction, the clone appeared from behind and delivered a fatal stab. A notification about attribute depletion appeared as blue energy surged out of Yi Qing's body. The clone absorbed the energy surge and mocked that Yi Qing's resistance against the rules was meaningless. He commanded Yi Qing to kneel, submit, and worship, promising to preserve a fragment of his memory after devouring him. Otherwise, he threatened to erase his memories, take his place, destroy his family, and torture all his friends. The clone coldly stated that he would feel no pain, because he was not Yi Qing. Having said that, he lunged forward to finish off the kneeling Yi Qing. In that moment of life and death, Yi Qing's eyes widened as memories flooded back. He recalled the advice of a white-haired woman that he must enter and leave the abyss alive. He remembered telling Zhou Tong not to risk himself with him anymore, because he wanted his friend to have a good life. And he remembered his promise to protect his sister, Ye Xiaozhou, after their parents died. Driven by those promises, Yi Qing let out a roar, his eyes blazing with red energy. The clone stopped, looking amused, and said he had changed his mind. He would keep one eye so Yi Qing's consciousness could witness everything that was about to happen. Yi Qing blamed himself for inadvertently accelerating the curse's progress, feeling utterly useless. He braced himself, feeling weak before the gods, demons, and nameless entities. The demonic clone mocked him, encouraging him to give up everything and become him. He continued to tempt him, demanding Yi Qing relinquish everything he cherished. The clone roared, lunging forward to attack and demanding to completely replace Yi Qing's existence. A massive explosion occurred in the hall, creating a cloud of smoke and dust. Standing amidst the red energy surge, Yi Qing once again admitted to himself that he was too weak. The clone repeated his temptation, urging Yi Qing to abandon everything he loved. Suddenly, a small, horned entity appeared, declaring Yi Qing owed it 400 divine artifacts and mocking that he had nothing left to lose. The demonic clone roared, swinging his sword and attacking again, determined to replace Yi Qing. However, Yi Qing raised his hand and blocked the attack with ease. The clone screamed in shock, unable to believe what was happening. With eyes glowing purple, Yi Qing declared that the clone's sword was also his sword. The demonic clone was confused and enraged, not understanding what Yi Qing was saying. Yi Qing's eyes turned brilliant gold. He blocked the blade with his bare hand and said their power was one. The clone roared in fury, wondering why Ye Qing still wasn't dead. Ye Qing lifted his head, his golden eyes burning brightly, and boldly declared that he would never submit or become him. From another location, Novelist smiled, holding an eye-shaped object, and declared she would take responsibility for Ye Qing. Ye Qing's eye shone brightly, with a swirling golden pupil as he began to declare, "I am." The demonic clone screamed in horror at Ye Qing's transformation. Ye Qing completed his declaration, claiming to be a dragon, and unleashing the triple blood dragon fury skill. The demon clone screamed in horror at Ye Qing's newfound power. Standing amidst the blazing golden flames, Ye Qing affirmed his resolve to fight, even if his bones shattered and flesh disintegrated. With glowing eyes and strange black veins appearing on his face, he roared that he would devour his opponent. The demon clone, stunned, angrily asked who the real demon was. Ye Qing easily blocked the clone's sword strike with his bare hands, causing it to scream in shock. "My sword!" Disarmed, the demon clone roared that no one could challenge him in his domain. He mocked that it didn't matter if he lost his weapon, as he possessed all of Ye Qing's power and unleashed a barrage of red energy spikes. Ye Qing, now wielding his opponent's sword, swung a golden, radiant blade. His attack easily shattered the entire volley of energy spikes, causing the demon clone to exclaim in disbelief. "What?" Sent flying backward, the demon clone screamed in pain. He gritted his teeth in hatred, unable to believe the turn of events. Ye Qing stood firm, sword in hand, as the demon clone's dark energy dissipated. The demon clone reappeared, lunging forward to unleash a close-range fireball, and challenging Ye Qing to dodge. Ye Qing was completely engulfed in a massive explosion. The demon clone smiled smugly, confident that Ye Qing was dead. His red eyes gleamed with triumph. As the smoke cleared, Ye Qing emerged, completely unharmed. The demon clone shrieked in despair, unable to comprehend why Ye Qing was still alive. Ye Qing calmly faced the panicked clone, who was desperately gathering dark energy in both hands. The demon clone unleashed massive but futile dark attacks. Ye Qing, with a blazing golden aura, easily cleaved through the dark energy. His golden eyes flashed with confidence as he prepared his counterattack. He charged forward, his sword dissolving the clone's attack completely. The clone continued to fire energy balls, but Ye Qing easily dodged them. In shock, the clone only saw a golden streak flash across its face. Ye Qing closed in and used the pommel of his sword to smash directly into the screaming clone's face. He roared, activating his ability to reclaim everything. The clone screamed in terror, struggling as its body began to disintegrate. Ye Qing calmly watched his clone slowly vanish into the red mist. In its final moments, the clone stammered in disbelief that Ye Qing could face him. A giant armored demon entity appeared. Astonished that Ye Qing could reclaim stats within its domain, Ye Qing declared that weapons would only slow his attack effectiveness. With that, he used his bare hands to break the sword he had just acquired. The Curse Lord roared in anger at the destruction of his weapon. A fierce purple aura enveloped Ye Qing, and a demonic mask began to form. With glowing purple eyes, Ye Qing's new demonic form faced the Curse Lord. The Curse Lord stared at the purple energy orb hovering before him. Ye Qing lunged like a phantom, delivering a lightning-fast punch to his opponent's face. The impact was so strong, it sent the Curse Lord flying backward. Ye Qing gave his opponent no time to react, delivering a powerful kick to the Curse Lord's head. The tremendous force sent the giant plummeting straight down. Ye Qing landed right beside him, ready to deliver his next attack on the downed enemy. He channeled his power, punching the ground and creating a violent seismic shockwave. The Curse Lord looked up in horror as the ground shattered around him. From below, he saw Ye Qing descending from the sky like a meteor. In a defensive posture, the Curse Lord reached out, summoning a stream of red dark energy. A system notification appeared, stating that the dragon trapping formation could absorb the power of the sealed entity to strengthen itself. Red chains from the formation quickly bound Ye Qing. The Curse Lord taunted that the more he struggled, the tighter the bonds would become. He stood up, declaring himself different from foolish, greedy dragons and demanding Ye Qing listen. As the chains unexpectedly shattered in an explosion of energy, he declared his name to be Ye Qing. The surge of power sent the Curse Lord flying backward, his armor shattering. Ye Qing roared authoritatively, asserting that he was the king. Enveloped in a golden aura, he summoned his dual energy blades and charged at the enemy. The Curse Lord's eyes widened, filled with extreme terror. Ye Qing delivered a powerful slash, tearing through the giant's chest. Immediately after, he retracted his blade, switching to a fiery punch. His fist, encased in golden energy, shattered the Curse Lord's helmet. From the defeated foe's perspective, Ye Qing stood tall after the decisive blow. A fierce golden energy explosion spread throughout the area. The ground cracked under the terrifying power of the attack. The remnants of the golden flames gradually faded, leaving behind a desolate scene. Amidst the smoke and flames, Ye Qing stood on the Curse Lord's body, holding a red energy core. He raised his newly acquired trophy, the enemy's power core. Ye Qing's demonic silhouette appeared in the flames, declaring that the enemy's power now belonged to him. Elsewhere, in an ancient library, Novelist sensed a surge of dark energy transmitting. She looked worried as she whispered to herself. Back on the battlefield, dark patterns spread across Ye Qing's face as he admitted the ritual had failed. Novelist gripped her spear, deciding that if Ye Qing turned into a shadow demon, she would have to end him herself. She lunged forward with terrifying speed, her spear aimed directly at Ye Qing. The spear pierced through Ye Qing's chest, pinning him to the stone floor. But to Novelis's utter astonishment, Ye Qing began to revive amidst purple lightning. He stood up, grasped the spear, and declared that the ritual was complete. All power had returned. Novelis faced the revived Ye Qing, skeptically asking if he had truly returned. She pressed closer, relentlessly questioning him about the pact with the demon and if he was still himself. Ye Qing calmly replied that he had eaten it. Completely dumbfounded, Novelis stammered, asking if the demon was edible and if it tasted good. Ye Qing declared that he had seen through Novelis' trick and couldn't believe a word she said. He angrily exposed Novelis's true plan, to let the shadow demon possess his body, then she would deal with it herself. Novelis admitted that wasn't entirely true, as even she wasn't confident she could defeat a transcendent version of herself. She explained that Ye Qing's contradictory physique gave him a chance to win, but if he lost, she could easily kill him too. Novelis shrugged, saying that now that the demon was dead, her situation hadn't changed, and Ye Qing's death curse was beyond remedy. Ye Qing screamed in panic, questioning why the final grimoire couldn't remove the curse as she had promised. Novelis explained that the book required a pact with the shadow demon, and the target of that pact was now gone. She lamented that she was the unluckiest one, as her plan to escape the abyss had now failed. Novelis's eyes widened in surprise at an unusual sensation. Ye Qing asked what would happen if the shadow demon was still alive, then transformed with a demonic mask and a purple aura. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon gate, 2 committee agents had been anxiously waiting for over 15 hours for Fa Xiong's safety. Elsewhere, an official looked disdainful, seeing only weak members escape with no one from Fa Xiong's team. Suddenly, Liu Xingran sensed something and turned to look towards the gate. The 2 committee agents also saw figures gradually emerging from the purple mist. Ye Qing and Fa Xiong, looking utterly exhausted, walked out of the dungeon gate together. The agents rushed to support Fa Xiong, while Liu Xingran joyfully called out Ye Qing's name. Liu Xingran smiled as she approached, saying she knew he could turn danger into safety, and apologizing for being stubborn. Ye Qing happily announced the good news that he had retrieved the key, but Liu Xingran clenched her fist with an angry expression. Immediately after, Liu Xingran delivered a powerful punch to Ye Qing's stomach, making him double over in pain. Liu Xingran stood over Ye Qing, who was on the ground, angrily shouting that he had a younger sister waiting at home and didn't need to risk his life like that. Ye Qing's eye suddenly glowed bright red. A card-like item emitted purple energy, activating the time stop skill. From within the energy, a girl with horns and dragon wings named Novelis appeared, delighted to finally breathe fresh air. Ye Qing, enveloped in a red aura, irritably told Novelis not to appear right now. Novelis, in chibi form, hovered between Ye Qing and Liu Xingran, complaining about the smell of the trashy necklace. Novelis pointed at Liu Xingran and asked Ye Qing if this was the close partner he had mentioned. Ye Qing asked Novelis to turn him back to normal, but she refused, explaining that she only existed as an image in his left eye. Ye Qing transformed, donning a skull mask with purple flames, and told Novelis that this way, he could break the dragon's seal to free her. As Ye Qing's transformed state began to dissipate, Novelis yelled that this form consumed more mana than even the berserk skill. Novelis anxiously asked Ye Qing about his current level. Ye Qing, back in his normal form, held up one finger. Novelis guessed his level in astonishment, from 1,000 to 100 million. Ye Qing explained that he was only level 1, shocking Novelis, who scoffed that a level 1 shadow demon was ridiculously weak. Ye Qing retorted that even if he was weak, he was still the one who personally defeated a shadow demon, and Novelis said that since he was now the 2nd generation, he could at least carry a part of her body. Ye Qing sternly demanded the key back, declaring he wouldn't take her out of the abyss and wanted nothing to do with her in the future. Novelis revealed that Ye Qing's eyes were dragon pupils, identical to her own. She explained that their eyes were connected, their vision shared in an unbreakable pact called the Dragon Eye Covenant, leaving Ye Qing stunned. Novelis asked Ye Qing to reactivate his appraisal skill and look at her again. Novelis ordered Ye Qing to reactivate the detection skill that had previously offended her. Ye Qing's left eye glowed yellow, and he felt unable to control it. In a vast space, Ye Qing stood opposite Novelis, his body beginning to emit a red aura. A dark entity with blazing eyes stepped out of Ye Qing, signifying a new state of awareness. Through his new eyes, Ye Qing saw 2 images of Novelis complementing her own figure. Novelis explained that from now on, his observer's eye had been upgraded to the dragon's pupil. She added that she could interpret information for him using the knowledge of the dragon race, and no one else could detect her presence. Suddenly, Novelis pointed at Ye Qing and declared that he owed her 401 items. While Novelis burst out laughing, Ye Qing covered his face in despair, and Liu Xingran stood nearby, looking confused. Ye Qing angrily gritted his teeth, calling Novelis a shameless, greedy wretch. Novelis transformed into a small creature, called herself a little stray dog, and then vanished, leaving Liu Xingran bewildered. Feeling guilty, Liu Xingran hugged Ye Qing from behind and blamed herself for not being a capable enough knight to protect the rear. Ye Qing reassured her that it wasn't her fault, but rather that he had carelessly put everyone in danger. Elsewhere, Fa Xiong, having just escaped the dungeon, asserted that they all needed to become stronger. A committee agent asked Fa Xiong what had happened, and he began recounting how he had opened the door to a treasure vault. Fa Xiong recalled seeing a golden light, prompting the agent to excitedly ask about the amount of treasure inside. With a dazed expression, Fa Xiong replied that the place was empty, containing only the abyss and golden sand. The committee agent looked bewildered by his confusing answer. Suddenly, Fa Xiong pointed toward Ye Qing and Lu Xingran, saying that he was very strong and that he had remembered something. Fa Xiong shouted, reiterating Ye Qing's promise that the treasure would be split 50-50 between the Hunting Heart team and Scavenger's home. Fa Xiong burst into joyous laughter, muttering about splitting the spoils equally. Yi Qing looked annoyed, sarcastically remarking that it was thanks to the Scavenger team that Fa Xiong got half of that pile of junk, while Lu Xingran stood beside him sobbing. In his mind, Novelist questioned Ye Qing why he didn't kill Fa Xiong to protect the secret of her existence and the dragon treasure. Yi Qing explained that keeping Fa Xiong alive would be useful, as he could use the shadow demon to modify his memories and create a false witness. Novelis grumbled that without her treasure signal, everyone would have been lost in the desert, and furthermore, her lair was protected by a sandstorm. Afterward, the entire team arrived at a large, modern hospital. In another scene, Wu Ming sat alone, receiving a system notification that he was prohibited from entering the hospital due to his extremely low luck stat. Inside the intensive care unit, Zhou Tong lay unconscious on the hospital bed. Yiling explained to the team that Zhou Tong had multiple broken bones and internal injuries, and Liu Xingran's healing magic only helped delay the deterioration of his condition. She added that his wounds had been corrupted by the abyss, making them very difficult to treat outside, prompting Ye Qing to ask if they could take him back to the abyss. Yiling replied that their scavenger team did not have special treatment authority, even though Ye Qing offered to pay. Yiling explained that this was a regulation set by their superiors, and they were currently under investigation for being the only survivors while the Hunting Heart team was almost wiped out. As the team walked away, Ye Qing bitterly thought about the irony of being unable to treat abyssal wounds in the outside world, and vice versa. Yi Qing decided on another approach, taking out a glowing, super recovery potion, which astonished Yiling because it was an abyssal item that shouldn't work outside. He explained that it was a legendary grade potion enhanced with dragon saliva, capable of boosting physical constitution, and was originally intended for his sister. Yiling, stunned, asked where he got it, and Ye Qing casually replied that he picked it up in a pile of trash. Yi Qing then appeared in a vast library, telling Novelist that he needed her help with something before he left. He explained that he had found a unique formula, and since a dragon's body was a treasure trove, he believed she could help. Yi Qing revealed that the formula required a super recovery potion as the solvent, and a drop of dragon saliva as the core ingredient. Novelis realized he meant her drool. Then she snatched the potion and drank it all in Ye Qing's astonishment. After spitting the potion back into the bottle, the system notified Ye Qing that he had received Dragon's Mouthwash, an enhancement potion with chaotic, indeterminate side effects. Novelis proudly handed the bottle to Ye Qing and said she was done, causing him to confusedly reply that the formula only required 1 drop of saliva. Yi Qing stood outside the hospital room, filled with worry because he wasn't sure if the potion's side effects would harm Zhou Tong. Suddenly, violent coughing sounds from inside the room startled Ye Qing. On the hospital bed, Zhou Tong weakly declared that he was no longer afraid of death and was ready to drink the potion even if it was poison. He reached out to Ye Qing, earnestly pleading for a chance to continue fighting. With blazing eyes, Zhou Tong shouted his desire to become strong and be able to stand on his own. Afterward, in an underground training ground, Ye Qing stood opposite a fully recovered Zhou Tong. Yi Qing asked how he felt after taking the potion. Zhou Tong smiled and replied that he felt like he had a new body, and all his old injuries were healed. Yi Qing began explaining that the constitution stat was the key factor in resisting permanent damage in the abyssal world. He added that even with continuous healing, accumulated damage would still permanently reduce maximum HP, making Zhou Tong curiously ask if his body was stronger now. Zhou Tong confusedly asked why his stats increased, but he wasn't completely stronger, and Ye Qing replied that it was only part of the strength. Yi Qing explained that physical strength was only half the story. Fighting monsters also required mindset and awareness. He summoned 2 purple energy short swords, warning that high-level monsters had special mechanics that couldn't be overcome by stats alone. Having said that, Ye Qing lunged to attack Zhou Tong to begin the training session. Zhou Tong frantically created a sword of light to defend himself. He shouted in surprise when Ye Qing revealed that he had used a ring to reduce his power to be only slightly higher than Zhou Tong's. Yi Qing easily used a disarming skill, knocking the sword out of Zhou Tong's hand. Immediately, Ye Qing closed the distance and held the 2 short swords against Zhou Tong's neck, demonstrating the difference in combat skill. Yi Qing ordered Zhou Tong to attack with the mindset of killing him. Zhou Tong panicked, not understanding why a murderous mindset was needed to learn combat skills. Ye Qing easily dodged Zhou Tong's attack. He warned that if Zhou Tong didn't intend to kill him, he would be the one to strike first. Faced with Ye Qing's killing intent, Zhou Tong trembled, thinking his brother looked like a demon. Yi Qing shouted, urging Zhou Tong to grip his sword tightly, and he hastily complied. Zhou Tong silently thought that even though he was stronger thanks to the medicine, he still couldn't keep up. He gritted his teeth, his expression filled with determination and anger. Ye Qing blocked the attack while explaining that agility stats were meaningless if one hesitated. Zhou Tong despaired, realizing that even with Ye Qing using only 20% of his strength, he was still no match. In his frustration, he wondered if he was still too weak and shouted helplessly. Ye Qing again used his disarming skill, knocking the sword out of his hand. Zhou Tong's sword flew away, embedding itself in the floor far away. Defeated, Zhou Tong despairingly admitted he had lost, but Ye Qing sternly ordered him to pick up his sword and continue. Zhou Tong begged to take more medicine, accepting even the side effects as long as he could become stronger. Ye Qing ignored the plea and asked again why Zhou Tong wanted to become stronger. Zhou Tong hesitantly replied that he wanted to stop being ridiculed by others, but Ye Qing pressed on. He continued, saying he wanted to one day stand in the spotlight, to be the main character. Finally, Zhou Tong shouted his desire to become an indomitable powerhouse recognized by everyone, and asked if those reasons were enough. Ye Qing warned that the obsession with becoming stronger could turn people into monsters, using Rodrigo Caesar as an example, and said he didn't want Zhou Tong to become like that. Zhou Tong then asked, what did becoming stronger mean to Ye Qing? Ye Qing placed his hand on his shoulder and replied that it was to live a good life. Zhou Tong was stunned by the unexpectedly simple reason. Ye Qing further explained that he hoped Zhou Tong would become stronger just to live well, not to stand at the top or seek recognition from others. He concluded that the problem wasn't conquering the abyss, but never losing oneself within it. Zhou Tong looked at the stat-boosting potion Ye Qing offered, hesitating for a moment. But then, he pushed Ye Qing's hand away, refusing the potion. Zhou Tong declared that he was strong enough and would walk the rest of his path himself. He raised his sword, loudly demanding another round, and announced he would approach the abyss cautiously to survive and return. Ye Qing smiled with satisfaction at his teammate's determination. In another space, Novelist scoffed at the declaration, calculating that his chances of survival were only 0.0017%. She wondered if the effect of that potion had worn off. A text explained that Dragon Mouthwash was a haphazardly concocted potion with random chaotic side effects, only revealed after consumption. Ye Qing was stunned when a notification appeared, stating the potion's effect had been nullified, making him wonder if he had just drunk plain water. He rushed worriedly to Zhou Tong, who was coughing violently on the table. Suddenly, Zhou Tong sprang up with bright eyes, joyfully exclaiming that the potion had worked and he felt amazing. A series of system notifications appeared. Consuming an unknown potion had activated the bard's knowledge, allowing him to gain final experience points and level up. Zhou Tong stood up, full of energy, and declared he was ready, much to the astonishment of Ye Qing and Lu Xingran. Ye Qing inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the potion not working was also good news, as it wasn't a deadly poison at least. Novelis irritably asked if Ye Qing was mocking her mouthwash, but he calmly denied it. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong was still confused, wondering why the potion had such miraculous effects on humans. Ye Qing inwardly thought that a shut-in living in a dragon's horde like Novelis wouldn't understand the magic of humanity. Novelis then challenged Ye Qing to explain the concept to her. Ye Qing smiled and replied that by simply living life to the fullest, miracles would naturally occur. Afterwards, at the World Association headquarters, Ye Qing entered the skyscraper. He walked inside, preparing for his work. Unexpectedly, Ye Qing ran into Lang Xiaofeng, who looked both surprised and angry. Lang Xiaofeng shouted upon recognizing his old enemy. Ye Qing casually greeted him, but Lang Xiaofeng roared that this was fate and questioned if Ye Qing had found new backing. Ye Qing appeared indifferent and coldly told Lang Xiaofeng to get out of the way. Lang Xiaofeng angrily blocked him, declaring that their debt was still unsettled. He held up a ring-shaped card, roaring that Ye Qing had cheated him out of 200 million and made him a laughingstock of Tatas. Ye Qing calmly replied that if he felt ashamed, Lang Xiaofeng should have thrown the ring in the trash. As Ye Qing walked away, he passed a masked official who was silently observing. Ye Qing continued to mock, saying Lang Xiaofeng kept the ring just to have an excuse to bother him again. Lang Xiaofeng ordered Ye Qing to buy back the item for 200 million, but Ye Qing refused as it went against the rules. Lang Xiaofeng roared that there were no rules here, and he had connections with Tatus to force Ye Qing. He ordered his subordinates to strip Ye Qing, but one reported that his equipment was all cheap junk. Lang Xiaofeng concluded that Ye Qing was just a nobody, and threatened to sell his kidney to get his money back. Suddenly, a burst of energy erupted from Ye Qing's eyes, and a small dragon entity appeared, repelling Lang Xiaofeng and his subordinates. Ye Qing irritably asked the entity, Novelis, what she wanted. He thought the ring was just ordinary iron, but Novelis insisted it was a top-tier equipment. Novelis confidently declared that, as a dragon, she could distinguish treasure from trash. She began chanting, in the name of Novelis Galacrond, to break the 9-layered seal on the ring. With the power of a blood dragon, Novelis performed True Name Liberation to awaken the ring's true potential. She blew a stream of magical blue fire onto the card containing the ring. Instantly, the ring transformed into a fiery treasure named Ring of the Fire Dragon's Breath. Ash Destruction. Ye Qing's pupils contracted into dragon eyes. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Novelis explained that ordinary appraisal skills only saw the surface, but her dragon eye sight could see the soul of equipment. She asserted that she could see all the sealed and forgotten power within the ring. Lang Xiaofeng lost his patience, growling a warning to Ye Qing not to test his temper. Ye Qing calmly made an offer. 200 million to buy the ring. Lang Xiaofeng was stunned, disbelieving his ears, and asked Ye Qing to repeat himself. Ye Qing repeated his offer as a notification of a 200 million cash transfer appeared. Lang Xiaofeng stared at his phone in disbelief, wondering how Ye Qing could easily acquire such a large sum. Ye Qing mentioned the ring, and one of Lang Xiaofeng's subordinates quickly advised his boss to sell it to this idiot to salvage some face. After counting the zeros, Lang Xiaofeng hastily shouted for Ye Qing to hand over the item. He laughed mockingly, calling Ye Qing a bigger fool than himself, and tossing the card towards him, saying trash belongs with trash. Lang Xiaofeng handed the card containing the precious ring to Ye Qing, completing the transaction. Lang Xiaofeng was dumbfounded as he realized the ring's appearance had changed. Ye Qing smiled triumphantly, holding up the card and declaring it a top-tier item. He confirmed the transaction was complete, and asked if everything was settled. Realizing he had been tricked, Lang Xiaofeng roared in anger, demanding the ring back. Two subordinates tried to intervene, reminding him that as members of Tatis, they couldn't act so brazenly. Lang Xiaofeng brushed off their advice, declaring that Ye Qing wouldn't be leaving with both the money and the ring. Ye Qing calmly faced him, sarcastically remarking that Tatis was openly robbing people. True to the guild's notorious reputation, Lang Xiaofeng growled, an admission of this without hesitation. A blue aura erupted around Lang Xiaofeng as he shouted, "This is a robbery. What are you going to do?" In his monstrous form, he lunged forward, repeating his challenge. Novelis appeared in her chibi form, grumbling that human greed was embarrassing even to dragons. Ye Qing sighed, lamenting that some people simply didn't understand reason. He unleashed dark tentacles from his hands, stating he just wanted to bring some peace to the world. The tentacles easily knocked Lang Xiaofeng down, causing him to cry out in pain. Ye Qing turned to the two terrified subordinates and asked if they wanted to taste his power, prompting them to quickly promise to take their boss away immediately. A burly man in armor appeared, acknowledging the reputation of Ye Qing, the head of Scavenger House. The man was identified as Lei Yushan, the leader of the Tatis Guild, and he appraised the ring at a minimum of 500 million. Lei Yushan approached Ye Qing, offering to buy the ring for 500 million. Lang Xiaofeng, injured, stammered in disbelief, stating that even a legendary grade ring would only fetch a maximum of 250 million. Lei Yushan smiled at Ye Qing, explaining he did it out of appreciation for talent. Lei Yushan offered Ye Qing the chance to consider joining Tatis, even bidding 100 million for his entire guild. Lang Xiaofeng immediately objected, reminding his boss that Ye Qing was the enemy who had humiliated him and recruiting him would discourage the guild members. Ye Qing calmly refused, asserting he was the guild leader of Scavenger House, not a free hunter to be sold to the highest bidder. Lei Yushan sneered, suggesting Ye Qing disband his trash guild to get rid of the useless members hindering him. Ye Qing's face hardened as he declared they weren't trash, but family, who had stood by the guild through its toughest times. Lei Yushan mocked the concept of family, listing Tatis's superior advantages and emphasizing he only wanted Ye Qing himself. Ye Qing angrily stomped his foot, cracking the floor. He looked directly at Lei Yushan and stated that he was unworthy, and Tatis deserved none of his guild members. Rejected outright, Lei Yushan became enraged, calling Scavenger House a mere F-rank guild surviving on handouts from larger guilds. Ye Qing retorted, demanding basic respect between guild leaders, regardless of rank. Lei Yushan's expression suddenly changed. He chuckled and praised Ye Qing as a stubborn one. He revealed that Elder Fa Tianlin had appointed him interim leader of the Heartseekers Guild to avenge his son. Lei Yushan approached, threatening that before the Elder's wrath descended, Ye Qing had better learn what it felt like to have nothing left. He then retracted his previous offer and proposed a mutually beneficial deal between the two guild leaders. Ye Qing immediately guessed his true intention was related to the final festival. He sarcastically asked if information about the festival had coincidentally fallen into his hands. Lei Yushan laughed heartily, confirming not only that but also that ownership of the abandoned abyss belonged to Tatis, and only he could reopen it. He declared his hand revealed and that it was now Ye Qing's turn to make an offer. In a different scene, Ye Xiaozhou asked her brother with a worried expression, unable to believe he had actually agreed to their terms. Ye Qing explains that he had no other choice, while Ye Xiaozhou asks him which two guild members he plans to take on the joint mission. He silently muses that this is a difficult choice, as information from Tatis indicates it's a haunted abyss filled with undead creatures. Ye Qing immediately dismisses Wu Ming, picturing him flying into a rage and slaughtering his own teammates, if forced to fight his own kind. He also dismisses Zhou Tong, as the man had left for special training for a month, and refused all guild assignments. Ultimately, Ye Qing decides to choose Liu Xingran, an ice attribute knight, and Yi Ling, a fire attribute mage, as elemental damage would be more effective against the undead. Ye Xiaozhou narrows her eyes meaningfully at her brother, teasing that he sure knows how to enjoy himself going with two girls. Ye Qing frantically clarifies that it's because he had no one else to choose, but his sister points out it's his fault for having too few guild members. Seeing Ye Xiaozhou's sadness at not being able to help, Ye Qing comforts her, saying that one day she'll be even stronger than her brother. However, a terrifying illusion of Ye Xiaozhou appears, growling back at him, asking how he could go on a mission alone with 2 girls. Yi Qing screams in terror as he's sent flying backward by an immense force. Yi Xiaozhou has transformed into her giant plush bear monster form, angrily declaring that she won't allow it. Meanwhile, Novalis in her chibi form appears and mocks Ye Qing about how he'll explain another woman in his left eye to his sister. On another street, a group of 3 thugs are strolling together. One of the thugs approaches Yi Ling, who is drinking alone, and makes lewd remarks. Yi Ling coldly glares and tells him to get lost. The scene shifts to a nearby deserted alley. A violent burst of fire suddenly erupts in the alley. The thug screams in pain as his arm is engulfed in Yi Ling's flames, angrily cursing her. With her eyes shrouded in darkness, Yi Ling furiously declares that all of them trash can die. A hand engulfed in golden flames grips the wrist of a terrified purple-haired individual. The person, Ling Yi, surrounded by fireballs, pleads in panic to stop. Tearfully, Ling Yi stammers an apology, explaining that her sister is just stressed and asking them to leave. In the alley, 2 thugs flee in terror, shouting that she's insane. But another, more ruthless personality takes over Ling Yi's body, growling that it won't let their dirty hands touch a single hair on her. With a smug smile, the personality asserts that this is its choice and tells Ling Yi that they are one. Her eyes turn a blazing red. The other personality vows to one day return Ling Yi's body intact at any cost. On a desolate street of a ruined city, a pair of eerie eyes hidden in the darkness watch silently. Amidst this scene, Yue Jianbai, the leader of Celestial Light, confidently declares that Knight's Cry, a mere rank 3 guild, cannot stand in his rank 2 guild's way. Sylves, the leader of Knight's Cry, retorts mockingly, offering to cut Yue Jianbai's tongue to save him further embarrassment in front of his subordinates. Yue Jianbai recognizes the twin spines daggers at Sylva's hip, wondering if Knight's Cry has conquered the legendary Phantom Fortress Abyss. Angrily, Yue Jianbai shouts that Celestial Light's rank has long surpassed Knight's Cry and summons his flaming sword. A member of Knight's Cry recognizes with shock that it's the divine sword Oath of Sacred Judgment, an incredibly expensive piece of equipment, and admits that Yue Jianbai's entire gear is worth over $1 billion. A massive explosion suddenly erupts between the 2 factions, interrupting their confrontation. An authoritative voice booms from within the smoke, mocking the rank 2 hunter guilds for arguing amongst themselves. A large man with green hair named Lei appears, declaring that he is the true leader here. Sylves snorts dismissively, while Yue Jianbai and Lei exchange tense glances. Lei explains that an S-rank anomaly requires the 4 guilds to send their strongest elites, and if not for the World Guild's request, rank 2 guilds like them wouldn't have a chance to participate. Sylves frowns and questions Lei, not believing they were only called to be fodder. Lei explains that he registered for the Joint Hunt program, where Abyss technology will record their combat data as observational samples. Yue Jianbai angrily asks if they're being used as guinea pigs, while Sylves declares he's leaving, knowing this offer is too good to be true. Lei then dangles the bait, stating that if they complete this hunt, their guilds can receive S-rank status, specially approved by the Shenfeng City branch. Sylves ponders, thinking about how his guild, Knight's Cry, has been stuck at A rank for 3 years, locked out of high-level missions and rare resources. Yue Jianbai also recalls the recent humiliation by the S-rank guild Cloudtop and the distant S-rank mission board in the main hall. Sylves accepts the deal for the S-rank status, and Yue Jianbai also agrees but warns Tatus not to tamper with the data. Lei reassures them that Tatus' word is as good as gold, then announces that besides them, there's one more distinguished guest. As Ye Qing appears, others begin to whisper, calling him a jinx with poor equipment and the sole survivor of Fa Xiong's disastrous mission. A member of Knight's Cry frantically tries to mention Ye Qing's teammate but is shushed by the person next to him. Another hunter with a top-knot hairstyle mocks the Scavenger House Guild, saying he thought they were too scared to show up. Sylves looks disgusted, not understanding why a bunch of scavengers would be allowed to participate in an S-rank mission, and calls them a bad omen. Yue Jianbai also shouts in protest, refusing to accept that his Celestial Light Guild would have to team up with mere trash collectors. Suddenly, Liu Xingran appears, and coldly asks Yue Jianbai if he has a problem. Yue Jianbai is stunned to realize her presence. He stammers a greeting to Liu Xingran, admitting it's been a long time. Liu Xingran bluntly mocks that Yue Jianbai's stutter hasn't improved, causing him to become enraged and threaten to kill her. Yue Jianbai retaliates with insults, calling her a discarded dog of the Liu family and mocking her for having to scavenge. Liu Xingran growls, asserting that this is the path she chose, and he has no right to judge. Being called a stutterer once more, Yue Jianbai loses all composure and screams in fury. Yue Jianbai continues to mock Liu Xingran, saying her family must be disappointed to have lost a valuable pawn like her for an alliance marriage. Liu Xingran contemptuously flips him off, asking what kind of trash he thinks he is to make her regret anything. Witnessing this, Sylves bursts into laughter, deeming the nickname Stutterer truly fitting for Yue Jianbai. Enraged at being humiliated in front of his subordinates, Yue Jianbai drew his blazing divine sword and lunged, swearing to make Liu Xingran's blood splatter 3 feet away. Suddenly, Ye Qing appeared and stopped Yue Jianbai's blazing blade with just 2 fingers, shattering it. Yi Qing calmly remarked that the sword was excellent, but its owner was a 100% asshole. Yue Jianbai screamed in agony, unable to believe that his most cherished divine sword, the Oath of Sacred Judgment, had been destroyed. Yi Qing coldly replied that it was just a minor accident. Furious, Yue Jianbai grabbed Ye Qing's collar, roaring about the destruction of his weapon and threatening him with the power of the Yue clan. Lei intervened, reminding them they were teammates, but Yue Jianbai immediately turned and demanded that Ye Qing compensate him for the lost sword. Lei turned to Ye Qing with a smug look, stating that compensation was reasonable and asking for the opinion of the scavenger's home leader. Despite Liu Xingran's protest that Yue Jianbai was the initial aggressor, Ye Qing calmly agreed to provide compensation. Yi Qing summoned a purple space filled with countless glowing weapon cards, inviting Yue Jianbai to choose any item better than his old sword. Yue Jianbai was completely overwhelmed by the sheer number of high-level weapons Ye Qing possessed. Inside Yi Qing's mind, a chibi version of Novelus angrily scolded him for showing off the dragon's treasure, but he replied that it was just his inventory bag. Novelus declared her full name, Novelus Galacrond, and announced that she would stamp the dragon's mark on the items, despite Ye Qing's protests. Looking at the weapons presented, Yue Jianbai realized his sword was mere scrap metal compared to them. Sylve stood nearby, looking confused by the complicated situation and deciding to play it by ear. Lei smiled meaningfully, saying that his specialty was appraising trash that others failed to see the value in, hinting at Ye Qing's potential. Lei Yushan realized that Ye Qing's extraordinary appraisal ability was real, not a trick used during the auction. Yi Qing simply told him coldly not to overthink it. Lang Xiaofeng confusedly asked Ye Qing where he got so much divine equipment, while Yue Jianbai selected a weapon card for compensation. Yi Qing replied that it was a trade secret. Lei Yushan declared that a top guild like Tatus must control the supply of divine equipment and could not allow Ye Qing to cooperate with other guilds. Yi Qing smirked and asked if that was a compliment or a threat. Lei Yushan admitted it was both, offering to buy all the equipment at a high price and promising to help Ye Qing enter the abyss he desired. He then turned and warned Yue Jianbai not to be disrespectful to his esteemed guest, leaving Yue Jianbai utterly astonished. Yue Jianbai reluctantly accepted a glowing weapon card as compensation and let the matter drop. Once the teams were assembled, Lei Yushan announced that this abyss was guaranteed to drop divine equipment, so they needed to agree on how to divide the spoils. He proposed following the World Association's traditional rule, rolling the dice, where the highest score wins. Yue Jianbai scorned this outdated method, while Sylves merely watched with an amused expression. Inside Ye Qing's mind, Novelus appeared and explained that it was the Dice of Destiny, a divine artifact containing the irresistible power of rules. She added that the power of rules was what created the tiers for weapons, the professions for humans, and the elite monsters. Novelus revealed that this rule also governed cause and effect within the abyss, leaving Ye Qing astonished. She reiterated the traps in her treasure, explaining that keen perception could help detect and avoid them. Similarly, luck might cause a trap to be accidentally interrupted, or agility could help a person pass through a rain of arrows. However, Novelus revealed a shocking truth. These dice of destiny were actually loaded dice. Only she, by using the Dragon Eye's true name Liberation, could see through their nature. A humble roll would always result in a lower score than an arrogant roll. Lei Yushan explained that as the iron-fisted arbiter, he would let the dice of destiny judge fairly for all 4 guilds, eliminating the strong, oppressing the weak. Yi Qing secretly thought that after appraising it, this was indeed a genuine treasure. Lei Yushan turned and asked for Ye Qing's opinion, acknowledging him as a treasure appraisal expert. Startled by the question, Ye Qing looked down at the dice in his hand. Then he looked up with a confident smile and declared that he thought it was very fair. The story shifted to the past of Ashtown, which once had 100,000 residents before a massive abyss rift swallowed them all. 10 years ago, the Tatus Guild sent an elite team of 12 to investigate, but they only found a dense fog filled with the ashes of countless lives. The terrifying thing was that the vanished residents were not truly dead. Their souls were trapped, transforming into distorted, screaming specters in the fog, mentally torturing the investigation team. Completely lost in the fog, the team was forced to split into 4 small groups to find a way out. However, a group consisting of Raven, Grey Falcon, and Lark was attacked by a strange monster. Amidst the chaos, Raven heard the sound of bells echoing in the fog. That sound led them to a ruined Gothic cathedral that emerged from the darkness. The team stood before the church, which was wrapped in black and red vines, writhing like blood vessels. An irresistible force pulled them inside the ghostly sanctuary. On the altar, they found a massive grimoire and the gate key. But as Raven tremblingly reached for it, a horrifying entity began to materialize. The entity was a formless mass of countless agonizing human faces, and simultaneously, the bells and shrieks rang out again. Raven's 2 teammates immediately collapsed, bleeding from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, while he frantically snatched the key and fled. Raven ran headlong away from the church, not daring to look back, until he fortunately found the marker he had left behind. After 6 hours of desperate waiting, the bone key in Raven's hand suddenly grew scorching hot, forcing him to drop it, whereupon it spun around and pointed in a single direction. Having no other choice, Raven was forced to follow the key's guidance through a desolate, deathly wasteland. Finally, he found the Abyss Gate, the only way out of that place. Just as Raven stumbled out, a winged shadow entity from within frantically lunged, slamming hard against the gate's barrier. With his last ounce of strength, Raven plunged the bone key into the void, activating the sealing mechanism. The abyss gate slammed shut with a loud explosion and fell silent, sealing its remnants forever. It is said that Slade sealed the gate here, and it has never been reopened since. Lei Yushan held the key in his hand, declaring it the only clue Raven left behind, and now, he declared they would open it once more. The key activated the gate, opening a mythic great abyss named the Black Prison Mausoleum. Lei Yushan explained the communication technology and began assigning roles, but Sylves interrupted, asserting that his Knight's Cry Guild were assassins and would never engage in direct combat. Yue Jianbai introduced himself as a sword master, while the two armored individuals accompanying him were the sword polisher and the sword keeper. Liu Xingran expressed doubt about those strange professions, but Ye Qing explained that they were actually an enchanter and a bottomless backpacker with rare classes. Lei Yushan questioned why Yue Jinbai brought two people incapable of fighting, but he confidently replied that he alone was enough. Yi Qing then introduced his team, with Liu Xingran as the Ice Knight on the front line, and Yi Ling as the primary fire damage mage. When Ye Qing claimed to be an all-rounder capable of taking on any role, Yue Jianbai scoffed, reminding him that he owed him a replacement sword. Yue Jianbai boasted that he had prepared 1,500 vials of various potions to ensure no mishaps occurred. Sylves yelled furiously, asserting that he never needed medicine when fighting, causing his terrified subordinate to fall silent. A pink-haired girl in Sylves's team proudly introduced her boss as the Black Knight, herself as a wolf shapeshifter, and their companion as a priest of light, all of them being top-tier individuals. Fa Xiong angrily yelled at Ye Qing's group for their indifferent attitude, bringing up their old feud at the World Association. He leaped onto a rock, boasting that the wolf shapeshifter's power would quadruple under the full moon, causing a pink-haired girl from another team to turn away in embarrassment. Yi Ling whispered to her teammates, skeptical of the true capabilities of the other teams in this makeshift alliance, believing only Lei Yushan was formidable. Amidst this, Lei Yushan confidently declared that his team was the most superior, and that he would be the commander of this abyss raid. Sylves immediately objected, mocking Lei Yushan as a dictator, and suggesting that fate decide the command through a dice roll. Lei Yushan fairly agreed, setting the rules. The person with the highest score would be the captain, and the rest would follow in rank order based on their scores. The results were announced. Lei Yushan scored 16 points, Sylves followed closely with 15 points. Yue Jianbai got 9 points, and Ye Qing came in last with only 4 points. With victory in hand, Lei Yushan declared the farce over, and ordered the entire formidable hunter force to advance into the abyss area. The group advanced toward a giant purple energy vortex, which was the entrance to the abyss. Lei Yushan raised his hand, gathering dark energy from the surroundings. The energy coalesced into a complex item, glowing brilliant purple. He held the item and warned everyone to stick close together, monitor their teammates via the console, and that anyone left behind would be abandoned. Suddenly, there was a warning shout as grotesque shadows began to emerge from the dense fog. A horde of hideous humanoid monsters with pale skin and glowing red pustules on their chests rushed out to attack. Sylves yelled for the priest, and the pink-haired girl and his team immediately raised her staff, ready to respond. The girl plunged the staff into the ground, activating the Sacred Domain skill, a spell capable of purifying all undead creatures and healing allies. A gigantic dome of blue light spread out, completely incinerating the monster horde within its range. Witnessing this, Yue Jianbai wondered why the monsters avoided that area, and his subordinate explained that the Sacred Domain was the bane of the undead, prompting him to order the enchantment of his sword. The black-armored subordinate obeyed, placing his hand on Yue Jianbai's weapon, causing the blade to erupt in red energy flames. Yue Jianbai unleashed a stream of light energy from his sword, wiping out the corpse fiends. He smirked, satisfied with the power of the enchantment. With a shout, Yue Jianbai raised his blazing sword high, incinerating even more monsters. From another position, Sylves and his teammates observed Yue Jianbai's battle from afar. Sylves ordered his subordinate to activate the Shadow Cloak and attack when the opportunity arose. The summoned Shadow Ghoul minions rushed in to tear apart the corpse fiends. Then, the horde of Shadow Ghouls descended from above, targeting Ye Qing's team on the ground. Sylves sneered, deciding to use the remaining living hunters as target practice for his ghouls. He casually sat down, declaring that he would turn the living into targets for his ghouls. Suddenly, Sylves's smug expression vanished, replaced by utter astonishment. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the Shadow Ghouls retreating from Ye Qing without any magic or incantation. Yi Qing explained that the low-level undead now feared him just by catching his scent. Yi Ling scorned the ghouls, but Wu Ming cautiously warned about potential fatal status effects. Wu Ming realized that the clothing on the ghouls indicated they were once residents from the outside world who had been consumed. Unexpectedly, a gigantic mass of blue energy appeared before Yue Jianbai, accompanied by horrifying laughter. Yi Ling frantically realized that her mana flow was being disrupted by this mysterious entity. Lei Yushan also sensed the danger, warning that something was approaching. The ghostly laughter echoed throughout the ruined city, drawing the attention of Ye Qing's team. The mysterious entity spoke, directly calling Yue Jianbai the Fated One. leaving him stunned in shock. A multi-eyed ghoul confusedly wondered about the mysterious entity's words. Yue Jianbai was also speechless, unable to understand what was happening. He stood amidst the ruins after unleashing a powerful attack. Nevertheless, the ghostly voice continued to echo, calling him the Fated One. The surrounding ghouls also dazedly repeated that strange moniker. From within the fog, a gigantic, hideous monster, shaped like a living cathedral, slowly emerged. Yi Qing determined that someone was controlling the ghouls from behind. The cathedral monster let out an inarticulate roar. It stood towering there, the source of the ghoul horde surrounding the battlefield. Wu Ming calmly remarked that with creatures of this level, they don't even need to go berserk to be dangerous. Immediately, Ye Qing plunged into the horde of ghouls with astonishing speed. He unleashed powerful attacks, tearing through the monster's ranks. However, Ye Qing realized that death couldn't come to these trash creatures as they began to regenerate their bodies. Novalis explained that the undead sustain themselves by hunting and absorbing hunters' mana. Wu Ming suddenly realized the danger. Turning his eyes towards the only mage in the team, Yi Ling, he urgently shouted, warning Yi Ling not to use mana. But it was too late. Yi Ling screamed in pain as her mana was uncontrollably siphoned away. A massive stream of golden energy was pulled from her body, soaring into the sky. That mana stream was being greedily absorbed by the abyssal cathedral monster in the distance. The abyssal cathedral monster continued to absorb the siphoned golden energy stream. Meanwhile, a massive horde of multi-eyed ghouls charged towards the hunters. A white-hair knight created a colossal ice wall to block their path, protecting Yi Ling. The knight explained that this wasn't an offensive spell, but rather to help Yi Ling cool down, while also making themselves a target. The knight smiled confidently as the ghouls began to climb over the barrier. The knight declared that a knight's duty was to protect the rear and draw enemy fire, then firmly planted their shield into the ground. The multi-eyed ghouls leaped over the ice wall, charging directly at the knight. The knight spun around, unleashing a blast of icy energy that shredded the charging ghouls. The knight stood firm amidst the shattered ice and ghoul corpses. A surviving ghoul reached out, but the knight didn't flinch. With a powerful attack, the knight shattered the remaining ghouls with an ice explosion. Countless frozen ghoul fragments lay scattered across the ground. Noticing the seemingly endless enemies, the white-haired knight showed annoyance. Yi Ling, having recovered, shouted for the knight to dodge as she prepared a fire attack. The knight smiled back. Got it. Yi Ling unleashed a colossal pillar of fire onto the ground. The two stood back to back, the knight commanding, Hellfire, burn them to ashes. The flames merged into a gigantic fist, roaring with power. The white-haired knight shouted a challenge, ready to face whatever came next. A colossal ghoul was torn apart by golden flames and icy blasts. The white-haired knight shouted, observing the results of their attack. Standing amidst the sea of fire, the knight and Yi Ling had completed their coordinated attack. Suddenly, Ye Qing appeared, unleashing a gravitational vortex and declaring he wouldn't let anyone steal his prey. He assertively commanded that the ghouls' remnants belonged to him. A flaming shadow entity roared and lunged, trying to resist Ye Qing, but it was quickly sucked into the vortex of dark energy and compressed. Yi Qing condensed the ghoul's essence into a compact dark orb. The orb fell to the ground and exploded violently, releasing a surge of purple energy. From the center of the explosion, a gigantic abyssal larva with sharp teeth emerged. Yi Qing stood watching the monster regenerate once more, its body now emitting a red glow. Suddenly, a brilliant golden beam shot past Ye Qing's head. He calmly raised 2 fingers and blocked the energy beam. Yue Jianbai appeared, feigning an apology for the attack, blaming the fog and his sword techniques. He sneered, asking if guild leader Yi was magnanimous enough to overlook such a minor mistake. Yi Qing snorted, then swung his hand, firing back a blast of energy. The attack caused a chunk of the larva's purple flesh to fly up, sticking to Yue Jianbai's armor. Another piece of flesh was pinned to the ground by Ye Qing's sword tip. Yue Jianbai recoiled in horror, screaming in disgust that his armor had been defiled. Yi Qing coldly asked Yue Jianbai if he still cared about such things in the middle of the abyss. Yue Jianbai declared that was precisely what made them different, asserting that he wouldn't even touch the hilt of a defiled sword with his bare hands. Before them, 2 colossal, dragon-like monsters with tough scales emerged from the rubble. Yue Jianbai explained that the elegance of sword kinesis lay in destroying enemies from afar without being sullied. He raised his hand, and his sword, glowing with vibrant pink energy, soared into the air. The sword flew past Yue Jianbai towards the monsters, as he stated that a sword was merely a filthy tool, unworthy of its master's touch. Yi Qing observed skeptically, remarking that he thought swordsmen cherished their swords. Yue Jianbai scoffed at Ye Qing's naivety. He continued his discourse, comparing a sword losing its cleanliness to a warrior losing their honor. The flying sword effortlessly bisected a monster, as Yue Jianbai affirmed his adherence to the master-servant distinction. Countless energy swords appeared, slaughtering the shadow beasts, while Yue Jianbai stood unharmed. The white-haired knight noticed something was wrong, warning that the fated ones were regenerating increasingly fast in the fog. A horde of grotesque ghouls is regenerating from a massive flesh pile, and the knight realizes the fog is the magical energy sustaining them. From the center of the ghoul horde, a shadowy demonic entity with a blazing red aura roars and rises, tearing another ghoul apart. Lei Yushan observes the situation, while a member of the Knight's Cry Guild asks Sylves about Yue Jinbai, reminding him that the Great Mausoleum Scepter is just ahead. Sylves dismissively scoffs, calling Yue Jinbai a third-rate piece of trash who can't even handle a minor anomaly. A massive silhouette stands amidst the ruins, while a desperate voice cries out for help. The burly member of the Celestial Light Guild pleads with everyone not to abandon their leader, stating that Yue Jinbai is in trouble and needs support. Lei Yushan smirks, replying that there's no need to do so. Yi Qing firmly declares that going to the rescue is necessary. Sylves angrily shouts, questioning Yi Qing why he dares to defy the captain's orders. Yi Qing coldly replies that as captain, he is responsible for all his members. Lei Yushan immediately orders the Scavenger House Guild to assist Sylves, but Wu Ming immediately growls in protest. Lei Yushan mocks, stating that wasting MP to save people is pointless, and reiterates that command was decided by the dice of fate. As Sylves and his guild turn away, he tells Ye Qing that he has no intention of stopping him. Ye Qing asserts that he will save them, not out of sympathy for Sylves, but to bear the responsibility that the captain should have. Suddenly, Yue Jinbai speaks up, declaring he won't let Ye Qing steal all the attention and decides to join as well. Lei Yushan irritably gives them 5 minutes at most, warning that the monster horde will soon be drawn to their location. Wu Ming offers to go with him, but Ye Qing refuses, asking him and Yi Ling to stay and defend. Yi Qing also orders Yue Jinbai's 2 escorts to stay behind, while the white-haired knight reminds them to be careful. Yi Qing activates his skill, his eyes igniting with the golden flames of the Dragon Eye sight. His vision pierces through the fog, revealing a graveyard teeming with disgusting multi-eyed ghouls rising. Yi Qing quickly explains the plan to Yue Jinbai. Avoid the red monsters and find Sylves. Yue Jinbai is secretly amazed by Ye Qing's ability to see through the fog, recognizing it as an extraordinary power. Realizing that following Ye Qing will save time, Yue Jinbai also unleashes his 4 directions formation technique. Ye Qing grumbles about Yue Jinbai causing a commotion, but he simply replies that he likes it that way. The two charge forward together, leaping over the city's ruins. Yi Qing lands steadily, ready to face the danger ahead. Yi Qing and Yue Jinbai enter a desolate graveyard under a blood-red sky. Yue Jinbai notices that the fog has unusually cleared, especially in the center of the graveyard. He breathes a sigh of relief that no monsters followed, and the area seems safe. Ye Qing calls Yue Jinbai over as he spots something ahead. They both look down at a large pool of blood, the trail leading towards a giant red moon hanging on the horizon. On a distant hill, an armored knight with a flaming skull stands tall, gripping a greatsword. Yue Jinbai sarcastically remarks that they are lucky to have found a boss right away. Suddenly, Sylves appears and shouts, warning that they are only 2 steps away from death, surprising Yue Jinbai. Sylves angrily grabs Yue Jinbai by the collar, yelling that if he wants to die, he shouldn't drag him along. Ye Qing coldly asks why Sylves is sitting here waiting to die when he could take a detour. Sylves grumpily replies that he doesn't like waiting around. He points to an invisible wall formed by skull spirits, and explains that they are trapped within the Lord's barrier. Sylves explains that when the boss appears, it creates a room, and the only way to escape is to kill it, but he doesn't want to take the risk. He adds that the boss defeated his men in a single blow. Sylves reveals his plan is to wait until the boss's heightened state of alertness subsides. The flaming skull knight remains standing there, its eyes blazing in their empty sockets. Mocking Sylves' cowardice, Yue Jinbai roars and charges directly at the boss. Yi Qing simply shows a helpless expression, while Sylves curses in panic at Yue Jinbai's reckless action. Yue Jinbai attacks while declaring that a truly strong person never knows cowardice. Yue Jinbai unleashes his 10,000 Blades convergence technique, creating a burst of crimson energy. After the attack, he lands in the middle of a gloomy graveyard. Meanwhile, a purple red-haired swordsman confidently declares he will use the 10,000 Blades wall for defense. However, the swordsman's eyes immediately turn to utter shock. The Flaming Skull Knight, enveloped in a red aura, charges forward to attack. It moves with terrifying speed, aiming directly at the purple-haired swordsman. The swordsman grits his teeth, trying to withstand the direct assault, but he is still sent flying backward by a powerful slash. The knight's attack has armor-piercing effects, completely breaking through physical defenses. The swordsman shouts in anger as his sword is damaged, while Ye Qing silently thinks that even a tanker couldn't withstand a second blow. "I'll grind you to dust," the purple-haired swordsman roars, summoning countless energy blades. The Flaming Skull Knight declares itself the enemy of life, and that all its attacks now have netherfire effects. It throws its greatsword towards the swordsman. The purple-haired swordsman spins his sword, creating a defensive vortex to block the attack. The two energy streams collide violently, shattering the surrounding ground. Seeing the critical situation, Ye Qing shouted loudly, "Dodge quickly!" Immediately, the Flaming Skull Knight closed in right in front of the swordsman. "To make a swordsman retreat, wouldn't that make you all laugh at me?" he yelled, refusing to back down. A massive dark energy explosion suddenly erupted at the point of engagement. The Flaming Skull Knight swung its greatsword, preparing to unleash a fiery attack. Ye Qing suddenly rushed forward with a shield, causing the purple-haired swordsman to angrily shout about being provoked, while Ye Qing grumbled about stealing the attention again. The Nether Knight roared, warning of its double-damage demonic fire slash. Undeterred, Ye Qing raised his hand, activating the ring of cinders on his finger. The ring immediately emitted a brilliant golden light. A massive vortex of fire was unleashed by the Nether Knight, surging toward Ye Qing. However, the monster could only stare blankly as its flames were sucked away by an invisible force. The purple-haired swordsman was also utterly astonished, unable to comprehend what was happening. Ye Qing's ring completely absorbed the flames, successfully seizing the Netherfire skill. Ye Qing felt the power of the $200 million divine artifact surging through his body. With the new energy swirling around his hand, he confidently declared that the Nether Knight's power now belonged to him. Stripped of its power, the Flaming Skull Knight could only roar in helplessness. Immediately afterward, the surrounding ghoul horde turned to attack the now weakened entity. Ye Qing was startled, realizing they were the Fated Ones. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air and created a scythe made of netherfire energy. Ye Qing spun around, unleashing a blazing red vortex of fire toward the ghoul horde. The netherfire engulfed the monsters, fiercely incinerating them. He confidently explained that as long as the fire burned, their regeneration ability would be nullified. Being burned, the ghoul horde collectively switched targets, reaching their shadowy arms toward Ye Qing. In response, a blazing red shadow demon emerged from behind Ye Qing, tearing apart the charging ghouls. The shadowy entity unleashed a massive energy explosion, wiping out the entire ghoul horde. Then, it opened its enormous mouth, swallowing all the energy from the destroyed ghouls. Having absorbed the power, the demon let out a sky-shattering roar. Immediately, its form dissolved into a cloud of red energy. That cloud of energy converged and merged into Ye Qing's body. Witnessing the scene, Sylves exclaimed in shock that the boss's power had been stolen. While the purple-haired swordsman angrily insisted that he had weakened it beforehand, Ye Qing stood calmly amidst the blazing red energy he had just seized. Above him, the energy began to condense into the shape of a blazing greatsword. Gripping the energy sword, Ye Qing charged straight toward the now motionless Flaming Skull Knight. The boss stood still, bracing for impact as Ye Qing closed in. Ye Qing threw a punch, releasing all the fire energy into the Flaming Skull Knight. A fierce explosion completely engulfed the boss. However, the attack was completely nullified by its fire attribute immunity. Ye Qing was stunned, realizing his full power attack had no effect. He didn't hesitate and continued to unleash a series of other energy attacks. Realizing fire was ineffective, Ye Qing converted the energy into 3 masses of dark matter. He hurled the 3 masses of matter straight toward the boss. The dense black masses violently impacted the Flaming Skull Knight's chest, causing its impenetrable armor to begin cracking. Ye Qing realized the Nether Knight had weak physical defense and could only be attacked the moment it switched its elemental shell. He unleashed a massive surge of dark energy, enveloping the boss. The Flaming Skull Knight retaliated, using its strength to shatter the surrounding ground. Ye Qing flashed past the giant monster's legs, closing in on the target. With dark energy gathered behind him like wings, he delivered a decisive punch to the boss's head. The Flaming Skull Knight's helmet shattered completely under Ye Qing's attack. As the boss vanished, leaving behind a pile of loot, the purple-haired swordsman was astonished that the battle ended so quickly. The swordsman immediately stepped forward, demanding half the loot, arguing with Sylves that he was the one who had tanked the boss's dangerous attacks. He declared that he would take the best swords to compensate for his damaged equipment and consider the rest charity for Ye Qing. Ye Qing coldly replied that in his eyes, all this loot was trash. Offended, the swordsman called Ye Qing a scavenger, but Ye Qing casually stated he would take everything if they didn't need it. In response to the swordsman's anger, Ye Qing simply replied, "Oh," and turned to walk away. He activated his ability, shouted "scrap," and a flaming skull symbol appeared from the boss's remnants. A mass of dark energy shaped like a horned skull condensed in Ye Qing's hand. A notification panel appeared, stating that he had created Nether Flame, an item that increases forging success rate, reduces consumption, and adds a soul-burning effect. Ye Qing was astonished by the unexpected item he had just acquired. Novalis appeared and explained that he was extremely lucky to receive Nether Flame, a rare item with a 1 in a million drop rate. She reiterated that he had stolen the Nether Knight's attribute, and explained that Nether Flame would permanently incinerate the undead, stripping them of their ability to regenerate. Novalis concluded that the combination of the Nether and Fire attributes created Nether Flame, the one thing immortal creatures feared most. Ye Qing smiled as he held the Nether Flame in his hand and decided to accept it. From a distance, Sylves frowned, wondering if Ye Qing had just secretly claimed a rare piece of loot. He immediately loudly questioned Ye Qing, calling him trash and accusing him of pocketing the rare item. The purple-haired swordsman chimed in, claiming he saw Ye Qing take the soul divine artifact with his own eyes, while Sylves argued that Ye Qing's guild had no right to all the spoils. Ye Qing coldly retorted, sarcastically asking if he risked his life to save them only to be called a spoil thief. He burst into laughter, admitting they were right about one thing. Instantly, a blazing red energy erupted from Ye Qing's body. Sylves and the purple-haired swordsman recoiled in shock at the sudden power. A shadowy entity with a sinister grin appeared, stating it would show them what Ye Qing had received. The entity unleashed a wave of living fire, causing Sylves to scream from the intense heat. With dark energy swirling around him, Ye Qing declared that since they couldn't use this fire, it belonged to him. Sylves hastily agreed, shouting that he wouldn't take the cursed fire even if it was given for free. Yi Qing turned away, stating he was in a hurry and needed to regroup with the main force. The purple-haired swordsman watched him go with disdain, thinking Yi Qing hid his nature too well, but would eventually fail. Meanwhile, in a ruined city area, Lei Yushan and other hunters were waiting. A worried subordinate reported to Lei Yushan that the vanguard had been gone too long. Lei Yushan confidently replied that there would be no problem as long as that person was there. As Yi Qing returned with 2 phantoms, Lei Yushan praised him for his hard work. Lei Yushan then turned to warn Sylves, making him angry and silently blaming Yi Qing for bringing bad luck. A subordinate asked Lei Yushan if the building on the cliff was the bone cathedral he mentioned. Lei Yushan confirmed it with a smug smile. He declared this was where the final ritual would take place. The hunters, including Yi Qing, entered the ruined city area. The group of 4 walked through the vast and empty cathedral hall. Lei Yushan thought to himself about the supreme divine artifact that could cleanse all curses and reset everything. Yi Qing quietly observed the altar area ahead. Suddenly, a monstrous book with fangs and eyes appeared on a pile of bones. Lei Yushan's subordinate, enveloped in dark energy, realized there were 11 skeletons and questioned why they were brought to an empty cathedral. A massive wave of red dark energy exploded from Lei Yushan's body. Yi Qing immediately recognized his true identity as Raven, the sole survivor of the elite 12-man team. He directly exposed Lei Yushan, shocking the red-haired swordsman. Lei Yushan began to transform into a demon, confirming that the hunt was actually a sacrifice. In his monstrous form, he looked pleased. He revealed that the hunt was a ritual to gather souls from the start, and now he needed 9 more fresh souls. The red-haired swordsman repeated the phrase "fresh souls" in horror. Lei Yushan declared that once 9 more souls were sacrificed, he would use the divine artifact to become the Lich King. Sylve scoffed, pointing out that Lei Yushan's plan had failed since the hunting parties were down to 8 people. He suggested Lei Yushan pretend nothing happened and go trick another group. Lei Yushan mocked Sylves for losing a member right after entering, but he had a bigger surprise. He revealed that even with only 8 people, there were 9 souls, and the scales of fate had been perfectly balanced. With his eyes blazing red, Lei Yushan called out Yi Ling's name. The white-haired knight turned in surprise as a person with long purple hair appeared at the doorway. The person confirmed, explaining that this body was shared between her and her sister, and her name was Ling Yi. The white-haired knight understood why Ling Yi's personality had changed in previous battles, while Ling Yi's sister stated she also came for the final festival. Yi Qing thought to himself that it seemed every one of his teammates harbored some shameful secret. Ling Yi declared that she only wanted to use the festival's power to separate the 2 souls, return the body to her sister, and believed it could also cleanse her curse. Yi Qing mused that 2 souls trapped in one body sounded like the work of demons. Lei Yushan dismissed them, calling them insignificant ants, and declaring they were all just fuel to begin his ritual. Immediately, the top-knot-haired light priest transformed, his hair igniting like blue flames and his face turning ferocious. The pink-haired priestess also unleashed her dark power, her face becoming a void of darkness as she wielded a scepter, radiating dark energy. The red-haired swordsman stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend a holy priest wielding dark power. The priestess burst into laughter, proclaiming she was blessed by both light and darkness, a once-in-a-century chosen priest. Sylves shouted in anger, doubting that with only 3 people and the Tatas Guild, they could stand against their 3 hunting parties. The priestess retorted that she alone was enough to crush them all, unleashing a powerful wave of dark energy. Suddenly, Yi Qing zipped through at incredible speed, leaving a trail of purple energy. The priestess was so astonished, she dropped her cigarette upon witnessing his action. Yi Qing glared at the enemies with furious eyes, growling if they dared to consider his comrades as fuel. In his demonic form, Lei Yushan mocked the hunters, calling them arrogant ants before the impending destruction. He continued to provoke them, stating that Ling Yi and her sister's souls were merely toys for demons. Lei Yushan then targeted Yi Qing, declaring that his group were just candles on an altar, soon to be burned without a trace. He ordered his subordinates to deal with Lang Xiaofeng, Sylves, and Yue Jianbai, while he would personally sacrifice Yi Qing to the final festival. Yi Qing responded with a furious gaze, declaring he would show no mercy anymore. Yue Jianbai and Sylves roared in challenge, calling for everyone to charge forward together. Other hunters also simultaneously attacked Lei Yushan. However, Yi Qing moved with terrifying speed, appearing before Lei Yushan in an instant. Lei Yushan swung his massive claws down, unleashing a devastating blow. Everyone present, both allies and enemies, was stunned as Lei Yushan's weapon was cut in half. Yi Qing stood tall beside Lei Yushan's severed head. In his final moments, Lei Yushan couldn't believe he hadn't even seen the attack that ended him. He died in utter indignation at such an absurd defeat. With dark energy radiating, Yi Qing turned to ask the remaining hunters about their intentions. Sylves pragmatically raised his hand in surrender, deeming further fighting pointless with their leader dead. Lang Xiaofeng whispered to Yue Jianbai, fearing Yi Qing still needed more corpses for the ritual, and they would be next. Yi Qing interrupted, stating no more deaths were necessary as the demon itself could be used directly for the festival. Yue Jianbai was astonished, unable to believe a demon could be used for the ritual. Yi Qing, in his red fire demon form, admitted he had defeated a demon before. The white-haired knight asked in surprise when Yi Qing had done that. Yi Qing explained that by accidentally defeating the demon, He had contracted the most vicious curse and had only 1 minute to live, with only the final festival able to resolve it. The white-haired knight asked worriedly if Ye Qing using the festival to save himself would render all their efforts meaningless. Ye Qing admitted that was the original plan, but holding the divine artifact, he said fate never followed scripts. He declared that if the book could only change one person's fate, he wanted it to be Ling Yi. Ling Yi, with blazing red eyes, screamed in protest, not understanding why Ye Qing would waste their only chance on someone as insignificant as her. Ye Qing stated she had never truly lived for herself and had struggled enough, ordering everyone to survive and leave the abyss. The white-haired knight cried out, shouting that she wouldn't allow him to do that. Ye Qing decisively placed his hand on the cursed divine artifact. He apologized for breaking his promise and asked the white-haired knight to look after his sister with the money he left behind, saying she was the one he trusted most. With a sad smile, Ye Qing invoked the curse of the demon Yiling to activate the divine artifact. Dark energy erupted from the book, and Ye Qing told the hunters to go to a free world they deserved. Elsewhere, a voice commented that Ye Qing was selfish for choosing to escape so his guild wouldn't be targeted by the World Association. The voice continued, stating that thanks to that sacrifice, the Scavenger's Den Guild had successfully achieved D rank. Liu Xingran explained that although Ye Qing had died, his body had disappeared as if pulled into the abyss, and she believed he had tricked everyone. She asserted that Ye Qing was not trash, and believed the day the king would return would come, astonishing everyone. Liu Xingran tightly gripped a glowing blue crystal, stating she believed it with all her heart.